Chapter 6152 Sacrificing Nature. Chapter 6152 Sacrificing Nature. When Vase exited the system space, his entire demeanor drastically changed. In reality, virtually no time had passed. Neither Major Yankovsky nor the Elegant Rage noticed that Vase had secretly spent hours inside a completely different space. Enlightened by knowledge related to withering curses, Vase had painstakingly deconstructed one of them and made many alterations based on other theories and reasonable inferences. His work was anything but clean or elegant. Vase lacked the immense knowledge and experience of his mother, so he encountered many difficulties in trying to rework a mysterious means of attack that he only understood on a shallow level. It didn't matter. Vase was a good improviser. This was not the first time that he tinkered with cultivation techniques. He possessed a broad enough understanding of cultivation science to be able to see through the surface of most techniques and dissect them as if he was studying the source code of a software program. Although the programming code of cultivation techniques was a lot more complicated, any professional software engineer should be able to understand them and change their operations much easier by relying on familiar methods. As a mech designer, it was essential for Vase to know how to program his own mechs, so he was able to work on dissecting the withering curse before repackaging it into a completely different technique. Vase had no idea whether it would work. There was no way for him to try it out for himself as he completely tailored the improvised technique for the Elegant Rage. No other mech or individual was able to perform a similar reverse curse because they lacked the unique conditions of the first Woodsap mech. This was why he did not waste too much time in the system space. There was little point in lingering when he did not have a solid goal to work towards. Vase immediately became immersed in battle again. Elegant Rage was on the verge of losing one of her tonfas, and the other one was not too far away from breaking apart either. The momentum of this bout had shifted so much in the alien swordsman's favor that Major Yankovsky looked as if he was already starting to think about pulling the ejection lever. "I am sorry, Professor. My skills are not enough to outfight this alien sword wielder. Your mech, it's okay," Vase quickly replied with a confident grin. "You have fought well so far. You managed to buy enough time for me to figure out a way to boost the Elegant Rage's performance. Sit tight and be prepared to cooperate with the mech when she begins to show initiative." There was no time for explanations. Vase ignored Major Yankovsky's confusion and instead began the vital process of enlightening the Elegant Rage to an entirely new method of drawing power. "Elegant Rage, accept my data transfer." Vase utilized his cranial implant to transmit a long and very detailed text document that contained a lot of theory and instructions. As a machine, the Elegant Rage was able to read and understand most of the contents of this document in just a fraction of a second. Although she was not as intellectually strong as a true scientist, the Elegant Rage's inherent information processing capabilities were not weak. The sapience of a third-order living mech also enabled her to gain true comprehension of all of the easy insights that could only be understood by other sentient beings. The Elegant Rage immediately began to regain a lot of confidence. "What did you share with her, Professor? You'll find out soon enough. Give the Elegant Rage time to process the information that I have sent." "Progenitor, this technique is amazing. Can I truly use it to become more powerful? I can't say for sure whether it will work, but we may as well try it out." Vase responded. "Be aware that trying it out on a wide scale will have grave consequences for yourself. The more you damage the environment, the more you are at risk of provoking a backlash. I am only teaching you this because your survival is at stake." "Thank you. As much as I want to make use of it right away, I am not confident I can execute it. There are many steps in your instruction that requires proficiency that I do not possess." "Don't worry, I already thought of that. Let me give you a small upgrade." Moreau, Blinky emerged from Vess's head and began to release a ball of wood energy that the Star Cat had prepared beforehand. The ball was actually a spiritual construct that Vase had specifically designed for easy absorption. As soon as the Elegant Rage swallowed the ball of wood energy, the living mech's spiritual foundation changed and became a little more complex. The Woodsap mech integrated a handful of the core operations of the new technique, allowing her to execute it a lot easier and with less chance of accidents. There was nothing stopping the Elegant Rage from applying what she just learned. "Get ready." The fight outside continued to push the Elegant Rage back. The power of fire and ice intermittently slammed towards the battered living mech, making it seem as if she was on the verge of getting engulfed by a firestorm and an ice storm all at once. Crack! One of the tonfas of the Elegant Rage finally snapped. The resilient ebony wood could no longer handle the alternating exposure to high heat and extreme cold. Although the living mech was put at an immediate disadvantage, the machine made a surprising move that interrupted the alien swordsman's rhythm and temporarily forced him back. The thorns on the elegant rage's exterior abruptly began to glow as the living mech concentrated a lot of wood energy into the abnormal growths. At the same time, the aura of the woodsap mech changed as the living mech began to conduct a ritual that she had only recently learned. The mech made a few incomprehensible movements that somehow seemed oddly sacred. Surprisingly enough, the grace imparted by the Lobus fragment gem happened to help the elegant rage during this critical moment. If the mech was forced to perform a ritual dance by herself, then she would have moved like a malfunctioning bot. Yet with the help of the elegance of a different existence, the living mech instantly knew how to perform the ritual dance in a way that greatly harmonized with the surrounding environment. Once the dance reached a key moment, the elegant rage suddenly opened a port and began to spill Emperor Tree sap into the air. This sacrificial step raised the elegant rage's harmonization with the power of heaven to a peak, allowing her to empower her thorns with greater wood energy. Feel my pain. The thorns suddenly launched in every direction, causing the immediate air around the woodsap mech to turn into a killing field. Most of the thorns ended up hitting nothing but empty air, but a handful of them soared straight forward and threatened to penetrate the alien swordsman. However, the alert lightning manifestation responded quickly. The alien warrior rapidly swung his two-sword in front of his body, causing the fire and ice energies to form two protective layers of energy curtains. The thorns that threatened to impale the alien first began to get exposed to a huge amount of heat, causing the wood energy attached to them to burn and shrink. The half-burned thorns then struck a rapidly solidified ice curtain. This not only caused the thorns to encounter a physical obstacle, but also cooled them so rapidly that many of them already started to shatter. Although the alien swordsman successfully defended himself against a costly area attack, trying to poke the tribulation manifestation with thorns had never been the point. Thunk. Many thorns soared at different heights and angles, but all of them eventually obeyed the call of the planet's local gravity and fell from the skies. A lot of thorns struck different trees, causing them to punch straight through their fragile trunks before slamming into the soil. As soon as the thorns dug themselves into the ground of the surrounding forest environment, they began to glow brighter as they tried to influence the trees in their surroundings. If the trees were mutated plants that developed rudimentary sapience, then they would have figured out that they were under attack. Any intelligent individual would have been able to put up active resistance against the weird effect propagated by all of the thorns. However, the story was different for trees that were just ordinary in many aspects. Each of them may have been exposed to energy radiation to grow a little stronger and more remarkable, but without undergoing a promotion in life, they did not have the capital to resist. The glowing thorns easily overcame the weak and instinctual resistance of the trees and began to siphon their wood energy at a steady pace. The thorns acted as makeshift totems at this junction. Each of them became vessels of an ongoing ritual that required the absorption of a huge amount of wood energy from unresisting sacrifices. The technique imparted by vase did not have the power to force unwilling subjects to cooperate with the ritual, but trees had no wills in the first place. As such, the entire forest began to age and dry out at a rapid speed. Many sections of the forest visibly began to change as hundreds if not thousands of plants started to grow weaker at once. Their leaves turned yellow and brown. Their bark started to crack. Their trunks started to droop and dry out. All of the green and vitality that characterized this forest were disappearing at a rapid rate. The thorns grew more and more vigorous in the meantime. They became so flush with mixed wood energy that glowing runes even began to appear on their surface. It turned out that one of the ways the elegant rage prepared her thorns for the new technique was to carve them with a handful of runes. Vase only designed a modest alteration to the thorns to selectively boost their intended functions. Adding a couple of runes was the limit to what he could do for the time being. It took a lot more expertise in traditional crafts as well as more specialized knowledge in withering curses for him to be able to apply more relevant runes to the thorns. However, the simple meanings associated with the runes that Vase happened to be familiar with already made enough of a difference. As the trees all around the elegant rage began to die in large numbers due to overdrafting their energies, the woodsap mech rapidly started to accumulate a lot of power. With each second that passed, the elegant rage increased her resemblance to the once mighty emperor tree. The woodsap mech felt as if she had almost gone back to the time where Venerable Laney broke through and managed to empower her battle partner with forced resonance. Although the effect this time was nowhere near as strong in many aspects, the elegant rage at least enjoyed one overwhelming advantage. She commanded a lot more wood energy than before. She became flooded with so much power that a lot of excess wood energy started to spill into the environment and disperse at a rapid rate. It appeared that there was a limit to how much wood energy the elegant rage could control at any one time. Even so, this was already enough. The elegant rage immediately started to wrangle some of the borrowed wood energy by concentrating them onto her broken tonfa. The ebony wood shaft magically started to stretch and grow until the entire tonfa grew whole again. It only took up to a dozen seconds at most to make the weapon whole again. Although the newly grown portions looked a lot cruder, darker and imperfect than before, this did not change the fact that the elegant rage successfully utilized the power of the forest to enhance her own performance. The momentum of the elegant rage began to grow. The living mech felt a lot stronger and more confident than before. Let nature's benediction grant me the power to smite this foe. Chapter 6153 Profligate Energy Spending. Chapter 6153 Profligate Energy Spending. As the thorns spread across the forest environment sucked the energies of all of the surrounding trees to the point where they had nothing left to donate, the elegant rage became drunk with stolen power. Aside from repairing her broken tonfa, the elegant rage also expended a lot of wood energy to spontaneously grow a lot of new thorns across her mech frame. The ones made of improved ebony wood grew the fastest, while the ones that were meant to be made out of second-class alloys took a lot more time to take on their final shapes. Regardless, as soon as the elegant rage managed to regrow most of her thorns, she immediately launched them out with far greater force than previously. Even though a lot of thorns ended up crashing into areas that had already been drained of life, there were still a lot more thorns that managed to traverse much longer trajectories before they landed on the ground. Once these distant thorns took root, they began to drain all of the trees and plants of all of their energies, causing the entire terrain to look as if the area had become affected by an apocalypse. The elegant rage already regrew her third set of thorns, though she was not in a hurry to launch them anymore. She already gained access to far more wood energy than she could reasonably harness. She had so much energy in her reach that her control over it all had rapidly degraded. It couldn't be helped. The elegant rage was not that strong, and she did not possess the support of true resonance that she could only gain when being piloted by Venerable Laney Larkinson. Even so, the woodsap mech was still capable enough to perform a number of crude operations. For example, her tonfas along with her entire mech frame became fully rejuvenated. Just like the Emperor tree when it was at its height, the elegant rage inherited the same insanely effective regeneration factor. As long as she had access to enough wood energy, there was no limit to her ability to restore from battle damage. One of the reasons why the elegant rage fell behind during the start of this bout was because she already accumulated a lot of damage across her mech frame from previous exposures to tribulation lightning. Now that the elegant rage managed to repair all of the damage that the living mech previously did not have time to remedy through the normal process, the machine practically returned to her peak condition. Major Yankovsky almost moaned as he experienced this reversal. He truly felt as if he could defeat any opponent so long as the wood energy remained abundant. Though Vase was glad to see that his efforts successfully allowed his creation to finally live up to her potential as a woodsap mech, he did not miss the sequelae of utilizing demonic means to gain more power. The regenerated components of the elegant rage looked darker and less perfect than the other parts of the mech. It was as if the wood energy plundered from the trees was tainted. From the moment the woodsap mech utilized the energy that was stained with the lives of so many plants, it absorbed all of the taint and negative karma that came with it. Guilt literally stained her mech frame. Vase was already able to figure out a few consequences to this mutation. The elegant rage had started to sink into darkness, making her less compatible with positive energy. Nature also started to repel her more actively. She was no longer a mech that could peacefully get along with plants anymore. She had proven herself to be a predator who did not hesitate to destroy ecosystems in order to gain a combat advantage. Fortunately, the stain was not too great this time. The forest that she destroyed was still very young and artificial to boot. The heavens did not really think much about unmaking trees that were just a few years old at most. Perhaps there might be ways for the elegant rage to gradually get rid of the stain in the future. It all depended on what Venerable Laney used the woodsap mech for and whether she took the initiative to drain another forest of power. For now, the elegant rage still had about to win. Major Yankovsky did not want to let all of the overflowing wood energy to go to waste, so he quickly boosted his mech back into the fray. Crack! The elegant rage began to assail the alien swordsman with so much force and fervor that she immediately gained the upper hand. Major Xianxia had completely thrown aside any notion of defense and decisively committed to attack. Was the alien swordsman attempting to block? Attack. Was the alien swordsman trying to conjure a fire and ice curtain? Attack. Was the alien swordsman making a risky attack that could inflict serious damage to the elegant rage's chest? Attack. A more skilled and transcendent fighter like Venerable Laney would have been able to employ this aggressive strategy so well that her adversary would not be able to launch a counterattack. Major Yankovsky did not possess her extraordinary skills and reflexes. His dual-wielding ability was just as poor as before. Gaining access to a lot of wood energy did not affect the considerable disparity in fighting skills. The alien swordsman was still able to block many strikes and launch clever counterattacks that neatly exploited the elegant rage's obvious openings. So what? Each time the elegant rage got struck by a fire or ice sword and incurred varying degrees of damage, a lot of wood energy instantly surged to the scarred sections and restored them whole again. The restoration process was sloppy and inefficient, but it was quick. Speed mattered the most. As the elegant rage continued to batter the alien swordsman's guard with a pair of tonfas that almost never dipped below their peak conditions, the woodsap mech periodically got struck by swords that Major Yankovsky was not able to intercept with his skills. However, it was already enough for him to be able to contain the offensive dower of the tribulation manifestation. As long as the alien swordsman was not able to assume a fully offensive posture and inflict heavy damage at a rapid rate, the elegant rage was always able to restore herself to full condition before the enemy had a chance to exploit any gaps in her defenses. Not too long ago, a few Larkinson expert pilots became frustrated by how they were unable to get any closer to killing the Emperor tree and its ebony mechs due to the inability to compound on any damage. In order to kill most large enemies, a mech needed to start small and focus on weakening different sections of an enemy. Crippling the limbs, breaching armor plating and disabling specific modules were all established methods to defeat giants who could not be killed in an instant. However, this strategy had little chance to succeed when the enemy regenerated too damn quickly to allow any of these gaps or faults to persist. Right now, the alien swordsman was put in the unfortunate position of trying and failing to attack a wooden opponent that seemingly had access to an endless supply of vitality. "My mech is immortal, she can't be killed," Major Yankovsky exclaimed. The expert candidate recklessly squandered the wood energy harvested from the entire forest. He acted like a lottery winner who had just switched from extreme poverty to extreme wealth and couldn't wait to spend much of his windfall. The stolen wood energy surrounding the elegant rage continued to deplete at a rapid rate, but all of it was worth it as the woodsap mech's seemingly suicidal offense finally pushed the alien swordsman to the brink. Crack, bang. The swords wielded by the tribulation manifestation lost much of their elemental power as the elegant rage exhausted much of fire and ice energies at her enemy's disposal. The alien swordsman had tried to harness his power over the opposing elements to fend off one attack after another, but the repeated blunt force strikes had finally caused the four-armed alien to bottom his reserves. Ha, not so tough now, huh? The threat level of the tribulation manifestation instantly plunged now that it was running out of fire and ice energy. The alien swordsman was only able to draw upon the relatively paltry amount of E-energy radiation that was constantly radiating from Messier 87, but this was far from enough to make up for the gigantic disparity in energy levels. The alien swordsman still managed to hold on by relying on his exquisite sword skills. Even if he was not able to perform any dazzling elemental techniques with his blades, he was still able to rely on solid swordsmanship to block and deflect a lot of incoming tonfas. Unfortunately, the alien swordsman's skills and physical strength alone was not enough to fend off the elegant rage's reckless assault. Major Yankovsky was forcing the woodsap mech to overstrain her mechanical parts and pull off moves that would have torn or damaged her internals, just to be able to hit the enemy faster and harder. Normally, it was completely counterproductive to perform these self-destructive moves, but Major Yankovsky clearly realized that he could get away with his actions because the mech would regenerate all of the self-inflicted damage anyway. Faced with such an unreasonable mech, the increasingly more exhausted alien swordsman could not avoid instances where the tonfas managed to strike his body with hard and punishing blows. There was no particular elemental reinforcement to these blows. Vase could have taught the elegant rage how to expend wood energy in order to produce a withering effect that could promote the decay of any enemy struck by a tonfa. He declined to do so because it wouldn't be effective against all but the weakest tribulation manifestations. He also did not want to overwhelm the elegant rage by forcing her to perform multiple techniques at the same time. The current results were already satisfactory enough. Even if Vess's solution had only increased the Elegant Rage's effective energy level and did nothing to improve her energy utilization, it did not matter so long as the Woodsap Mech could get by with simply smashing enemies by relying on brute force. Bang! Major Yankovsky may be mad with power, but he was still professional enough to focus on how to negate the threat posed by his adversary as quickly as possible. Any tonfa strike that broke past the alien swordsman's increasingly feeble guard went on to strike the limbs of the creature. All four arms suffered repeated impacts. Soon enough, the arms began to snap, causing them to lose the strength to wield a sword. Though the alien swordsman managed to prolong his resistance by relying on the fact that he had four arms to hold a sword, the Elegant Rage repeatedly bashed her tonfas like clubs until her adversary had no arms to spare anymore. Before the Elegant Rage rushed up in order to deliver the coup de grace against a swordsman who had lost the ability to hold his weapons, the Tribulation Manifestation made a surprising move. The crippled swordsman bent his knees and made a formal alien gesture that conveyed respect towards his adversary. This is an honorable swordsman, or at least the simulation of one. Simon Yankovsky calmed down from his adrenaline rush. As one soldier to another, this alien fought honorably and sincerely. I like his species. Vase didn't care about martial sentiments. He patted the side of the wooden piloting chair with his hand. Finish this bastard off and prepare for the next and final bout. Make sure to fly to a different forest. The one underneath the Elegant Rage has already been depleted and can no longer serve as an energy reservoir. The end of the lightning tribulation was in sight. The Elegant Rage only needed to overcome one more challenge. Chapter 6154 The Power of Earth Chapter 6154 The Power of Earth The Elegant Rage vanquished the alien swordsman. The Woodsap Mech successfully managed to defeat an opponent that was previously objectively superior in every way that mattered. It did so by gaining an entirely new ability that had massive consequences. Every observer of the ongoing lightning tribulation became amazed at how much more powerful the Woodsap Mech had become. In terms of performance, the Elegant Rage still performed like a well-made second-class mech in most aspects. Her parts did not mysteriously increase the strength, speed or even the defenses of her cybernetic mech frame. The mech pilot also did not become a lot more skilled and capable. The intense duel may have polished his fighting skills to an extent, but Simon Yankovsky never managed to outfight the alien swordsman that obviously dedicated a lot more time and effort in advancing his swordsmanship. In the end, the spontaneous improvement applied by Vase made all of the difference. Even though few outsiders had a way of understanding what was happening inside the cockpit, it was fairly obvious that the Elegant Rage suddenly gained an entirely new ability. From the moment she launched her thorns into the surrounding forest, everything changed. The surrounding air grew drier, colder and increasingly more devoid of life. Every tree, plant and critter that got caught under the influence of a nearby thorn began to lose their lives at a rapid pace. When people started to notice that an entire forest was getting drained, they began to grow frightened. This was especially the case when all of the clues identified the Elegant Rage as the culprit of this ecological extinction event. Even though the damage was merely confined to a forest that the terraformers working for the Devos ancient clan planted with little effort, people were still concerned about the implications. The damage done by a single mech to an entire region was too great. A second-class mech shouldn't possess the capacity to inflict so much collateral damage. What if more strange mechs like the Elegant Rage became available? What if more powerful first-class versions of such a mech became common? If each of these partially wooden mechs possessed the capacity to drain all of the energies that sustained life on the surface, how many planets would get utterly ruined by machines that initially looked as if they were guardians of nature? Nobody expected that the thorns of the Elegant Rage possessed such a diabolical purpose. Many discussions broke out among certain circles. These members of high society grew a lot more concerned about Vase had been doing as of late. Why did he invest his time, resources and effort into developing such a destructive machine? Did the Red Association truly condone the development of a mech that had already proven to be an ecological weapon of mass destruction? However, there were also those who believed that the end justified the means. Mr. Newman. Yes, Madame Gloriana. Please contact the Devos ancient clan and tell them that our clan will compensate for the damage done by one of our mechs. We will fully reimburse the cost of replanting new trees and restoring a thriving ecosystem. I will get on it, madam. Personally speaking, I believe that the Devosans will not mind the damage. We did not put actual people at risk, and no one outside of the ancient clan holds a claim to these lands. I agree with you, but our clan must send a message that we are not damaging the environment because we can. Gloriana explained to Vess's personal assistant over the comm. We must assume a stance that unambiguously explains that we do not support widespread destruction. The damage is only occurring because one of my husband's experimental projects has met with an accident. The appearance of the lightning tribulation should serve as sufficient proof. I see. Very well. I shall convey this sentiment to the Terrans. Oh, before I forget, tell them that this incident is not over yet. The elegant rage may be forced to destroy more flora and fauna in the next wave. Please ask for a list that designates which nearby forests the elegant rage is allowed to damage. We do not want our new mech to stumble into an area that holds secret bases or has turned into a hiking destination. The Devos ancient clan graciously hosted the premier branch of the Larkinson clan on the capital planet of their host system. If New Constantinople 8 belonged to the Larkinsons, then Vase could do nearly anything he wanted on his own planet without needing to account for himself. However, the Devos ancient clan not only had a legal claim on the planet, but invested a huge amount of money, resources and manpower to transform it into a thriving old Earth-like planet that could serve as a prosperous living space and trading hub for Terrans in the Agamemnon Upper Zone. It was extremely rude and also illegal for any guest who settled in the territory of another to recklessly damage the ecological landscape of a planet on such an exaggerated scale. Even if Vess's high status and immense value allowed him to get away with these deeds, his reputation was bound to take a hit after this incident came to an end. The only thing the Larkinsons could do was to engage in damage control. While Gloriana concerned herself with the negative impact of this incident, her husband held no concerns about the many negative repercussions of the elegant rage's plundering behavior. As far as he was concerned, the modifications made to the Woodsap mech resulted in a complete success. You did it, Yankovsky. You finally managed to beat that dual-wielding bastard. Although the expert candidate clearly looked jubilant, he did not delude himself into thinking he earned much credit for this victory. I am not responsible for this win. The elegant rage deserves much of the credit, and so do you. Even a third-class mech pilot should be able to defeat the four-armed lightning manifestation after having so much energy at his disposal. There was so much power under my command that I developed the impression that I was piloting a quasi-first-class mech. The elegant rage simply could not run out of energy. My greatest frustration was that the mech did not possess the corresponding equipment to channel most of the excess energies. Vase looked thoughtful as Major Yankovsky shared his earnest feedback on what he experienced as a pilot. There were good reasons why the association primarily paid attention to energy level to determine the class of a mech. Sure, superior materials and tech also played major roles in distinguishing third-class, second-class and first-class mechs from each other, but none of them would be able to stand out if their power supply could not keep up with the rest of the mech frame. From the moment the elegant rage deployed her thorns across the environment, she and Major Yankovsky were no longer fighting alone anymore. The alien swordsman, with the support of the lightning tribulation as well as a fraction of the power of heaven, had actually entered into a fight against the elegant rage in the local environment. In cultivation terms, the energy and resources derived from a planet and whatever was present on it used to be called the power of Earth. In other words, the last segment of the previous bout could actually be regarded as a contest between the power of heaven and the power of Earth. The situation was a lot more complex in reality. The sources of all of that excess wood energy did not voluntarily support the elegant rage. The living mech's plundering behavior was an abuse of the power of Earth. The consequences were many, but not all of them were obvious. The most obvious sequela was that many of the parts of the elegant rage that got repaired in haste had become tainted with dark stains that reeked of sin. The evil committed by the elegant rage even went on to stain her spiritual foundation, causing her personality to distort a little further. As Blinky carefully studied the elegant rage's physical and spiritual condition, the cat saw other clues. For example, it became harder for the elegant rage to harness the power of heaven. By engaging in behavior that violated the rules set by the heavens, the Woodsap mech began to get repelled by the energies with heavenly origins. Of course, the effect was not too noticeable since the elegant rage only massacred a lot of plants for the time being. Vase frowned as he stared upwards. He could feel that the tribulation storm had grown a little stronger and more hostile than before. Regardless of the severity of her transgressions, the elegant rage had crossed a line, and did so when under the full view of an active lightning tribulation. This was a clear provocation that caused the tribulation to become more upset with the living mech. The storm clouds grew stronger and more active. The ninth and final tribulation manifestation was bound to become more powerful as a reaction to the elegant rage's desecration of nature. Though Vase knew that the next and hopefully final wave would become even more difficult to overcome than before, he grinned as he felt a lot more confident about his woodsap mech than imparting a new technique that Vase had designated as nature's benediction had successfully expanded the elegant rage's potential. It made Vase understand the usefulness of treating life as a resource. By giving the elegant rage the capability to draw upon the power of Earth as fuel to all of her hyper-tech, she was finally able to give full play to her advantages of a partially organic mech. The performance of the elegant rage during her wood energy-saturated state was completely different from before. What stood out to Vase was the incredible display of tenacity and endurance. The woodsap mech might not be invincible, but she was able to take a lot of hits and keep going without any concern due to her insane regeneration factor. As far as Vase was concerned, endless tenacity and endurance should be the defining trait of all woodsap mechs, not just the elegant rage. So long as similar living mechs fought on lush planets with plenty of greenery, these machines should all be capable of demonstrating combat power that was at least half a class beyond their conventional levels. A cheap second-class woodsap mech should be able to compete against an expensive quasi-first-class mech. A quasi-first-class woodsap mech should be able to fight a low-tier first-class multipurpose mech to a standstill. In fact, the elegant rage could have performed at an even greater height if Vase had made the corresponding preparations. The elegant rage lacked modules and features that possessed high energy scalability. For example, if she was armed with an energy sword, it would have been possible for the woodsap mech to dump an astronomical amount of wood energy into the weapon. As long as the melee weapon was capable of containing so much wood energy, then it had the potential to unleash an empowered strike that inflicted as much damage as a first-class weapon. Unfortunately, the elegant rage lacked such a feature. The closest piece of equipment that came to mind was the sprout rifle, but the alien swordsman never gave the woodsap mech enough room to draw a ranged weapon. Vase already decided to make sure he remedied this shortcoming for his future woodsap mechs. All future woodsap mechs and maybe other elemental Karman mechs for that matter had to be designed with high energy scalability in mind. They were no longer confined to the power supplied by their static energy reactors and fixed rate of exotic radiation anymore. As long as these elemental Karman mechs possessed the ability to absorb the power of Earth from the local environment, they all gained the potential to succeed in winning leapfrog challenges. The best way to verify this assumption was to witness the elegant rage's performance against the next lightning manifestation. The overall threat posed by the final wave should far exceed the tolerance of Mech and Mech Pilot in isolation. Only by taking advantage of nature's benediction did Major Yankovsky and the elegant rage possess a realistic chance of overcoming the tribulation. Chapter 6155 The Need for Withering Chapter 6155 The Need for Withering The exaggerated performance of the elegant rage during the last bout made Vase appreciate the conditional power of woodsap mechs. However, he reminded himself that not all woodsap mechs could fight as exaggerated as the elegant rage. The living mech had already existed for a few years and experienced a lot of growth. The machine also absorbed a lot of breakthrough energies while undergoing a strange mutation that fundamentally altered her character. Vase was doubtful that he could design a mass production model that possessed the same properties and advantages as the elegant rage. The thorn-covered machine was a product of growth and evolution. Unless Vase mastered the same concepts and mechanisms that made the elegant rage so unique, he did not have the confidence to design a mass production version of this machine. This meant that Vase needed to be more careful about making assumptions about woodsap mechs. He could not blindly consider the elegant rage to be an accurate representation of this specific classification of Karman mechs. Vase estimated that more general woodsap mechs probably wouldn't be able to harness so much power at once. They may also be unable to tolerate the accumulation of negative energies as well as a mech that had already experienced the deepest despair of her mech pilot. Vase needed to conduct more tests on woodsap mechs in order to verify all of these guesses and assumptions. Still, even if other woodsap mechs aren't as strong as this one, they should still be a lot harder to defeat due to their amazing tenacity and endurance. Woodsap mechs seemed tailor-made for attrition warfare. Vase already figured that they were the perfect machines to use for planetary defense and assault missions. So long as they fought in any environment that was rich with life, they would undoubtedly be able to bully other opponents by their ability to draw upon the power of Earth. However, Vase became a little worried when he thought about how to defeat these annoying mechs. If every woodsap mech became nearly as unkillable as the Emperor Tree, Each of them would become a nightmare to fight against. There was nothing more frustrating than to put so much effort into attacking a woodsap mech, only for the organic or partially organic machine to heal the damage in an instant. This made Vase more concerned about how to defeat in the most effective way possible. Even he couldn't guarantee whether woodsap mechs would be arrayed against him and his clan one day. The most obvious way to remove the advantage of woodsap mechs was to confront them well outside any life-bearing planet. They should possess no advantage in deep space, so that was the best environment to ambush these resilient machines. If a confrontation on a life-bearing planet could not be avoided, then the difficulty became much greater. Woodsap mechs could always enjoy a bonus from the environment to display greater combat effectiveness than typical hyper mechs. This should be the case even if they did not resort to extreme measures such as forcibly draining the energies of nearby plants. How should woodsap mechs be countered? Wait, maybe this is why the Withering Curse exists. The introduction to the Withering Curse did not explain the underlying reasons why such methods were needed, but Vase was able to connect the dots easily enough. Wood-based cultivators possessed an abundant amount of life and wood energies. They were so filled with vitality that it was much more difficult to harvest their lives than usual. The best way to counter such unreasonably healthy opponents was to target the source of their strength. Perhaps, the Withering Curse is the most targeted method a wood cultivator can employ against another wood cultivator. Whether the Withering Curse was applied to an enemy wood cultivator or the flora that served as his basis of power, the effectiveness of this method should be quite high. Woodsap mechs should also be vulnerable to this kind of attack, Vase surmised. By undermining the abundant vitality and wood energy that sustained a woodsap mech, it was possible to weaken them to the point where they became just as easy to defeat as an ordinary mech. Though Vase did not expect for the native aliens or other enemies to employ such methods against his woodsap mechs anytime soon, it was a possibility that he could not ignore. Every mech possessed weaknesses. Vase did not obsess too much over the potential vulnerabilities of his woodsap mechs. They were not yet even released, so it was way too premature for him to worry about these issues. The storm is about to send its final manifestation, Major Yankovsky stated, pulling Vase out of his theorizing. The energy levels generated by the storm clouds have risen above expected levels. The tribulation is disgusted by U.S. The elegant rage spoke with greater energy and fervor than before. It will put greater effort into getting rid of U.S. Be ready for a true challenge. Major Yankovsky pressed his lips into a line. That is why we are moving to another forest as quickly as possible. During this temporary lull, the DeVos ancient clan permitted the Larkinson clan to destroy the environment of multiple nearby forests that were located on the same continent. The Elegant Rage received a transmission that detailed this agreement and pointed out several forests where the Elegant Rage could fight without restraint. This was why the woodsap mech had been flying away from the area that it had previously drained of life as quickly as possible. Her flight speed was quite high due to her good condition and relatively slim frame. Of course, the storm clouds followed the living mech no matter how fast she moved. There was no escape from the tribulation. By the time the woodsap mech had reached the edge of a larger and denser forest, the storm clouds finally dispatched the final foe. When Vase saw the alien form that descended from the angry storm, his eyes widened and his blood almost froze. Has that bastard come back again? No, he shouldn't be this weak or idle. This is a different guy. Vase almost gave in to despair when he thought he saw the return of the subjugation king. The slaving bastard had developed a strong animosity towards Vase. As a god king, his means were unfathomable, so it was very much possible for him to hijack the tribulation storm in order to ruin the Elegant Rage's right to exist. Fortunately, Vase quickly figured out that he was looking at a different member of the Krelian species. The proportions looked a bit different, though the bipedal alien was covered by an exoskeleton that looked a lot plainer and less sophisticated than that of the subjugation king. This lightning manifestation was based on a weaker and much less overbearing member of the Krelian race. Yet despite this crucial difference, Vase did not dare to take this opponent lightly. Just like the subjugation king, this Krelian that unmistakably exuded the vibe of warrior radiated a lot of light. Vase felt repulsed by the harsh and merciless light of the Krelian's aura. The alien did not appear to channel any other E-energy attribute, but that caused Vase to become even more wary towards this adversary. We're in trouble, Major. Vase stated, I don't know how much intelligence you have access to, but I have encountered a simulation of this alien race in the past. According to the limited information that we have available, the Krelians are one of the top races of Messier 87. Even if this tribulation manifestation is based on a low-ranking grunt, a race that is able to gain dominance in the supermassive galaxy has an exceedingly strong foundation. It is just how even the most mediocre first-raters are still far superior to excellent third-raters in almost every aspect. Major Yankovsky already turned grim when he instinctively sensed the much greater threat posed by this light-blessed alien, but he became even more wary after hearing Vess's words. What can you tell me about their strength and abilities? Not much. The Krelians are chi cultivators that are likely obsessed with light. They have studied this E-energy attribute so well that none of their light-based abilities are weak or flawed. I think that the Krelians are also strong enough to fight up close or from a distance, though I am not sure if every member of this race can fight well under any circumstances. Aside from that, I can't make any more generalizations. We'll just have to find out during the fight. As the Krelian manifestation floated above the forest, the alien's radiance began to grow stronger. It became harder for observers to view the Krelian with the naked eye. So bright, the elegant rage complained as she automatically lowered the sensitivity of her optical sensors. Be careful, I feel greatly threatened by this alien's light. The Krelian spent a few more seconds getting in tune with the light of the local environment. It was still daytime on this hemisphere, so the alien also seemed to draw strength from the local star that was located in the center of the new Constantinople system. The alien finally lifted one of his arms and conjured up a staff that possessed an intricate design. The Krelian proceeded to point the tip of the staff towards the elegant rage before unleashing a powerful light beam that instantly struck the elegant rage. Crack. Ah, it burns. The opening strike shouldn't have dealt so much damage to the elegant rage. The enemy light beam was powerful, but Vase estimated that the woodsap mech should have been able to take it without suffering too much harm. He was partially correct. The mech's physical defenses were able to withstand the attack. Only a moderate hole that was rapidly regenerating was proof that the light beam had struck the elegant rage. However, the light beam did more than that. It also attacked the elegant rage on a different level. Her incomplete descent towards darkness just happened to make the woodsap mech a lot more vulnerable to light-based attacks. That was not all. Vase sensed something weird and profound from the light beam attack. It felt rather familiar to him, but the Krelian already launched his second strike. This time, the glowing staff released a lot more energy. An entire cage of light energy spat out and sought to envelop the elegant rage. There was no way for the woodsap mech to evade the strange light cage. It closed the distance and enveloped the elegant rage in the blink of an eye. So fast. Once the cage fell into place, the bars made out of light began to contract and press against the cybernetic mech's physical form. No matter whether the cage pressed against solid surfaces or one of the many thorns covering the machine, the harsh exposure to this merciless light was inflicting significant harm to the machine. Shake off this cage. Even as the elegant rage started to get burned by the cage, she did not delay too long in launching as many thorns as possible. Numerous thorns failed to launch as they were captured by the cage, but many more managed to pass through the gaps before landing across the surrounding forest. A huge amount of wood energy steadily arrived and infused the elegant rage with a potent injection of power. The elegant rage not only regenerated the damage inflicted by the cage of light, but also managed to shatter it by channeling an overwhelming amount of wood energy. We're free again. Yet just as Major Yankovsky intended to retaliate by firing the sprout rifle at the Krelian warrior, the alien had briefly turned into a streak of light before quickly arriving in front of the elegant rage. The mech barely had enough time to lift her ebony wood tonfas before they got struck by powerful staff strikes. Bang! Each collision caused the staff to generate explosions of light, which not inflicted greater damage onto the tonfas, but also began to make the elegant rage feel pained. This light is burning the elegant rage. It is as if this alien is passing judgment on us and declaring us guilty. The judgmental qualities of this light were too strong. It seemed specifically made to fight against anyone tainted by darkness. This is not a mere warrior. This is a judge, Vase whispered. The lightning tribulation specifically sent out this manifestation to target all of the elegant rage's weaknesses. The fight is only going to get much tougher. Chapter 6156 Repercussions of Evil. Chapter 6156 Repercussions of Evil. The fight rapidly heated up when the two fighters came closer enough to exchange blows with each other. The Krelian judge wielded a single ornate staff, but possessed enough skill and might to suppress the elegant rage despite the fact that she was wielding two weapons. This was not because the alien possessed powerful weapon skills. His attack moves were not particularly brilliant or clever. Rather, the alien relied on other advantages to gain the upper hand. The Krelian struck hard and fast, allowing him to exert greater pressure onto the elegant rage than the alien swordsman. Not only that, but the Krelian was even better than the four-armed alien in leveraging the power of his element with every strike. During a particular instance, the lightning manifestation's entire body exploded with light, which not only caused the surface of the elegant rage to burn, but also blinded the mech for a time. The woodsap mech almost lost grip of her tonfas as a glowing staff smacked them aside before punching a hole through the chest plate that almost managed to penetrate the cockpit. The Krelian had already come close to killing the mech pilot and thereby ending the elegant rage's chances of surviving this tribulation. Major Yankovsky immediately felt the pressure of death and began to burst out his potential. A huge infusion of wood energy channeled into the tonfas before the elegant rage smacked them towards the alien. The Krelian did not bother to retract his staff as a shield of light energy intercepted the tonfa strikes. Bang! Each weapon strike released a large burst of wood energy, generating enough force to separate the two combatants from each other. The elegant rage and the Krelian judge briefly paused in order to evaluate the first exchange of blows. The tribulation manifestation is able to keep up with the elegant rage when she is saturated with plundered wood energy. Vase immediately noted, "This is bad, because once our mech is no longer draining any wood energy from the environment, it will not be able to keep up anymore. Then we will have to win this fight before we run out of forests to drain." Major Yankovsky declared. The man had already fought a long and exhausting duel against the alien swordsman. The Krelian judge exerted even greater pressure towards him, but Simon Yankovsky was determined to perform better rather than worse. His qualities as a first-class mech pilot and his considerable combat experience made it easier for him to maintain his fighting spirit. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he should never allow himself to get discouraged. The lower his morale, the quicker his defeat. The elegant rage was in the worst mood out of the three. The mech not only suffered a lot of burns after getting struck by different intensities of light energy, but her wounds were also recovering slower than usual. "The enemy's light aura is inhibiting my regeneration," the elegant rage warned. "The alien's light is burning the wood energy gathered by my thorns. The light source is much more inhibiting to me at close range." Both Vase and Major Yankovsky frowned. The elegant rage was most comfortable fighting up close, but the light-emitting alien appeared to be expressly designed to counter this advantage. The elegant rage tried to create more distance from the alien judge, though it was not entirely certain whether this would work. The Krelian judge had demonstrated amazing speed earlier, but perhaps there was a restriction that prevented him from moving so quickly all of the time. Whatever the case, as the elegant rage flew closer towards the center of the dying forest, the mech began to launch a second salvo of thorns, enabling her to drain the energies of trees located much further ahead. Once she had managed to prolong the supply of stolen wood energy, the elegant rage finally turned around and aimed at the distant tribulation manifestation with the sprout rifle. Vase did not dare to call Gaia to ask for another blessing. Fortunately, the elegant rage was able to make up for the absence of this boost by channeling a lot of wood energy into the weapon. The ebony wooden seed began to grow in both a qualitative and quantitative fashion. Once the organic projectile had reached its limit, the sprout rifle quickly launched it towards the enemy. Feel the wrath of nature. Major Yankovsky half expected for the alien judge to evade the shot, but he instead remained stationary, allowing himself to get hit by the empowered seed. Bang! The impact was not particularly powerful, but that was not the purpose of the seed. Instead, the seed rapidly began to sprout. It quickly absorbed all of the wood energy infused into it and began to grow dark and ominous vines that were covered by thorns. The thorn vines grown from plundered wood energy were not only steeped in negativity, but also exuded a depressing atmosphere. However, the Krelian judge appeared to be incredibly resistant against the dark vines. His light shield not only did a perfect job at keeping the vines and their sharp thorns at bay, but also negated all of their ominous properties. When light and darkness intersected with each other, the weaker of the two often suffered an immediate disadvantage. This was most definitely the case this time, as the powerful light generated by the Krelian judge overpowered the thorny vines. The tribulation manifestation's command over energy was better than the elegant rage in her empowered state. Major Yankovsky did not leave it at that. The elegant rage continually fired one ebony seed after another. The mech did not spend any time to create any more sprouting seeds, so the organic projectiles only inflicted a lot of kinetic damage upon impact. Each strike sapped the light energy shield a little further, but it remained so bright and whole that it didn't appear as if the repeated impacts were accomplishing anything useful. Instead of showing signs of distress, the Krelian judge glowed brighter and brighter until an illusionary vision appeared behind his back. A complex circular symbol appeared behind the alien. It was at least 10 times taller than the Krelian judge and exuded a sense of sacred duty towards justice. "What is that?" Major Yankovsky reacted with shock. "The tribulation manifestation has grown brighter and more powerful than before. The dark vines are already burning up as we speak. I truly do not want to get too close to this enemy in this state." Vase grew more serious as he caught sight of this mysterious occult-like symbol. He could already tell that it was far more than an artistic doodle. The light from the local star seemed to brighten in the direction of this giant light symbol. It was as if the star suddenly decided to play favorites and bathe the Krelian judge with an extra strong dose of light. The aura of the tribulation manifestation grew stronger, sharper and more heartless than before. The elegant rage immediately became suppressed to the point where she was unable to harness stolen wood energy as smoothly as before. Vase immediately frowned when he formed a guess of what was happening. This is probably a method employed by chi cultivators. What you are seeing is a representation of the Krelian's artistic conception. Perhaps it is a logogram that holds the meaning of both light and justice. Whatever the case, this outward expression of an artistic conception has allowed this alien to amplify his domain in combat. Wait, are we facing an ace mech-like opponent? Is this why we have fallen under a suppression effect? I don't think our opponent has reached the equivalent rank of an ace pilot, but that does not change the fact that he is powerful. His command over light is too exquisite, and it doesn't help that this element happens to counter the elegant rage especially well. This was just the beginning. Now that the Krelian judge had entered into his most serious combat state, he no longer limited himself to probing strikes and began to launch much more fervent attacks. "Watch out!" The Krelian pointed his decorated staff at the elegant rage and began to release a sustained light beam that struck the elegant rage and continued to drill into her armor despite her attempts to evade the attack. The woodsap mech was not only suffering constant damage from the active energy beam, but also began to suffer mental torment as the attack violently punished the living mech for giving in to evil. Major Yankovsky experienced the elegant rage's pain as well, but the neural interface separated him from his machine just enough for him to make the correct move. The elegant rage flew deeper into the forest before hiding behind a low hill. The sustained light beam struck the ground and began to burn through a lot of worthless soil. Since the Krelian judge was no longer able to strike at the mech, he cut off the energy beam and started to move closer. Major Yankovsky was not in a hurry to move the damaged mech again. Much of her exterior had become scarred by burn grooves. The sustained energy beam might not have been able to pierce through the armor, but the areas that got burned were very slow to recover. "The light has both a purifying and punishing property," Vase commented. "The former makes it harder for the elegant rage to recover. The latter causes the light to inflict more direct damage. The combination of the two is quite lethal. Our mech needs more wood energy," Major Yankovsky said. "This forest is already halfway to getting drained. We need to move and spread thorns into another forest. Then move. Focus on replenishment rather than offense," Vase advised. "It is okay to fall into a temporary disadvantage. Woodsap mechs should always be able to win a battle as long as they can last long enough. Do your best to keep the mech alive." The elegant rage did not dare to stick around any longer. The machine jumped from his location and blasted away towards a different forest that had been designated for use by the Larkinson clan. The Krelian judge advanced faster and began to pursue the elegant rage. With the giant representation of his artistic conception hovering behind his back, the powerful tribulation manifestation not only radiated light that continually stung the elegant rage, but also fired energy beams that unerringly struck the mech. The rear of the elegant rage began to accrue more and more holes that were slower to regenerate. The mech was forced to channel a lot more wood energy to these damaged parts in order to boost their restoration rate as much as possible. The action was effective, but the elegant rage ate through her excess wood energy reserves considerably faster than before. By the time she reached another forest, her surplus had already dwindled to almost nothing. Nature's benediction. Many thorns flung from the elegant rage and spread across a forest that was filled with a different variety of trees. Stolen wood energy began to gather in and around the cybernetic mech once more. Her sprout rifle began to fire considerably more powerful seeds, only for the projectiles to burn and weaken before even managing to strike the alien's light energy shield. The retaliation from the glowing enemy was much more effective. As the Krelian judge's staff continued to strike the elegant rage with judgmental light beams, the mech suffered considerably greater damage than before. The alien has grown stronger. That's not true. Vase shook his head. The energy levels of the tribulation manifestation has not increased any further since he unveiled his giant artistic conception. What changed is that his light attacks are inflicting at least 20% more damage to the elegant rage. I am afraid that the mech is the reason for the difference. The more she plunders from the environment, the more guilty she becomes. Not only that, but all of the parts that are restored with the help of stolen wood energy become tainted with darkness and other nasty stuff. That makes the mech frame increasingly more vulnerable to the alien's light attacks. Major Yankovsky looked shocked. If that is the case, then our mech will become increasingly more disadvantaged over time. It's impossible for us to win by attrition. Vase realized this as well. His heart sank as he realized that the Krelian's more developed domain and exquisite artistic conception provided him with an absolute advantage in this battle. Chapter 6157 The Suppression of Light Chapter 6157 The Suppression of Light More and more high-level observers interrupted their schedules and tuned into the restricted feeds that displayed the ongoing fight that had overtaken New Constantinople 8. They had good reasons to pay close attention to this special occasion. The battle between the Krelian judge and the elegant rage represented a struggle between two completely different combat systems. The elegant rage fought like a living mech endowed with experimental hyper-tech and e-tech. Even though the cybernetic mech diverged a lot more from ordinary mechs that people were accustomed to seeing, the wuxia mech was still a product of human technology. There was a good possibility that mechs like her may turn into the mainstays of human civilization in the future. The tribulation manifestation that took the form of an exoskeleton-covered humanoid alien fought completely differently. The only recognizable tech utilized by this powerful fighter was the staff in his hands. The lightning-forged appearance of the staff did not do a good job at reproducing its details, so it was unclear how much of its power was based on engineering rather than material quality. Nonetheless, the Krelian judge fought in a way that was similar to all of the other tribulation manifestations that had shown up in similar events since the start of the current age. Almost every alien warrior relied on their bodies and their extraordinary cultivation to fight. They only made rudimentary use of external technologies such as simple-looking weapon artifacts. Of course, many people theorized that the fighters simulated by lightning tribulations were much more restricted than their actual counterparts. Perhaps the storm clouds were unable or unwilling to reproduce all kinds of other auxiliary equipment such as medicines, combat armor, combat vehicles, subordinate soldiers and so on that was part of their comprehensive strength. However, the amazing combat power displayed by Messier 87's Chi cultivators already presented enough clues to conclude that the inhabitants of the energy-rich galaxy prized their personal combat ability over every other factor. Therefore, the fight between a low to mid-ranking alien official from Messier 87 and an experimental second-class mech from the Red Ocean represented a rare but incredibly valuable comparison between two completely different civilizations. Master Layla Rebecca DeVos frowned as she stood in front of a large projection. As one of the high-ranking Devosans on the planet, she not only had access to all of the visual feeds transmitted by hundreds of cloaked observation bots, but also kept an eye on highly informative data readings. The damage to the regional ecosystem is escalating quickly. An unknown exobiologist spoke over a secure communication channel. The damage to the forests will reach a point where the climate is severely disrupted. Preliminary examinations of the dead trees and soil have painted a disastrous image. Nothing less than digging out the nutrient-deprived soil and filling the terrain with fertile soil imported off-planet will allow us to restore the planetary ecosystem as soon as possible. The expense is not too great at the current scale, but if that mech continues to drain more forests, the urgency will become greater, thereby giving us less time to take corrective actions. Cost is not an issue. Master Layla DeVos calmly spoke as she continued to track the performance of a very curious mech that was made of both metal and wood. The Larkinson clan has already offered to compensate us for the damage their experimental mech is doing to the planet-wide ecology. The planetary governor sounded relieved. That is good news. This gesture indicates that the Larkinsons are aware of their responsibilities and wish to maintain good relations with us. We can answer with our own gesture of goodwill. The attention that this incident has attracted from a wide range of circles will stimulate our trade and commerce activities in the next months or year. Our budget will not become strained if we extend them a discount on the total bill. Master Layla DeVos shook her head. Money is one of the most dispensable assets in the Red Ocean. We will not demand repayment in the form of cash. We can generate it ourselves well enough. We have an opportunity to gain access to new and cutting-edge mechs and tech from the Larkinson clan. If we can set the repayment terms to give us access to similar mechs as the experimental machine that is currently damaging our ecosystem, then the Larkinsons are free to destroy as many arboreal habitats as they want. At worst, we can temporarily dome all of our colony settlements to guarantee that our guests and citizens can continue to breathe the most optimal air mixture. The Devas ancient clan was not the only group that developed an interest in the first woodsap mech. Many other ancient clans as well as foreign organizations expressed similar degrees of interest. However, before they could make any further inquiries, they soon learned that the Red Association had already dug their tentacles in Professor Larkinson's secret project. The survivalists and the transhumanists both used various means to make it clear that the tech behind this highly destructive but also absurdly effective cybernetic mech was not yet ready for large-scale use. While all of these leaders grew interested in getting their hands on the new mechs or the tech to make them, the creator of the current iteration of the Elegant Rage had no time to think about the future. He was very worried about the present. Many of his hopes and dreams related to woodsap mechs were tied to the Elegant Rage. If the living mech fell in battle today, then that would be a major setback in his plan to develop and propagate similar mechs. More than that, but the fall of the Elegant Rage would also deprive Venerable Lainey Larkinson of her best battle partner. For the sake of his true-blood cousin, Vase tried to do his best to figure out a way for the woodsap to gain the upper hand. Unfortunately, Vase couldn't think of a practical solution. He had already exhausted his strongest option. The Elegant Rage had become more and more proficient in drawing in the power of Earth to amplify all of her moves. Yet instead of making the woodsap mech stronger, it only made the machine more vulnerable against her opponent. The Elegant Rage had been struck by light beams and irradiated by the Krelian Judge's radiance so many times that much of the exterior of her mech frame had been damaged and restored multiple times. This caused the Elegant Rage's exterior wood and metal exterior to take on an increasingly darker tint. Her negative karma continued to pile up, causing the living mech to become more susceptible to her opponent's attacks. It took more and more plundered wood energies to forcibly restore the damaged components quickly enough before the Krelian Judge had time to take advantage of the gaps in the mech's defenses. Yet doing so required the Elegant Rage to fly to other forests before subsequently launching a lot of thorns to drain the trees of all of their vitality. This cycle could not persist. So long as the Elegant Rage had fallen below a certain threshold, Vase had no doubt that the woodsap mech would get scorched entirely by the punishing light of the Krelian Judge. We need to go on the offensive. Vase spoke. We are only prolonging our defeat if the Elegant Rage continues to fly away all of the time. She is completely disadvantaged in ranged combat. The ebony seeds have failed to shake the enemy's light energy shield, and any thorn vines spawned from charged projectiles always burn up before they can do any significant damage. Only the mech herself is strong and resilient enough to get close and exhaust the enemy's defenses. Major Yankovsky gritted his teeth. We can't get close. We already tried, but we got our butts kicked by this tribulation manifestation. The constant light released by the alien will burn the Elegant Rage even stronger than before now that she has become burdened with greater guilt. I am already apprehensive at the thought of fighting the enemy at point-blank range. Furthermore, the alien's light energy shield has never shown any sign of collapse, and his staff fighting skills are more than adequate to block my tonfas. In other words, whether it was specs, skills or energy, the Krelian Judge effectively enjoyed an advantage in every aspect. What was worse was that the enemy alien's advantage was only growing over time. The existence of this lightning manifestation completely negated the Elegant Rage's advantage in attrition warfare. This was also why Vase urged the expert candidate to no longer bother with dragging out the fight. Vase grew depressed when he thought about how terrible the Elegant Rage looked from an outsider's perspective. If people didn't know any better, they would have thought that the Elegant Rage was the evil villain that had committed reprehensible crimes, while the Krelian Judge was the hero that enforced justice on behalf of the heavens. The fact that the latter could actually be taken literally added an extra layer of absurdity in this setting. Vase turned away from all of the projected graphs and data readings and placed his hand on Major Yankovsky's shoulders. Believe in the Elegant Rage. This living mech had almost died, but managed to recover from that ordeal. She is no stranger to suffering. Where do you think her thorns come from? Pain is a punishment as well as a source of power to her. As long as you can ensure that the Elegant Rage does not get destroyed or crippled in an instant, she still possesses the capital to resist. Fighting up close is the most reliable combat approach for this mech. Only then will she be able to utilize her thorns according to their original purpose. Though Major Yankovsky was rational enough to agree with Ves's logic, Emotionally he felt anything but confident. I'm sorry, but I do not think it will work. The alien's light will burn up all of the elegant rage's thorns before they can do much stinging. The entire mech frame will burn from the outside, making it increasingly harder to attack and defend against this opponent. I will try if there is no other choice, but I strongly advise against this course of action. Vase inwardly shook his head after hearing this. He had faint hopes that the intensive combat so far may have allowed Simon Yankovsky to experience an explosive amount of growth. Perhaps he did grow a lot further as an expert candidate, but it was clear that not all of his aspects had reached the standard. At the very least, an expert candidate not only needed to feel incredibly desperate, but also possessed great courage and mental fortitude in his ability to overcome a seemingly impossible challenge. Major Jankoxi completely failed this test, so Vase could completely forget about hoping that he would break through somehow. It wasn't his fault, not entirely. The Krelian judge's overall combat capabilities resembled that of a weakened version of an ace mech. An expert candidate that was nowhere near as strong as an actual expert pilot could not escape the fate of feeling suppressed by the enemy's aura. If Venerable Laney was piloting the Elegant Rage, then many of the advantages such as the alien's oppressive domain would never be so effective. Her willpower should be strong enough to resist a lot of Chi cultivator shenanigans. Vase frowned as the Elegant Rage continued to evade confrontation as much as possible. Was there a way to reduce or negate the Krelian judge's insane suppression effect? As long as the Elegant Rage was able to resist the pseudo-domain field of the Tribulation manifestation, she would be able to brawl with much fewer scruples than before. There had to be a solution. Vase refused to accept the fact that he had exhausted every possible option to upgrade the Elegant Rage further. What can I do? Vase frantically wondered. Chapter 6158 The Hidden Potential of Wood. Chapter 6158 The Hidden Potential of Wood. Vase was put in the same position as last time when the Elegant Rage struggled against the alien swordsman. The Krelian judge was thrashing his woodsap mech. The disparity in strength was obvious to everyone. The only reason why the Elegant Rage had yet to fall entirely was because she had already drained through half a dozens on the surface of New Constantinople 8. Although the planet still offered many more forests for the woodsap mech to drain, continuing this pattern was not a viable pathway to victory. The Tribulation manifestation this time precisely punished such behavior. The greater the excessive harm to the environment, the greater the sins of the Elegant Rage. A Chi cultivator that gained strength from light and justice gained a massive bonus whenever he fought against a genuine evildoer. In fact, the existence of such a profession among the Krelians caused Vase to wonder whether their alien civilization was as evil and tyrannical as he initially thought. The Subjugation King had made an awful first impression. Might was clearly right in a galaxy as rich and prosperous as Messier 87. It was not difficult to think that most of the Krelians living under the reign of such a bastard of a leader would end up as bastards as well. It was difficult for Vase to judge the truth. The Krelian judge was just a lifeless simulation. He was not a clone possessed by an actual alien powerhouse. There was no way to communicate with this temporary manifestation. There is still too much we do not know about Messier 87. Vase sighed. He quickly shifted his mind from this subject and tried to think on what he could do to help his woodsap mech win. There had to be a way. If he had to return to the system space and make a gamble by drawing his radiant lottery ticket, then he was willing to do so. The main reason why he kept it in reserve last time was because he had no pressing need for any goodies. This was not the case anymore. The Elegant Rage might not be a valuable mech in absolute terms, but her growth and the sentiments attached to her had made her irreplaceable. The mech was partially responsible for saving Venerable Laney's life. Vase also took advantage of her strange mutation to skip a huge amount of research effort and easily develop his very first elemental Carmen mech in existence. These reasons and more all encouraged Vase to double down and massively increase his investment in his latest work so that he could save her from the brink of annihilation. Having made up his mind, Vase was just about to scurry back into the system space until the Elegant Rage made a surprise announcement. "I have an idea on how to win this fight." "Explain," Vase asked as he shifted his interest back to the present. "I did not realize this plan before, but now that I have fought long enough to establish a closer connection to my wooden half, I discovered that it can do far more than ACT as a replacement to my metallic mech parts." "Are you suggesting that we use the ebony mech that makes up much of your mech frame for other purposes?" Vase quickly guessed. "I think it is possible. The more I exercise my wood, the more I understand what it is capable of. This wood is not like the metal that my mech was initially made of. There are emotions, memories, and instincts buried in the ebony wood. Only fragments remain, but if I try to draw them out, I think I can do way more than fight like a mech. I may be able to transform into a much larger ebony wooden mech, especially if I absorb enough wood energy. Both Vase and Major Xianxia reacted with shock at this suggestion. The idea sounded crazy. It also sounded plausible. Vase quickly thought about the suggestion. He recalled that the wooden parts of the Elegant Rage were made out of an improved version of ebony wood. November LBJNN. The ebony wood was derived from the ebony everchanger, which in turn was a clone of the Emperor tree. All of this meant that the Elegant Rage inherited at least a part of the legacy of the Calamity plant. It was therefore quite possible for the Elegant Rage to induce a state of ancestral reversion, where the living mech deliberately let go of her original form and activate whatever heritage was buried inside her organic components. Vase immediately came up with a number of doubts. The Elegant Rage did not sound certain whether she could control this transformation process. There was no guarantee that she would grow strong enough to gain an advantage against the Krelian judge. What if her wooden components fell apart? She would basically cripple herself as a result. Another concern that bothered Vase was whether this would bring back the Emperor tree in any way. What if the clever Calamity plant had deliberately laid a trap in order to bring itself back to life again? Even if the Emperor tree could not be resurrected in full, there was a high chance that the Elegant Rage would get contaminated by whatever remnant that was buried inside all of the ebony wood. Still, if everything went right and the Elegant Rage managed to win the final fight, what next? Would she be able to reverse her transformation and turn back into a recognizable mech, or would she remain permanently mutated in a much more monstrous form? If the latter was the case, then she may no longer possess the qualifications to be piloted by Venerable Laney. As Vase continued to think about all of the possible ways the mech's proposal could go wrong, the Elegant Rage adopted a firmer tone. I can do this, progenitor. Believe in me. I cannot guarantee that I will be able to maintain control, but I am convinced that this action will make me strong enough to beat the tribulation manifestation. This hidden ability is a part of my design. Whether you intended to or not, this wood contains the seed of power of the Emperor tree. All I need to do is to feed it with energy, which I happen to possess in abundance. Are you aware that this may be a one-way trip? If you are unable to return, then tell Laney that I am sorry that I cannot accompany her any further. The living mech said in a melancholic tone. Please design a good replacement mech for her if I cannot be her partner anymore. That said, I have no intention of letting another machine take away my birthright. I swear I can beat this light-obsessed enemy. What I am not too sure of is whether I can go back to normal. I think I will need your help at that time, progenitor. Vase adopted a determined expression. You can count on me. Hopefully, my intervention won't be necessary, but if this scenario unfolds, I promise I will bring you back, if not physically, then mentally. That is all I want to hear. Let me proceed with unlocking the potential of my wooden parts. Pilot, please brace yourself and cooperate however possible. I fear I shall need your mind to keep me grounded. I am glad to serve. Major Yankovsky spoke in a reverent tone. Vase began to develop the idea that the Elegant Rage's idea may be the true defining feature of a woodsap mech. The true power of an elemental Karman mech made out of Emperor wood was not its impressive tenacity and endurance. A woodsap mech certainly scored high on these criteria, but wood was capable of doing more than make the machine last longer in battle. Perhaps the true reason for such an unusual mech to exist was to impart the machine with the ability to expand her wooden parts and turn into a much more formidable combat machine. As long as the environment was favorable enough, the resulting transformation may have the potential to increase the combat power of such a mech by an order of magnitude. Of course, there was no certainty whether the Elegant Rage could produce such an exaggerated result. Vase and Blinky paid extremely close attention to the Elegant Rage's physical and spiritual condition. If there was any sign that the transformation would go off the rails, they would definitely intervene without hesitation. It is starting, Professor. The expert candidate stated. The Elegant Rage began to unleash the potential hidden within her ebony wood. It was as if the woodsap mech removed a lock that previously kept her wooden parts contained. It was as if a beast inside the living mech woke up. The activated ebony wood instantly started to absorb a huge amount of plundered wood energy. The Elegant Rage quickly had to launch another volley of thorns at the surrounding forest environment in order to feed the voracious demand of her own ebony wood. The organic components of the woodsap mech immediately started to squirm and expand in a monstrous fashion. Her volume started to increase at an escalating rate, causing her to grow heavier and less balanced than before. The Krelian judge did not stand by while all of this took place. He actively assaulted the elegant rage with harsh and punishing light beams. Although the continuous strikes inflicted heavy damage to the elegant rage, the out-of-control ebony wood rapidly recovered the damage and continued to grow in mass and volume. At some point, the unconstrained growth of all of the ebony wood started to envelop the flight system of the elegant rage. This had severe consequences for the machine in flight. "We are losing altitude," Major Yankovsky warned. "Elegant rage, please slow down." "I can't." The woodsap mech rapidly lost thrust power and quickly began to fall to the ground. The massive wooden monstrosity that was constantly squirming and expanding in size smashed through a large amount of leaves and slammed onto the soil with massive force. Vase and Major Yankovsky briefly shook as the inertial dampeners found themselves unable to fully compensate for the impact. Even though the transforming elegant rage incurred damage from the fall, the mech actually began to grow faster now that she had landed on proper soil. The woodsap mech was actually taking root. As a large amount of roots began to burrow deep into the ground, the mutating machine began to accelerate her growth, causing the ebony wood to expand so much that the woodsap mech had already tripled in size. The elegant rage's chaotic growth did not slow down in the slightest. Dark wood continued to squirm and expand with every passing second. Practically nothing related to mechs was visible anymore. The original mech frame had become fully covered by an expanding mass of wood. As wood energy and other nutrients continued to pour into the transforming elegant rage, the living mech eventually began to adopt a completely different appearance. Is that a tree?" Gloriana gasped as she watched the live feed with growing astonishment. "It is," Alexa Strian spoke. "The wood is entirely made out of a weaker version of ebony wood, but the volume is massive. The elegant rage is beginning to resemble a smaller and darker version of the emperor tree." She was not exaggerating when she said that. Even though the transforming elegant rage was nowhere close to matching the emperor tree in terms of height, mass, spirituality and more, her new state was still a lot stronger than her original form. As the elegant rage's transformation into an ebony tree finally started to slow down, the entire mech made a completely different impression from before. Although the elegant rage had completely lost all of her mobility, her size and ability to resist attacks had increased by a huge margin. This became evident as the Krelian judge's attacks that previously inflicted heavy damage onto the blackened mech only inflicted light damage against the ebony tree. Chapter 6159 Unequal Confrontation Chapter 6159 Unequal Confrontation The situation on the ravaged battlefield completely turned around when the elegant rage suddenly transformed into a tree. Many observers grew perplexed as the woodsap mech completely let go of her original form and mutated into a giant ebony tree that radiated both vitality and power. "This is impossible. Biomechs can never grow so quickly. Has the mech lost control? The mech has turned into a mutated plant." As many observers reacted with shock, the growth of the latest form of the elegant rage began to abate. As Vase observed what was happening in total shock inside the cockpit of the mech, he noticed that the mech still wanted to grow larger, but had reached the limit of what she was able to control. Her spiritual foundation was nowhere near as strong as the emperor tree when it was at its height. Since she was unable to control a body that was taller than the current ebony tree, she had no way of making herself larger. That did not mean that her new form was short by any means. The tree that comprised her enhanced tree form was much thicker and taller than her original self. Her new body had already reached an overall height and mass that was equivalent to that of a small juggernaut. That was already a completely different kind of combat unit. Now that her mass and volume became equivalent to that of a small warship, the elegant rage was no longer as weak and fragile as before. Even if nothing else about the elegant rage had changed, the simple increase in size made it a lot harder for the Krelian judge to inflict meaningful damage. The tribulation manifestation did not give up, though. He wielded his staff like an artillery cannon and began to shoot out a sustained light beam that carved into the bark of the ebony tree like a mining laser. The elegant rage suffered a lot of pain as the sustained beam continually tried to pierce a hole through the ebony wooden trunk. The sins accrued by the living mechs caused the ebony wood to receive greater damage from the persistent light element attack, and the lack of movement made it trivially easy for the alien enemy to stay on target. Yet despite all of these adverse conditions, the elegant rage was no longer afraid of the light attacks of her opponent. Even as the Krelian judge's powerful artistic conception attempted to suppress the demonic living mech, the elegant rage's tree form had become so large and massive that she was finally able to properly utilize all of her excess wood energy. In addition, the growth of an enormous hidden root network had caused her regeneration capabilities to grow even more exaggerated than before. A huge amount of minerals buried far beneath the surface were getting drained at a rapid rate. The additional metals and other materials helped to strengthen the trunk and enable it to grow a large amount of thorns. The ebony tree in its current form resembled the emperor tree even less after her trunk became covered by so many sharp and ominous growths. As the thorns began to absorb a lot of wood energy as well as the woodsap mech's anger and indignation for getting attacked so many times, the ones facing the floating enemy finally launched in the target's direction. The Krelian judge reacted quickly. He no longer tried to attack, but quickly used his staff to conjure a wall of light that formed an additional layer of defense. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of thorns struck this light wall and exhausted its defensive capacity. The Krelian judge quickly spun his staff and blocked numerous more thorns from getting through, but he was still unable to prevent a lot of thorns from crashing against his light energy shield. Unlike the previous attacks of the elegant rage, this time the thorn projectiles struck so many times that the alien's primary defensive measure finally collapsed. Yes, we did it, elegant rage. Not that many thorns were left to puncture the alien's body, but each time they struck, the mech and her pilot gained a little more satisfaction. Over a dozen different thorns ended up piercing through the alien's exoskeleton. Even though the Krelian's hard outer shells successfully drained the momentum of the projectiles and prevented them from digging any deeper, the thorns still inflicted a lot of harm. Not only did the Krelian judge suffer a lot of shallow flesh wounds, but the extraordinary thorns also induced a large amount of pain, causing the tribulation manifestation to falter and lose his rhythm. While the powerful alien tried his best to recover from this grievous blow, the elegant rage was already starting to grow a second set of thorns on her trunk. Vase became more and more gobsmacked as he witnessed the performance of the transformed elegant rage from the cockpit. Kill, punish, let him experience my pain tenfold. Whoa, whoa, calm down, partner. The elegant rage had undoubtedly contaminated herself as she activated the hidden power of her ebony wood, but it didn't matter so long as she became strong enough to turn this battle around. Major Yankovsky desperately tried to rein in the out-of-control mech, but his mind and will were far too weak to rein in the much more powerful machine. Since the elegant rage's current tree form had completely subsumed her original mech form, the role of a mech pilot had pretty much grown redundant. Simon Yankovsky had practically no control over the actions of the elegant rage anymore. The woodsap mech had taken full control over herself and began to fight against the tribulation manifestation on a completely autonomous basis. This was a nightmare scenario to everyone that was paranoid about machines taking over. Though Vase held a lot of concerns about how easily the elegant rage made her own mech pilot irrelevant, he became incredibly impressed by how much stronger she became. Her increased size and her ability to control her much more massive form to a reasonable degree had practically turned her into a juggernaut in truth. Other than the loss of her legs, she truly performed no different from a hyper-juggernaut. Amazing. If every mech made out of Emperor wood possessed this trump card, then that would completely transform their value. His woodsap mechs were finally able to justify their own existence. In fact, this was only the beginning. Vase had never thought about this possibility when he converted the elegant rage into a woodsap mech. Now that he knew, he could design his subsequent woodsap mechs to deliberately take advantage of this capability. What excited Vase even more was that the lack of control might not be that big of an issue. The greatest flaw of the elegant rage was that she was currently being piloted by a conventional neural interface. Once the elegant rage formed a woodsap pact with Venerable Laney or any mech pilot for that matter, the strong connection should give the living mech a much stronger anchor to another mind. It should become much easier for her partner to keep the mechs in tree form under effective control. At this time, the battle had taken another turn as the Krelian judge no longer thought about keeping his distance. He's advancing. The enemy wants to burn the elegant rage's enlarged form with his light. The Krelian judge's manifestation of his artistic conception became much more oppressive and scorching up close. So much light shone onto the darkened tree that the bark and leaves were already starting to dry up and burn. However, the enormous size of the elegant rage's tree form meant that it was much more able to withstand this damage. A large amount of wood energy and minerals transported by tree sap moved to restore the damaged exterior and prevent the tree form from losing any further integrity. In the meantime, the elegant rage never let up on her attacks. When the Krelian finally came too close to launch a lot of thorns at the tribulation manifestation, the elegant rage began to imitate the emperor tree in a different way by whipping her many branches at the enemy. Whip. Many branches missed the fairly nimble and mobile opponent. Other branches ended up getting parried by the alien's light staff. However, it was still difficult for the Krelian judge to avoid damage as there were too many branches attacking on a repeated basis. Each strike inflicted considerable damage to the alien's exoskeleton. Smaller thorns had grown onto the exterior of every branch, thereby making sure that the Krelian judge could not shake off the attacks so easily. The alien did not turn himself into a whipping boy for no reason. Once he got close, his radiant light began to scorch the elegant rage's enlarged form a lot more effectively than before. So much of the woodsap mech was vulnerable to the punishing light of the Krelian judge that the living mech was eating her way through a huge amount of energy and minerals with every passing second. Furthermore, the Krelian judge also attempted to cripple or at least cut the elegant rage down to size by striking at the trunk with his staff. A sharp and long light blade extended from the tips of the tribulation manifestation staff. Each time these blades cut into the trunk of the elegant rage, the living mech suffered a lot of pain. Yet despite all of the light energy and tribulation lightning ravaging the trunk, the scale of the damage was trivial compared to the total size of the current elegant rage. It was like a mouse trying to kill a human. Despite the former's best efforts, the massive difference in scale brutally reduced the threat posed by the Krelian judge to a barely lethal level. The only way for the tribulation manifestation to defeat the ebony tree was to exhaust the transformed woodsap mech's entire supply of wood energy and minerals. This was why the Krelian judge had come close and tried to attack the elegant rage as much as possible. The more damage he inflicted, the greater the resource drain. To be fair, this was not an unrealistic plan. The elegant rage's loss of mobility prevented her from moving to other forests that she could tap. Her enormous roots had grown very large, but their volume was ultimately limited by the elegant rage's limited spiritual foundation. There were only so many minerals that they could extract from the underlying soil. The fight had reached an intense state as both sides engaged in a sped-up contest of attrition. The elegant rage tried her best to break the Krelian judge's shell-covered body as quickly as possible. The tribulation manifestation attempted to exhaust the ebony tree's energy and mineral reserves without any other consideration. It was impossible for this intensive exchange to last for long. As the Krelian judge continued to strike his light blades deeper into the damaged trunk, the elegant rage's gigantic form suddenly began to spawn a multitude of dark and thorny vines. Even though the enemy's scorching light already started to burn these vines, there were so many of them that they successfully wrapped around the body of their target until not a single gap remained. Gotcha! The alien had become completely trapped. Although the trapped enemy began to radiate an increasing amount of light in order to break free from this trap, the ebony tree continued to launch more and more vines to strengthen the hold onto the powerful opponent. Then, the vines started to squeeze in an attempt to constrict their unruly prey. The forces acting upon the poor tribulation manifestation became so great that the exoskeleton finally couldn't take it anymore. The Krelian judge's manifested body completely collapsed. From the moment this occurred, the tribulation energies that previously made up his body completely lost control and began to explode outwards and engulfed the elegant tree's exaggeratingly large form. The final wave of the lightning manifestation had finally come to an end in the most dramatic fashion imaginable. Chapter 6160 Feeding Negativity Chapter 6160 Feeding Negativity Vase no longer questioned why the heavens saw fit to subject the elegant rage to a lightning tribulation. He severely underestimated the potential of Emperor Wood. The modified ebony wood that made up much of the mech frame of the elegant rage apparently retained a lot of possibilities from the former calamity tree. Even when the emperor tree was already dead, his wood still carried his highly mutated DNA and other remnants. The elegant rage only needed to activate the hidden legacies of the calamity tree in order to take on the form of the once mighty emperor tree. Even if the woodsap mech was too weak to simulate the full splendor of this powerful organism, the ebony tree form enabled the machine to gain the size as well as the effective combat power of a small juggernaut. This was an amazing amplification of power that no one expected to witness from what looked like a strange second-class mech on the outside. If this ability was not a one-time feature but instead a controllable option that could be toggled during every battle, then the meaning of a mech like the elegant rage had definitely changed. Just the fact that the elegant rage managed to smack down the Krelian judge so easily after her transformation into a tall and thorn-covered ebony tree was clear proof of the potential of a woodsap mech. Vase did not delude himself into thinking that the ebony tree form allowed the elegant rage to win every battle. Everything had a price. The transformed woodsap mech had not only lost her mobility, but also drained a huge amount of moisture and minerals beneath the ground. The ecological landscape of this entire forest was worse than the other ones. Not only had it been drained of life, but all of the minerals underneath the ground had disappeared as well. This included many low-grade and mid-grade exotics that enriched this planet and made the ground more resistant against orbital bombardment. Such a consequence would doubtlessly make people reluctant to deploy woodsap mechs in a defensive capacity. What was the point of working so hard to defend a planet against foreign invasion when its own protectors had already ruined the environment? Perhaps the only suitable role for woodsap mechs was to take part in offensive sieges against hostile planets. As long as the woodsap mechs were allowed to desecrate on planets that the attacking force didn't care about, they could give full play to their costly but powerful tree forms. It would be like fielding an army of juggernauts, but only demanded a fraction of resources and transportation capacity. However, Vase noticed that woodsap mechs also acted under another constraint. From the moment their tree forms took root, they lost the ability to move. Sure, they derived a lot of power from the resources they could extract from the ground, but when that came at the cost of losing their mobility, they instantly turned themselves into obvious targets. Vase did not make the mistake of assuming that every stationary object was weak. The Emperor tree had managed to smack around several expert mechs without incurring any significant damage. What if stronger enemies came around? Once a sufficiently strong powerhouse such as an ace mech confronted the tree, the latter had no chance to retreat. In fact, it didn't take a phase lord or an ace mech to slay the Emperor tree. All it took was heavy bombardment in order to exhaust its defenses and resources. Unless the tree had a way of attacking far beyond its own position, it was helpless to block out the damage inflicted by orbital bombardment or the massed firepower of lots of heavy artillery mechs. Vase recognized that an opponent like the Krelian judge had lost the last battle a little unjustly. If he was a real living being and not a manifestation created by tribulation lightning, then he could have made the most rational choice and simply retreat. There was no advantage in fighting against the elegant rage in her powerful ebony tree form. This was especially the case at close range. The proper way to deal with a strong opponent with a strong stationary advantage was to disengage and move out of the range where the ebony tree could pose a significant threat. Once the Krelian judge moved far away enough, he could either initiate a siege by bombarding the transformed elegant rage at an extreme distance, or simply stall and wait until the elegant rage could no longer afford to stick around and reverted to her mech form. Unfortunately for the Krelian judge, the rules of the game did not permit it to adopt these shameless tactics. The manifestation was not permitted to move outside of the reach of the tribulation storm that sustained it. He was also not allowed to adopt Fabian tactics because lighting tribulations were all about facing challenges head-on. Therefore, the elegant rage lucked out big time as the Krelian judge was essentially forced to fight the monstrous ebony tree on her own terms. Tribulation manifestations literally could not retreat, so the outcome of such a lopsided battle became predictable. Real battles should not unfold in such a stupid fashion. Most native aliens were not stupid. Once they learned what woodsap mechs were capable of, they would definitely make the corresponding adjustments. The tree form of a woodsap mech therefore possessed very distinct strengths and weaknesses. The presence of weaknesses did not invalidate the value of machines like the elegant rage. They just made it a bit more troublesome to use them to their full potential. Combined arms was all about mixing different unit types together to cover for each other's weaknesses. The presence of heavy artillery mechs, light mechs and other supporting units could easily compensate for the obvious shortcomings of woodsap mechs. Woodsap mechs could easily act as movable fortresses that could quickly secure solid footholds or forward operating bases in enemy territory. Vase could already envision these machines being put to use in planetary raids and invasions. They were so much cheaper, quicker and easier to deploy than full defensive works. This made woodsap mechs especially suitable for use in the upcoming deep strike operations. If Vase could figure this out, then so could others. He already knew that the Red Association as well as a lot of other observers had definitely taken notice of the elegant rage's absurd combat effectiveness under the right conditions. He could already foresee that he would get flooded with inquiries about mechs similar to this machine. While he certainly had reasons to feel pleased about receiving validation for his hard work, the ongoing crisis was not over. The defeat of the ninth and final wave of the multimodal lightning tribulation should have made him feel relieved. The problem was that the elegant rage had paid a heavy price in order to transform into her ebony tree form. By unlocking the remnant of the emperor tree that was hidden inside her own wooden construction, the elegant rage became increasingly more contaminated by the calamity tree's powerful imprint. In other words, the ebony tree not only tried to take on the form of the emperor tree, but also tried to revive the mentality of this powerful entity. As a powerful lightning baptism continued to transform and strengthen the elegant rage, Vase quickly realized that this sequence could go horribly wrong. Pain, kill, suffer, grow. Instead of reverting back to her mech form, the elegant rage doubled down on her current form and actively tried to grow her ebony tree form. Vase could sense that the exterior of the current elegant rage was steadily growing taller by the second. The thorns grew thicker and longer, making them look a lot more menacing than before. Although the lightning baptism was also causing a lot of harm to the ebony tree, the berserk elegant rage simply took the pain and channeled her growing rage into shaping a larger and more aggressive form for herself. The lightning baptism did nothing to improve the elegant rage's unstable mentality. Her deep contamination and her loss of rationality had caused her to pursue whatever instincts became dominant at this time, and she just happened to have inherited most of them from the emperor tree. So long as the elegant rage wanted to become a more powerful tree from the bottom of her heart, then the lightning tribulation would endeavor to make her wish come true, even if that was not her original intention. Damn it, Vase cursed. This is not supposed to happen. If this goes on, all semblance of a mech will disappear. Yankovsky, can you rein in the elegant rage? I can't, the expert candidate responded with a desperate voice. I am trying my best to help the mech regain her sanity, but my mind and will is too weak to get through her suffering. She's in so much pain that it is fueling her descent into madness. I have never experienced anything like this. I am already lucky that she has not seen any reason to lash out against me, but I cannot guarantee that she will stay this way. The elegant rage was losing control, and the damned heavenly authority of Messier 87 deliberately fed this tendency just to screw the humans over within the confines of the rules. I see. Vase gritted his teeth. I can't sit still. He understood now why the living mech asked him to pull her back to sanity. She predicted that this might happen. A lot of thoughts went through his mind. He quickly came up with a potential solution, though he was anything but certain whether it would work. He also doubted whether the lightning tribulation would let him get away with this action. There was no time for doubts. The final lightning baptism was strengthening the elegant rage's ebony tree form so much that the process may reach the point of no return. Blinky, bring over Lufa now. Muro, the star cat actively tried to reach out to the angel of tranquility. The activity of the tribulation storm made it difficult to form a connection, but Lufa was already waiting to help. As soon as Blinky formed a connection with the design spirit, the latter immediately began to spiritually possess the companion spirit. The purple spiritual cat slowly began to morph into a humanoid shape with the wings of an angel. The aura and glow of the possessed companion spirit also changed to the point where they mirrored that of Lufa. As Blinky did his utmost to open his own spirituality to Lufa and allow the design spirit to channel as much of his power to this location as possible, the entire cockpit soon became a haven of peace and tranquility. Major Jankoksi immediately relaxed his tense and frayed nerves as he succumbed to the influence of Lufa's soothing presence. This glow, the miniature manifestation of Lufa, maintained a calm and stoic facade as he strengthened his presence inside the cockpit as much as possible. His aura quickly began to spread outside of the confines of the cockpit and affect the larger tree. Though Lufa's glow did not appear to be strong enough to force the elegant rage to regain her sanity right away, the design spirit had not yet exhausted his options. He soon began to lift up his finger and press it onto his chin. As Lufa adopted a thinking expression, he began to shift his current manifestation from the aspect of tranquility to the aspect of rationality. His glow no longer tried to suppress every mental and spirituality on an indiscriminate basis. Instead, Lufa left the elegant rage's conscious and rational thinking alone and concentrated all of his efforts into taming her rampant emotions. The effect of the rationality glow was barely stronger than that of the tranquility glow, but every bit of progress mattered. Meanwhile, Vase tried his best to wake up his woodsap mech. Remember who you are. You are the elegant rage. You are not a tree. Venerable Laney is waiting for you to come to her. Don't you want to reunite with your battle partner? Calm down. Let go. Endless glory awaits, but only if you are able to turn yourself back into a mech. You can do it. I believe in you. Let Lufa bring you back to sanity. Chapter 6161 Seeds of the Tree. Chapter 6161 Seeds of the Tree. As the elegant rage became bathed by a glow that was completely opposite to her rage-filled mental state, the faint presence of Lufa's glow deep inside her wooden body began to trigger familiar memories and associations. The mech gradually remembered that she was originally a mech that not only derived strength from rage and passion, but also kept herself alive by emphasizing control and rationality. By maintaining enough discipline would she be able to channel her fury as effectively as possible. As a mech that once started off as a copy of the lucid rage model, losing control like this was one of the biggest taboos of her kind. It was only now that the elegant rage managed to regain her connection with Lufa that she remembered her original self. I am not the Emperor Tree. An explosion of power erupted from the ebony tree as its trunk spontaneously burst apart and shed a lot of lightning-scarred wood. The sight of a juggernaut-sized tree exploding and raining lots of broken wood across the terrain was shocking. Has the mech fallen? What happened to the pilot? Wait, there is still a mech. After the elegant rage purged all of the excess wood, a familiar sight emerged from the base of the trunk. The familiar thorn-covered form of the woodsap mech reappeared in all of her glory. Although her half-metal, half-ebony wood mech frame still bore the taint of defying the heavens, the lightning tribulation did not set out to destroy her anymore. Might was right, the elegant rage had successfully passed 9 different tests in a row. Since that was the case, the tribulation had an obligation to reward the surviving machine for proving herself to be strong enough to withstand so much punishment. The tribulation lighting arcing across her mixed form not only strengthened and perfected her hybrid mech frame, but also cleansed some of the taint and more adverse mutations. Now that the elegant rage had regained her lucidity with the help of Lufa, the woodsap mech no longer blindly pursued power, but instead yearned to strengthen her stability. She never wanted to lose control like that ever again. Rage is a double-edged sword. Only by grasping it firmly will I prevent myself from getting harmed by this weapon. I must never let Lainey down again. The more elegant rage blamed herself, the more she became determined to strengthen her control. Now that she had set her priorities straight, whatever was left of the lightning baptism went on to fulfill her strongest desire at this time. Her spiritual foundation not only became a little bit stronger, but also became a lot more resistant against external influences. It was a pity that the tribulation baptism of a single-round multimodal lightning tribulation was not that strong. A lot of the improvements had been tied into the massive ebony tree form that previously served as the woodsap mech's extended body. By purging herself of all of that tainted and oppressive wood, the elegant rage may have liberated her mind from the pernicious influence of the Emperor Tree, but she also gave up on much of the benefits of the final wave of lightning baptism. It didn't matter. Neither the elegant rage nor Vase cared about all of the tribulation energies that had gone to waste. Vase felt glad that his first woodsap mech returned to her original form and regained her sanity. So long as she was able to do this once, she could do it again. The elegant rage should definitely be much better prepared to pull herself back from her most primal state. It was a pity that Major Yankovsky did not receive that much benefit from the lightning baptism. His role had been minimized in the last and most profitable wave. The giant ebony tree also intercepted and absorbed a lot of tribulation energies, so the expert candidate only managed to receive minimal benefits through the man-machine connection. Now that the elegant rage was no longer at risk of turning herself into the reincarnation of the Emperor Tree, Lufa took the initiative to break his connection with Blinky. The companion spirit quickly morphed back to his original fluffy cat shape. He looked a bit winded due to enduring the pressure of channeling a design spirit, but the star cat otherwise remained in good shape. Moreau, the storm clouds above the surface of New Constantinople slowly faded away. The energy levels dropped as the entire region returned to calm once again. The sight of the aftermath looked dramatic. The surrounding terrain was utterly devoid of any life. The remains of many plants and trees littered the landscape. Everything that used to be vibrant green had turned into muddy brown. The site that used to be a lush and carefully planted forest not only looked dead, but felt this way as well. A pervasive aura of death had spread throughout the entire location. Other forests affected by the elegant rage's hunger for wood energy became filled with death as well. Only the lingering marks of tribulation lightning across the terrain and pieces of wood caused the air to feel a little more charged. Vase did not care about the damage to the terrain. Now that the crisis had passed, he regained the mentality of a mech designer and quickly returned to his projected data screens. He rapidly studied the graphs and data readings in an effort to understand the myriad of changes to the woodsap mech. Moreau, Blinky meanwhile began to study the elegant rage's sublimated spiritual foundation with rapt attention. The lightning tribulation had sublimated the woodsap Mech in many different ways. Her growth was considerable. She became a considerably stronger and more stable Mech out of this harrowing experience. One of the best ways to quantify the growth of the elegant rage was to take a look at her ascension runes. 20 ascension runes. That was more than any other living Mech aside from the Dark Zephyr Mark III. The only complication was that the ascension runes had been split into 4 different ascension paths. 3 of them were already familiar to Vase, but he felt conflicted about the latest one that the elegant rage, spontaneously, acquired. The path of the Berserker, the path of the Tranquil Sage, the path of Thorns and the path of the Emperor Tree. There was no other way to describe the elegant rage's newly acquired ascension path. The handful of runes that corresponded to this path possessed a strong association with the wood element, but also contained a sense of primal majesty that reminded Vase of the former calamity plant. Is the Emperor Tree truly dead? The gigantic tree that once occupied a major soulless gas deposit on Reticulocorine V had perished. This was an absolute fact. Task Force Solus had thoroughly studied the calamity plant's old haunt in order to confirm that the powerful tree did not secretly manage to live on through another growth. Yet death did not appear to be absolute when it came to the Emperor Tree. So much Emperor wood had survived the passing of the calamity plant. The Larkinsons had already begun to use this wondrous material for other purposes, and that was where the Emperor Tree may be hoping to make a comeback. If Vase and Lufa had not intervened to save the elegant rage from her maddened state and finalized her evolution into an ebony tree, would she still be known by her original identity, or the Emperor Tree? Vase had a feeling that the latter possibility was likelier. This damn tree just won't stay down. The Emperor Tree was too greedy for life. It was not enough for it to pass on an obvious legacy like the ebony Everchanger. For the Emperor Tree to bury seeds of himself in every piece of ebony wood and possible other varieties of Emperor wood meant that it was impossible to guarantee that this former enemy would truly stay down. The only way to rule out any chance of a comeback was to destroy every single specimen of Emperor wood, but that was far too wasteful. At least the Emperor Tree shouldn't be able to do much damage if he does manage to come back somehow. Task Force Solus may have great reasons to fear the return of the Emperor Tree on Reticulocorine V, but the Larkinson clan had multiple ways to deal with a hostile calamity plant. The Terrans had even less to fear, as one of their powerful first-class multi-purpose mechs should be able to kill or heavily damage the Emperor Tree. Since there was no particular reason to fear the return of this old foe unless it had taken over the elegant rage somehow, Vase no longer bothered to concern himself over this matter and returned to studying the changes to his creation. The woodsap system has become more perfect. The elegant rage never employed it once, but she still cared enough about it for the lightning tribulation to optimize it. This was good news, as that would likely reduce the probability of accidents occurring once she was finally able to reunite with Venerable Laney. Vase even took note of all of the small changes and tweaks. They would definitely come handy when it was time for him to design other woodsap mechs. Vase. The communication channel crackled back online. What is your condition? Are you in good health? What is the state of the mech? I'm fine, Gloriana. Nothing serious happened inside the cockpit. Both me and Major Yankovsky are unharmed. A storm of this magnitude has no chance of threatening me. The elegant rage appears to be in a better condition than before. You can take a look at her yourself once we return. That is good to hear. We no longer have access to the data feed from the elegant rage. The transmission ceased from the moment she transformed into a large tree. Oh, let me fix that. No, you better not do so. The scrutiny on the elegant rage has exploded among the highest circles of the mech community. Do you know how much attention you have attracted after the elegant rage began to behave unlike any mech they have seen before? Not even the survivalists and the transhumanists can hold back all of the interest expressed by the Terrans, Rubarthans and so on. The elegant rage needs to be brought back and put out of sight as soon as possible. Understood. I will see if my mech is in a good enough condition to return to D&D base. Can't the Blue Jay fleet teleport us back directly? The mechers do not want to risk it. The elegant rage is still radiating strange energies that may lead to complications. They will need time to recalibrate their teleportation systems and to see whether the anomalous activity of your mech has subsided. Very well. Both Major Yankovsky and the elegant rage had entered into an introspective mood. They both went through life-changing experiences that profoundly changed their mentalities. As much as he wanted to leave them alone, they really needed to move. Vase lightly nudged the expert candidate's shoulder. Hey, this is not the time to decompress. Please try and see if we can make our way back to D&D base. Ah, my apologies, Professor. The flight system of the Elegant Rage has returned to good condition. Our energy reserves are low, but it should be enough to bring us back as long as my mech controls her speed. This will be a lengthy trip. We have traversed far away from your home. As the Elegant Rage ascended from the ground and steadily flew back to the home base of the Premier Branch, Vase stared at the ruined landscape down below. Although the Woodsap Mech had only killed a lot of plants and animals, the Elegant Rage still carried the guilt of harming the ecosystem of the planet solely for the purpose of plundering wood energy. Vase regretted that the Elegant Rage had taken a deeper turn towards darkness, but at least her return to lucidity reduced the impact of this adverse change. Chapter 6162 Attention on Carmen Mechs. Chapter 6162 Attention on Carmen Mechs. The Mechers snatched away the Elegant Rage before she completed her journey back to D&D base. In one moment, the exhausted but sublimated Woodsap Mech calmly flew towards a single destination. In the next moment, Vase suddenly blinked as the closed cockpit environment around him changed into a completely outdoor setting. It turned out that the Red Association teleported the Elegant Rage as well as Major Simon Yankovsky directly from her current location to a different site. That sounded fine and all, but the problem was that they excluded Vase from the teleportation process, meaning that he got left behind. Naturally, just because the mech was gone did not mean that Vase lost all of the forward momentum from the Elegant Rage's flight. Just like any other person that got launched from a flying shuttle, Vase turned into a ballistic projectile that managed to fly a certain distance before crashing onto the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Vase dug himself out of the hole he created onto the soil. As a Phase Lord, he incurred no damage from the violent impact. He just felt upset that the Mechers dared to play a prank on a dignified Tier 3 galactic citizen. Screw you guys, he roared as he raised his middle finger into the air. Can you at least bring me back to D&D base? Nothing happened. Vase no longer bothered to wait and brushed off whatever dirt had clung onto his suit before rising in the air and journey home by relying on his own power. Fortunately, a shuttle dispatched by the Premier Branch and escorted by a bunch of mechs managed to meet him halfway. This allowed him to take a break until the vehicle finally brought him back. Vase immediately went down to his workshop. He grew disappointed when he did not see the Elegant Rage. This meant that the Mechers had already claimed the Woodsap Mech for themselves. He turned around and entered the elevated control room where he was met with Gloriana, Alexa, Jovi and Vector. Vase, you have returned. Master Dervidian wishes to contact you as soon as possible. It quickly became clear that a lot of people wanted to talk to him about what just happened. Vase knew that he would probably remain occupied all day, so it was best to get all of the meetings over with sooner rather than later. I will talk to Master Dervidian first. Vase declared. I'll talk to Master Layla Rebecca DeVos next. I will let my personal assistant decide the order from there, skipping any appointments with irrelevant people. That works, Gloriana said. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't think I can whip up anything too quickly. Vase tried to temper her enthusiasm. The base version of Carmen Mechs have not even been released yet. Unless the Mechers have changed their mind, the first Carmen Mechs will consist of third-class machines that will be put on sale later this year. We should give the third raters enough time to act as our test subjects and verify that my Carmen system is safe to use. After that we should test it on second raters. Then the first raters get their turn, but only with the vanilla version of Carmen Mechs. I don't know how much time will pass before we finally get to release Woodsap Mechs on a wider scale. The answer satisfied the two Mechers. The Red Association had already held discussions on the amazing and terrible capabilities displayed by the Elegant Rage. The huge potential as well as the perceived instability of this powerful machine were the main reasons why the Mechers rushed to take custody of the Woodsap Mech. Before I go and account for myself, do you have any questions, or is there anything you want to bring to my attention? How soon will you begin with the development of a mass-production Woodsap Mech model? Alexa asked. The Strian ancient clan and numerous other ancient clans have expressed great interest in the concept that we have tested today. Woodsap Mechs may be our best way to gain a foothold in the Terran mech market. I hate to disappoint you, but I don't think I can whip up anything too quickly. Vase tried to temper her enthusiasm. The base version of Carmen Mechs have not even been released yet. Unless the Mechers have changed their mind, the first Carmen Mechs will consist of third-class machines that will be put on sale later this year. We should give the third raters enough time to act as our test subjects and verify that my Karman system is safe to use. After that we should test it on second raters. Then the first raters get their turn, but only with the vanilla version of Karman mechs. I don't know how much time will pass before we finally get to release wuxia mechs on a wider scale. As amazing as the elegant rage performed earlier today, there were many problems and shortcomings that Vase had overlooked. If every other wuxia mech possessed the same vulnerabilities as the first machine of its kind, then they clearly needed to undergo a lot more R&D before Vase could responsibly make them accessible to others. After Vase answered a few more questions, he left the control room and waited until he got teleported to a secure raw stronghold. "So now you are willing to teleport me again," he grumbled. Due to the heightened sensitivity of the topic, Vase needed to contact Master Dravidian in one of the most secure communication chambers on the planet. Once Vase sat down, his surroundings changed as he gained a projected view of one of Master Dravidian's offices. "Professor Larkinson, you have once again failed to remain low-key," the old but healthy-looking gray-haired man began. "The events surrounding your latest work have distracted many people from their final war preparations. The short but dramatic tribulation event has also caused our faction to experience a small crisis. Did you know that all of the excessive attention directed towards your strange mech has almost shattered the confidentiality surrounding your Karman mechs? As it is, many more individuals have managed to learn about the existence of the Karman system, even if it is just the name of your invention." Vase quietly listened, but did not really feel guilty about the transhumanist faction's problems. "With respect, Master, I think we have greater concerns to deal with than maintaining secrecy on a product that will become widely known in the short term." Dravidian looked at Vase as if he was an idiot. "We have deliberately shielded you from the political turmoil that would ensue once your Karman system threatens to upend the hierarchy of the mech community. Do not think that you can release your Karman mechs without suffering any negative consequences. Your products are so subversive that they pose a threat to the status quo. There will always be selfish rent-seekers who will do their utmost to defend their existing privileges, even if they have to stand in the way of progress itself." Vase shrugged. "I get it, but you guys are the ones who want to manage the Karman system so much. Since that is the case, it is only natural for you to bear the burden of managing the public perception of my work. Opinions about your Karman mechs have become more polarized after we have witnessed the elegant Rage's performance." The master mech designer informed Vase. "We understand that it is a more advanced and experimental version of a normal Karman mech, but that still gives us great concerns about the damage they can do. During the final fight, your experimental mech managed to defeat an opponent by obtaining the power of a juggernaut, if only temporarily. You should know how significant such a transformation can be if it can be applied to more mechs." Vase nodded. He had already thought about the implications of such an amazing feature. "I see great hope in them. When used correctly, wuxia mechs can allow us to defeat more enemies with less. Being able to deploy juggernauts the size of ordinary mechs is too much of an advantage for us to leave aside. It will probably take years before I can work out their kinks and minimize all of the risk factors that I have taken notice of, but in the long run I think our civilization will become better if we field more of these wooden machines, not less. There are those among the association that believe that your wuxia mechs can indeed play a small but significant role in turning around the Red War. There are also mechers who have developed great doubts about the safety and stability of these unusual living mechs. It is good that you are willing to continue the development of these special Karman mechs for a longer period of time. The base version of the Karman system might not possess as many advantages, but the risks are not as great. So what does your faction actually want?" Vase impatiently asked. "Do you want to change the timeline, or do I need to make any changes to the elegant rage?" The Raw Master spread his arms. "We need you to begin with prioritizing development of your first third-class Karman mechs. We understand the reason why you have prematurely begun to work on your so-called wuxia mechs, but we are concerned that you will quickly cause accidents, of which some may produce fatal results, if you continue to work on more advanced and experimental versions of the Karman system. We do not think it is prudent for you to maintain this pattern. It is best if you return to basics and focus on developing the most stable, low-tech and cost-efficient Karman mechs for the third-class market." In other words, the transhumanist faction wanted Vase to stop attracting so much attention by pulling off a crazy stunt. As long as Vase spent his time on working on the most boring and least powerful versions of Karman mechs, then there was no way he could inflict as much harm as today. "I can do that, Master. Do you want me to complete these projects sooner than scheduled?" Designing third-class mechs is not a difficult challenge to me. Karman system or not, its presence only introduces modest complications to the mech frame. A third-class mech is still a third-class mech. Master Dervidian looked undecided. There are good reasons to adhere to the original timeline, but there is a chance that we will shift our chance. It depends on how the alien offensive unfolds. If our defensive bands collapse one after another, then we may need to rely on any solution to stop the alien invaders from pressing into our hinterland. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I would like to release my Karman mechs early, but not at the cost of letting the native aliens rampage across our stars without hindrance. The two mech designers talked a bit more about the planning and arrangements surrounding Karman mechs. Although people like Master Dervidian were highly sensitive towards the societal impact of the release of the first Karman mech models, the strange capabilities shown by the Elegant Rage also attracted a lot of concern. Tell me honestly, Vase, how much is the Elegant Rage at risk of losing control again? None. Zero. The only reason why the Elegant Rage grew out of control was because she was not paired with a sufficiently strong pilot. She was made for Venerable Lainey Larkinson. Once an expert pilot takes charge, my latest work will have no chance of going out of control. This is assuming that Lainey interfaces with the Elegant Rage with a regular neural interface. What will happen if the two form a wuxia pact? I can only guess at the result. Vase honestly replied, I predict that the Elegant Rage will become even more stable as Lainey's strong willpower can act on the machine through an even stronger connection. I think that you should agree with this logic. Master Dervidian possessed a good understanding of extraordinary willpower, so he was willing to take this statement at face value. That did not assuage all of his concerns, though. How do you estimate the risks when you consider other wuxia mechs that are paired with either professional mech pilots or norms? Well, assuming that they have undergone the same kind of extreme body modifications that Lainey must undergo, I think that the personality and discipline of the pilots in question will affect the stability of wuxia mechs. There is a heightened risk that they can turn into giant trees if their pilots are too weak, undisciplined, weak-willed or beset by personality disorders. That was not a pleasant answer to hear. Master Dervidian frowned as he mulled over the answer. If that is the case, then we must restrict the sale and usage of wuxia mechs to mentally stable individuals. I guess so, Master. I do not think that any variation of an elemental Karman mech is suitable for weaklings. They have much greater potential, but that also makes them a lot more dangerous. I don't think this is bad. This will give elites a goal to strive for while also keeping ordinary Karman mechs relevant for the masses. Chapter 6163 A Costly War Strategy Chapter 6163 A Costly War Strategy The Elegant Rage's most recent performance significantly increased people's attention towards Ves's next big research project. As a young senior who already established a solid track record for radical innovations, people were readily willing to believe that a wood-based mech like the Elegant Rage possessed a huge amount of potential. People weren't stupid. Those who reigned at the top of human society were often first-raters who managed to stand out from the rest of their highly augmented and well-educated rivals. Given the available data points, it was safe to assume that Ves's secret project could significantly disrupt the entire mech market and mech industry. While the benefits of living mechs had always been hard to quantify and compare with products developed by other mech designers, the benefits of fielding a partially wooden mech that could transform into a juggernaut-like tree were clearly recognizable to the most ignorant layman. Who wouldn't want to have a mech that could take root and increase their immediate combat power by at least an order of magnitude? Even if the commercial variants of mechs like the Elegant Rage were only able to become 3 to 5 times stronger after transforming into trees, that was already a game changer as far as customers were concerned. Since the opening of the Red Ocean to human colonization, most battles in the new frontier overwhelmingly took place in high orbit or in deep space. This trend heavily slanted the focus of the mech community towards spaceborne combat. Mechs that could effectively fight in space received a lot more development resources. Machines that operated exclusively in planetary environments became neglected as most colonies were too small and underdeveloped to merit large garrisons and defensive works. All of that changed since the start of the Age of Dawn. As the native aliens began to raid planets located in the border regions on a larger scale, a lot of unprepared powers suddenly discovered that neglecting planetary defense had real consequences. To be fair, the reason why many colonies in the border regions lacked enough ground-based defenses was because humanity had been too optimistic about conquering the Red Ocean. The Great Severing happened so abruptly that so many groups stuck in the Red Ocean immediately plunged into a civilization-wide crisis. From lacking financial support to an inability to receive vital shipments from the old galaxy, a lot of states and organizations had their hands full with trying to fix their messy and incomplete internal situations. They did not have the time or resources to rectify their borders and increase their defenses. This caused the border regions to suffer a lot when the Red War truly kicked off. Even now, Red humanity still suffered from their inability to fortify the zones adjacent to alien space. This made it all the more important to grasp every possible defensive advantage. Vase found it rather strange that Master Dervidian put so much emphasis on the possible use of woodsap mechs in defensive warfare. If all of my woodsap mechs gain the ability to transform into large trees, people might not welcome them onto the battlefield, especially within our own territories. Vase cautiously warned. By the time a large group of woodsap mechs have barely managed to repel an invading alien force, the terrain and ecosystem of a prosperous planet may end up ruined to the point where it is no longer worthwhile to develop its colony settlements any further. The projection of Master Terminio Dervidian smiled but shook his head. It is not about retaining the value of our planets. It is not even about halting the encroachment of the native aliens. It is about making the enemy bleed for every step they take. In order to discourage our enemies from conquering our star systems, we must increase the cost and reduce any gains that they can make to the greatest possible extent. Think about it, Vase. Would you like to conquer a moderately defended planet that will remain mostly intact after the fighting, or would you prefer to assault a more heavily defended planet that will lose much of its value and become a complete burden to the victors? War forces us to be cruel. Master Dervidian spoke as he stood up and placed his hands behind his back. According to our analysis, our technological edge is growing by the month. Our best researchers and mech designers are constantly developing newer and better applications of hyper-technology that help us overcome the enormous disparity in numbers. Your woodsap mechs can be counted among them. What we need to do is buy more time, and if that comes at the cost of ceding ground and ruining many of our planets, then so be it. The more we make the aliens suffer, the more we can deter them from advancing further. Vase minutely widened his eyes. This was high-level strategic information that would never fall into the ears of ordinary people. This was because the open admissions made by Master Dervidian could have a significant impact on the morale of human defenders. Although Vase was already aware that the higher-ups had chosen to adopt a strategy where they would trade territory for time, there was always an assumption that people could one day regain everything they lost. However, if woodsap mechs were allowed to take root on a large scale in order to inflict greater losses to the invading aliens, then large parts of a planet's ecology as well as mineral endowments would become utterly ruined. If Red humanity regained the advantage and began to take back the zones that had previously fallen to the native aliens, it would become a lot more difficult and much less profitable to recolonize the ravaged star systems. Isn't this going a bit too far? Vase questioned. I get why this can give us an advantage in the short to medium term. However, the lack of development potential of all of these ruined star systems may screw us in the long term. We have already made these considerations. Our strategists are far more far-sighted than you. The Red Ocean may be tiny relative to the Milky Way, but it still encompasses many star systems. Certainly, the planets left untouched by colonization or warfare are not as rich in resources, but they can still serve as adequate substitutes. Besides, you have to realize that Red humanity only occupies a corner of this dwarf galaxy. There are many more star systems beyond our borders that offer abundant resources. As long as we can buy enough time to field superior mechs and warships, we can not only take back our lost territories, but make large inroads into prosperous alien territories. That made a lot of sense. The sacrifice of employing woodsap mechs to their fullest may be painful, but it could still be highly profitable. Vase quickly frowned when he thought about another uncomfortable factor. Woodsap mechs can not only be employed in a defensive capacity, but also for offensive purposes. In fact, I think they are more suitable to assist in launching attacks because they can drain planets that are currently occupied by our enemies. It is just that employing woodsap mechs like this on a wider scale may end up evaporating the benefits of conquering alien territory. Then we must control and restrict their usage. Dervidian plainly stated, the power of woodsap mechs must be regulated in a similar fashion to warships. The greater their capacity for mass destruction, the greater the need to restrict their usage. This task falls within the mandate of the Red Association, so we will properly address this issue. Your task is to continue your development on these interesting mechs and ensure they will become available within a reasonable timeframe. Vase nodded in understanding. The division of responsibility was clear. His job was to develop the products. The Mechers would ensure they would be put to good use. There was no need for the two parties to interfere with each other's duties. They talked a bit more on the subject. Vase eventually addressed an interesting point. The Terrans have expressed great interest in my Woodsap mechs, he told the master mech designer. I suppose everyone is interested in a mech like the Elegant Rage, but I think the Terrans may be particularly suitable to invest in this future product. Oh, what do you have in mind? If it is permitted, I would like to cooperate more closely with the Terrans to speed up the development of Woodsap mechs. Vase proposed. One of the most important factors needed to make a stronger and much more strategically significant first-class Woodsap mech is to develop exceptionally strong and resilient wood materials that possess connections to very strong tree organisms. The R&D institutions of my clan are improving, but they are far from ready to conduct research in such a demanding endeavor. I think we can shave 1 or 2 years off the release date of the first mass production version of a Woodsap mech if I can partner up with the Terrans. Both of us will take what we need from each other. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Master Dervidian looked intrigued as Vase laid out a thoughtful development plan. There was only one problem. Why do you wish to turn to the Terrans? Why not turn to us instead? We are already involved in the development of your Karman mechs. We have granted you access to numerous facilities and given you multiple conveniences. It's not enough, Vase retorted. I know you guys are rich, and I know you guys have a lot of research teams. However, the Red Association is preoccupied with so many affairs that it is impossible for you to slant a huge amount of resources towards any single priority. There are too many mechers who are all clamoring for manpower and resources. I don't want to make enemies out of them. Since the Terrans have expressed the strongest degree of interest, why not take advantage of them and encourage them to invest heavily into the development of Woodsap mechs? The results will ultimately become available to everyone, including mechers like yourself. Isn't it nice to sit back and relax while waiting to obtain free stuff? Although Vase described this scheme in crude terms, Master Dervidian quickly accepted the logic behind it. Letting the Terrans do much of the heavy lifting was indeed a rationally sound decision. However, there were other considerations that Vase had not mentioned. Variables such as trust, intimacy and dependency also mattered. Master Dervidian frowned. His authority was not enough to make a major decision on this matter. If the evolution which was available, then she could issue a verdict without any problem. The imminent alien offensive would soon occupy all of their attention to the extent that many leaders had no time to address other issues anymore. The transhumanist mech designer stared at Vase for a moment before choosing to overstep his boundaries. He knew the temper of the evolution witch and understood that she would approve any measures that could accelerate forward progress. You have my permission to seek greater cooperation in the research and development of Woodsap mechs. Master Dervidian stated, until you are ready to unveil your first Karman mechs to the public, you must keep this collaboration as secret as possible. It is best to join forces with a select group of individuals hailing from a single ancient clan. I plan to explore whether it is possible to collaborate with the Devas ancient clan first. Good choice. You are already operating in its territory, so it is much easier to maintain confidentiality. The Devas ancient clan is also a relatively small and weak group within the Terran alliance, so the Devosans will likely remain honest in their cooperation. That was all Vase needed to hear. His projects became increasingly larger and more technically sophisticated in scope. The time where he could design all of his prestige projects by himself had passed. It became more important than ever for Vase to build up relations with other powerful parties and take advantage of them to further his own research. Chapter 6164 The Value of an Early Start Chapter 6164 The Value of an Early Start After his virtual meeting with Master Dervidian, Vase did not take a break. He immediately personally paid a visit to the Eden Institute of Business and Technology to meet with Master Layla Rebecca DeVos in person. Both sides had a good idea of what they wanted from each other. They also had a strong intention to cooperate with each other. This made it so that the talks proceeded remarkably quickly. Since Vase received authorization from the transhumanist faction, he did not hesitate to disclose the key details of both the Karman system and the Woodsap Karman system to Master Layla DeVos. The dean of the Department of Humanoid Mech Design reacted with genuine shock several times, but she kept her expression schooled most of the time. As a master mech designer who had lived over 3 centuries, she had witnessed many revolutionary advances in the mech industry. Certainly, Giving norms a chance to pilot mechs without relying on the dreaded neural interface was a much more impactful invention. Her powerful mind was able to extrapolate how society would respond to such a revolutionary advance. There were so many people who had been denied the chance to fulfill their dream and become a mech pilot. Once they had a chance to enter the cockpit of a Karman mech and earn glory on the battlefield, many more soldiers would enter the battlefield. Although it was not clear how effectively these non-potentates could pilot mechs, as long as the difference was not too great, the use of mechs would definitely expand on an enormous scale. The implications were so massive that Master Leia's brain and cognitive implants were already beginning to overheat. There were far too many variables for her to keep track of. It was impossible for her to predict the massive changes that would ensue once the Karman system became public. Master Layla placed a much higher priority on cooperating with Vase and the Larkinson clan on this matter. It had been the right decision to bet on the Larkinson clan after witnessing the abnormal performance of the half-wooden mech earlier today. Since the Red Association has already taken charge of the development of the base version of your Karman mechs, then we shall not impose. We are more than happy to take part in the research and development of your so-called woodsap mechs. Our biotech sector is enormous. As Terrans, we highly value our planets and living environments, so we have made many advances in the field of exobotany. Our ancient clan can mobilize several top research teams to facilitate the research of superior hyper-wood varieties. Right now, the elegant rage that I tested out earlier is largely made out of wood derived from the Emperor Tree, a single calamity plant that my clan previously managed to defeat on an untamed planet. This wood has strong advantages, but its overall properties are limited by the Emperor Tree's relatively inadequate habitat. I think that there are many other calamity trees out there that possess much more powerful material properties. Their wood should serve as much stronger raw ingredients for my future first-class woodsap mechs. Taking wood from different calamity trees may also be a way to differentiate my products further, as they may each gain access to unique abilities that are derived from their powerful ancestors. Vase smiled at the old lady. I would be pleased to enjoy the support of your excellent researchers. My own scientists can do this work as well, but their numbers, connections and qualifications pale in comparison to yours. I do not have the patience to wait until my own clan can provide me with the results I need. With the help of your contributions, I think I can complete the development of woodsap mechs within 3 years as opposed to 5 years. This was just a loose estimate, but Vase truly believed he could turn woodsap mechs into mature products by that time. The need for them was great. The Red War was about to intensify. The two sides should continue to fight a lot in space, but a lot more battles are about to take place on planets. That was exactly where woodsap mechs held the greatest advantage. The sooner Vase completed development on woodsap mechs, the faster they could make a difference in the war. This was his driving purpose as a mech designer. Master Layla DeVos understood his motivations well. She supported his ambitions even if she questioned whether he was being optimistic about getting everything done in just 3 years. For mech designers at her level, it was not unusual for them to spend decades on completing a single major research project. However, Vase possessed such an excellent track record that she was willing to take him at his word. We shall fully bear the cost of our own research activities. The Terran Master Mech designer spoke. That was a generous offer. Vase did not want to burden his clan with any excessive costs. He knew that gaining the support of top Terran biotech researchers was anything but cheap. If the DeVos ancient clan took care of this concern, then that lifted a burden off Ves's shoulders. Of course, he fully understood that nothing came for free. The greater the support, the greater the expectation of repayment. What would your ancient clan like in return for your generous support? Vase inquired. Please keep in mind that it is not possible to grant you exclusive access to woodsap mechs. The Red Association will not agree, and if my products are powerful enough, you cannot prevent others from adopting them as well. We are not that unrealistic in our expectations, Professor Larkinson. We do not ask for the impossible. We merely wish to receive additional accommodations. For example, when woodsap mechs are finally ready for mass adoption, we would like to be ahead of the competition. You want to claim a first-mover advantage? Vase guessed. Yes. If our mech designers can observe, assist and possibly collaborate with you in your projects, we can master the art of designing woodsap mechs sooner than others. You can even start a master class here at the Eden Institute that can only be attended by the mech designers of our ancient clan. It would also be a great honor if you can design several exclusive woodsap mechs for the Terran Alliance. As the inventor and chief developer of this new variation of neural interface optional mechs, you should be able to bring out qualities in wuxia mechs that cannot be matched by other mech designers. Master Dervidian was right. The Terrans wanted to take advantage of their cooperation with Vase to get an early start in wuxia mechs. The demands voiced by Master Layla DeVos did not sound excessive at all. None of them required Vase to commit too much time and effort into fulfilling them. He just had to play favorites with the Terrans when it came to anything related to wuxia mechs. This sounded like an equitable exchange to Vase. Since he had no objections to the demands, he was already willing to agree to the deal in principle. Of course, it would be too reckless for him and Master DeVos to sign a contract on the spot. Both parties still had to hash out precise and concrete terms in order to reduce ambiguity to a minimum. I will tell my personal assistant to contact your representatives and hammer out a secret agreement between the Larkinson clan and the DeVos ancient clan. Vase eventually declared, "You should keep in mind that the Red Association will probably want to take a look at it before signing it off. Nothing will happen unless the Mechers give their approval." A bitter smile appeared on the old master mech designer's face. That is to be expected from a trade association with enforcement power. To call the MTA and RA trade associations was like calling the Dominion of Man a passenger liner. Both Vase and Master Layla knew that the only reason why the Mechers could get away with overseeing this secret deal was because they possessed the might to enforce their hegemony. There was little point in talking about this topic. Nothing could change while the current status quo persisted. The Age of Dawn had just begun. There were still many more years left for yesteryear's hegemons to make way for tomorrow's rulers. Once they offloaded the tedious and trivial responsibility of forming a contract to their legal departments, Vase and the Terran Master began to relax and talk about lighter subjects. The Mechers want to phase the introduction of Karman mechs. Vase said, "The third raiders get to have their turn first. Once we can confirm that they are doing well enough, the second raiders will get their turn next. Only after that will first raiders such as your fellow Terrans get to pilot their own Karman mechs. What is the time interval between these phases? I don't know. 6 months maybe. It shouldn't be too short or long. I will try and save time by converting my existing third-class and second-class mech models into Karman mech variants. It is only when I have to design a first-class Karman mech that I will probably need to put in a lot of hard work myself. Given your lack of experience and your immature comprehension of first-class technologies, it would be prudent of you to collaborate with an experienced first-class mech designer if you wish to publish a mech on the Terran mech market. We hold high standards. As long as your product meets our exacting expectations, you should not feel concerned about sales at all. If the basic performance of your products falls below our minimum requirements, then we will attempt to correct them ourselves. I do not believe you wish to see this happen." Vase furrowed his brows. It would be an insult if Terran mech designers had to purchase licenses of his Karman mech designs in order to develop superior versions of his work. "I suppose your ancient clan is willing to help me ensure my upcoming first-class Karman mechs will satisfy the Terran Alliance's clientele. If I am available at the time, I shall take action myself." She stated, "It is not a waste of time to design at least Karman mech together with you. We may belong to completely different generations, but it is exactly because our perspectives diverge so much that miracles can be made. You possess a creative mind and excellent affinities in the latest technologies. I possess a wealth of knowledge and experience in traditional Terran mech design. Our collaboration should yield considerable rewards for the both of us. My greatest concern is that I may not be available in a year's time. One of our other mech designers shall take my place if that is the case." The proposal sounded a little weird to Vase. He was not entirely unaccustomed to collaborating with master mech designers, but they tended to be less than 2 centuries old. Working together with a mech designer who grew up a full century earlier was a different experience. Master Layla was hardly the oldest mech designer in the Red Ocean, but she could truly be considered as an old fossil. Vase was afraid that the vast gulf in experience, mind states, ideologies and so on would cause too much friction during their collaboration. He was much more comfortable collaborating with the members of the same generation such as Jovi Armelon. However, the Terrans would never accept the work of a mere senior mech designer. Only when a master mech designer, and an experienced one at that, became involved in the development of a new mech would the market have confidence in the new product. It shouldn't take that many steps for Vase to release a mech in the Rubarthan mech market. The customer base over there were much more tolerant towards new and experimental products designed by upstarts. Oh well, At least the cooperation with a mech designer as reputable and accomplished as Master Layla Rebecca DeVos should ensure that their product was guaranteed to become a bestseller. Chapter 6165 Parallel or Sequential Development Chapter 6165 Parallel or Sequential Development Vase departed from the Eden Institute of Business and Technology as a happy man. The strong willingness of the DeVos ancient clan to collaborate with Vase on wuxia mechs resulted in a quick agreement in principle. It would take longer to form and sign a proper contract, but their cooperation was already set in stone as far as both sides were concerned. November LBJNN. With this new deal, Vase had taken another step towards developing a closer relationship with the Terran Alliance. As Vase boarded an armored shuttle that would take him back to D&D base, he began to look back on his decisions in order to reflect on them. Had he made any mistakes in his haste to make quick progress? I don't think I have made any wrong decisions. In fact, he felt as if he had stumbled upon a more promising development trajectory. Vase never forgot that he speculated that one of his potential opportunities to advance to Master Mech Designer was to develop elemental Karman mechs based on all 5 classical elements. One of the reasons why he felt reluctant to pursue this particular path was because it demanded way too much time and effort from him. It was already exhausting enough for him to develop wuxia mechs alone. To repeat this ordeal 4 times without a convenient shortcut like the elegant rage on hand was too excessive. Yet what if he took advantage of extensive technical support from third parties? As long as Vase did not go too far and made sure he always remained in charge of the key systems of the elemental Karman systems, he could offload a huge amount of secondary research topics to the top research teams of powerful players. The cooperation agreement with the DeVos ancient clan could serve as a template for similar deals with other partners. For example, Vase could cooperate with the Mech Supremacist faction to develop a metal Karman mech, the Transhumanist faction to develop a water element Karman mech, the Rubarthans to develop an earth Karman mech, and maybe even the Red Fleet to develop a Bloodfire mech. As long as he limited each major player to a single element, he could maximize the research support he could leverage from third parties. I don't have to cooperate with the big players either. There are many smaller first-rate colonial states that would be happy to sponsor my research in exchange for special treatment. One of the advantages of making multiple deals with different partners was that he could work on all of the major research projects at the same time. It would take a very heavy commitment from him in order to devote enough time on the development of all 5 variations of elemental Karman mechs on a concurrent basis. He would have to reduce his teaching obligations, spend less time with his children, design less mechs for the Larkinson clan, publish less commercial works on the market, and cut back on spontaneous research projects. However, as long as he was willing to make this sacrifice, he could devote all of his time on developing 5 very different varieties of elemental Karman mechs. If everything goes smoothly, it should not take longer than 5 years to complete any single project. That means, I will gain an opportunity to realize my design philosophy 5 years after kicking off this marathon. Vase grew stunned at how absurd this sounded. A part of him felt it was crazy for him to think that he could make up for the extensive gap in mech designs and other forms of accumulation by developing 5 revolutionary elemental Karman mechs, but he truly felt as if he could complete this amazing feat. So long as he continued to build up his momentum and did not get stuck along the way, Vase had great confidence that he could actually realize his design philosophy by the time he completed all 5 research projects in quick succession. This is crazy. Vase was over 40 years old at the moment, so if he followed this insane plan, then he had a good chance of breaking the polymath's record for becoming the youngest master mech designer in human history. He kind of understood why the polymath managed to make such rapid progress when she finally became a senior. Part of the challenge that seniors struggled with was that they had to wait a long time to obtain the right inspiration to develop the right idea that could form the basis of their advancement opportunity. There were seniors who managed to gain a clear idea on what they could do in order to realize their design philosophies, but lacked the knowledge, resources, and other requirements to fulfill their ambition. There were also other seniors who studied a lot of knowledge, but became so awed by the work of their predecessors that they could not come up with a worthwhile idea for them to pursue. Then there were mech designers who possessed the resources to pursue an ambitious idea, but lacked the knowledge and skills to realize their dream. In short, there were many reasons for senior mech designers to remain stuck in their current ranks for decades if not centuries. Vase used to place himself in the first category, sort of. He was not lacking in ideas, but he always thought he was not qualified to work towards becoming a master mech designer due to inadequate resources and knowledge. This was why his latest insight came as a shock to him. By outsourcing a lot of secondary and less important research assignments to different partners, Vase could reap a lot of benefits and accelerate his own progress. He seriously felt tempted to enact this bold plan right away. I can't. Vase shook his head. It's too demanding. I can't work on 5 of these heavy projects at the same time. I would have to give too much in order to break the polymath's record. Although Vase understood the need to speed up his progress and become a star designer before the subjugation king arrived in the Red Ocean, he did not want to deviate from his heart and become a different sort of mech designer. Vase always pursued breadth over depth. He possessed a wide variety of interests and liked to explore many different research directions at different times. He always considered his ability to jump from one research subject to another as his strength. If he tried to force himself into completing his elemental Karman mechs at the exclusion of everything else, then he would be betraying his own inclinations as a mech designer. He understood the benefits of becoming a more focused and specialized mech designer like Kedis and Gloriana, but Vase refused to limit his options. There was an endless variety of mechs and design applications that he could explore over his long career. He did not want to let his fear towards the subjugation king and the vanity of beating the polymath's record divert him from his current trajectory. Vase let out a sigh. It's best if I stick to my original plan and work on them one by one. There is no need for haste. Working on the research projects on a sequential basis will also allow me to apply the lessons of the old projects to the newer ones. It was more efficient and steady to work on Woodsap mechs first, Bloodfire mechs second and maybe Water Karman mechs third. By the time he tackled Earth and Metal Karman mechs, technology advanced so much that a lot of better options became available. Vase also gained so much proficiency in elemental Karman systems in general that it should only take a fraction of the time to complete the remaining ones. Perhaps he might end up prolonging his status as a senior mech designer for another decade if he followed this trajectory, but he would truly earn his breakthrough at that point. If Vase had a choice, he did not wish to force an early breakthrough and suffer the consequences of doing so. Perhaps the polymath paid a heavy price in order to hold her current record. As the shuttle finally returned to D&D base, Vase finally reunited with his wife and shared some of the latest developments. You made the right decision to cooperate with the Terrans, Gloriana remarked. I believe that one of the reasons why the Terrans have uncharacteristically moved quickly to secure an agreement with you is because they are driven by Gaia to embrace your Woodsap mechs. Vase raised his eyebrows. Gaia, really? I do not know if you have been paying attention to it lately, but Gaia worship has been gaining ground within Terran society. There are many older and established faiths that are doing their best to push against the rise of paganism, as they call it, but the fact that Gaia actually bothers to respond to her devoted worshippers on rare occasions is much more convincing than praying to a boy that is nailed to a cross. That figure on the cross is a man. Vase corrected her. How old was he? 30. That is a full adult, especially in more primitive times when life expectancies were much lower. Gloriana rolled her eyes. That doesn't change the fact that the gods of these old churches have produced less miracles over multiple millennia than Gaia has done in only a handful of years. You're right, I haven't paid attention to this. I wouldn't dismiss the old faiths too soon, though. They existed for thousands of years for good reasons. At the very least, their flocks are not only huge, but there are also a lot of strong worshippers among them. The power of collective belief is capable of producing miracles on its own. Anything is possible in the Age of Dawn. Vase used to be a strict secularist that treated all religions as scam organizations, but he was not as eager to promote this stance anymore. He was a mech designer as well as a scientist. He had witnessed a lot of crazy stuff during the Age of Dawn that had forced him to recalibrate his perspective on reality. In any case, if Gloriana was correct that Gaia had quietly been pushing the Terrans to support the rise of Woodsap mechs, then Vase welcomed this development. He did not feel upset that Gaia, who already possessed a vested interest in Woodsap mechs, had secretly encouraged the Terrans to fall in love with mechs like the Elegant Rage. As long as Vase did a good job in delivering a strong and practical Woodsap mech design, everyone's beliefs in his work would get vindicated. The help of the Terrans comes at a convenient time, Vase remarked. Once we have completed the upgrades to the Amaranto, the Riot, the First Sword and the Promethea, I think it is time for us to upgrade the Everchanger into a Woodsap mech. Will Joshua agree to form a Woodsap pact with the Everchanger? Gloriana skeptically asked. I don't know, but who says that mech pilots have to form a Karman pact with a Karman mech? Didn't Major Yankovsky manage to do an adequate job with the Elegant Rage despite the fact that he never made use of the Woodsap Karman system? We can add this feature to the next iteration of the Everchanger, but retain the existing neural interface. This way, we can give Joshua the choice on how he wants to shape his own future as a mech pilot. His wife looked intrigued. I understand your logic. This will not make Joshua's life comfortable, however. The longer he pilots the Everchanger without making use of the Woodsap Karman system, the more he will become plagued by this temptation. Joshua is a pilot that is prone to worrying. You will mentally torture him if you put the Woodsap Karman system within reach but do not place any obligations to form a pact. I can't baby Joshua around forever. If he cannot withstand this torture, then he is not fit to become an ace pilot like Tusa and Isabel. Chapter 6166 Work on the Dark Zephyr Chapter 6166 Work on the Dark Zephyr. While Vase dealt with the aftermath of the Elegant Rage's exposure on New Constantinople 8, the expeditionary fleet of the Golden Skull Alliance continued to wait and prepare for the tough times ahead. All of the soldiers of the expeditionary fleet had set aside their pride and satisfaction for taking down the Torment fleet as the atmosphere in the border regions became increasingly more tense. Every Larkinson, Glory Seeker and so on frantically exchanged their money and war merits for tangible benefits that could give them a better chance to survive the storm to come. Nobody dared to underestimate the native aliens that were about to bear down on the border regions. The more time passed by, the more intelligence trickled down from above. Both the quantity and quality of alien fleets had increased by a huge margin compared to before. The Red Cabal was no longer content with sending out rabble in an attempt to exhaust Red humanity's resources. Perhaps the high and mighty phase whales finally noticed that this strategy was starting to become counterproductive. Simply sending in a steady stream of shabby alien raiding fleets could no longer shake the defenses of Red humanity. Many human forces were madly upgrading their combat assets, and the Red 2 had also built up a lot of fortifications in the most vulnerable regions. Faced with such a stiff set of metaphorical walls, it made a lot more sense for the native aliens to concentrate their forces and send them all out at once. The momentum of this imminent alien assault was bound to shake the entire dwarf galaxy. In the face of all of these threats, no one could guarantee they could live their way past all of the battles that would break out in the next few years. However, many people also saw this as a great opportunity to temper themselves and attain greatness. Heroes were born in wars. Many veteran mech pilots wished that they had been born a decade or a couple of decades sooner. They had fought and toiled during the age of mechs where human space used to be a lot calmer and more stagnant. The wars that took place during those years amounted to little more than human infighting. Under the suppression of the MTA and the CFA, the fighting between different states often led to a lot of misery, but rarely resulted in the kind of mass slaughters that used to take place during the most terrible days of the Age of Conquest. It was a lot harder for mech pilots to stand out, break past their limits and ascend the path of godhood under those controlled circumstances. Now that Red humanity had not only lost the backing of original humanity, but also entered into a war against aliens who never agreed to play by the rules of their adversaries, many mech pilots felt more pressured than ever. While it was true that a lot of mech pilots who had grown up during times of peace failed to adapt to the changing times, the ones that fought in the border regions and went on to become line fighters benefited the most from the Red War. These rising elites and heroes not only tempered their fighting spirits while confronting warships that could disintegrate their fragile mechs with a single salvo of their powerful batteries, but also earned precious war merits. The importance of these war merits could not be overstated. The Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact generously set up exclusive exchanges for the new elites to reward them for fulfilling the collective duty of Red humanity. The Red 2 and the first-rate colonial superstates behaved quite sincerely and opened up access to plenty of goods and services that used to be exclusive to their own people. The war exchange had quickly become the favorite destination for every blooded linefighter. Not only did it offer attractive rewards at every price point, but the providers also discounted a lot of goods. Everything they did was for the purpose of incentivizing as many soldiers to fight on the front lines as possible. The powers that be also wanted to speed up the development of the new elites and allow them to rise up faster. One of the beneficiaries of the new policies was Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Although the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan did not manage to achieve a dramatic breakthrough on the battlefield like most of his peers, Tusa had already proven his strength before and after his breakthrough. He managed to earn a lot of war merits recently for his key role in defeating the Torment fleet. His quick takedown of the powerful eminence of torment especially earned him a high bonus, as it was in Red Humanity's best interest to kill as many phase leaders as possible. At this time, the value of a war merit was roughly equal to that of an MTA merit. This alone made war merits more desirable, as MTA merits were usually a lot more valuable than the same sum in MTA credits. Many third-raters and second-raters never dared to imagine that they would be able to earn rewards equivalent to the salaries and bonuses that first-raters took for granted. Even so, compared to the total proportion of combatants in the new frontier, only a modest proportion of mech pilots and other soldiers earned the status of linefighters so far. It couldn't be helped. Many people rationally figured out that there was no way for them to enjoy their rich rewards when there was a large chance that they would die after getting targeted by a scary warship. Modern humans had developed such an acquired fear towards the threat posed by warships that many mech pilots chose to stay in the rear. They were not necessarily cowards. There were plenty of veterans among them that had fought against a multitude of mech forces. It was just that the anti-warship propaganda of the MTA and the CFA worked too well. It was difficult for so many adults to unlearn their extreme apprehensions at the thought of fighting not just one warship, but an entire fleet of armed vessels. The casualty figures were horrendous. So many hopeful mech pilots died or got crippled after just 1 or 2 encounters against the aliens. Whatever war merits they managed to earn all became lost, as they were neither transferable or inheritable. Only the strong and the living deserved to cash in their rewards. This was why the war exchange became so lucrative to the few soldiers who were courageous enough to fight the aliens, but also lucky enough to survive the successive battles. Those who were in a position to take advantage of the war exchange had survived the harshest crucible and came out stronger in every way. These were the true new elites that the Fist of Defiance wanted to nurture from a human population that had long grown complacent in their past superiority. As a participant of many battles against the native aliens, Saint Tusa already managed to build up a generous stash of war merits. The additional rewards for contributing to the defeat of the Torment fleet had practically doubled the amount of war merits in his possession. Tusa felt like a rich man after accumulating so much wealth. Despite all of this, Tusa never felt the urge to spend them on anything expensive. As far as he was concerned, the Larkinson clan already took care of all of his essential needs. From providing and upgrading the Dark Zephyr to bestowing him with a companion spirit, Tusa did not feel like he was lacking anything. As a former third-rater, Tusa still retained the frugality of his humble background, and never thought about squandering his war merits on goodies that were ultimately dispensable. To high-ranking mech pilots like himself, their only basis for power was their extraordinary willpower and their mechs. This was why Tusa finally thought about spending his war merits for the first time. His Dark Zephyr had received a monumental upgrade not too long ago, but now the living mech faced one of his most important transformations in his existence. Under the gaze of awed members of the Crosser clan, Saint Tusa calmly stepped deeper into the bowels of the factory ship known as the Cyclical Cross. Although the second-class ship was horribly outdated compared to the frequently updated Spirit of Bentime, the Cyclical Cross possessed her own ruggedness and industrial charm that Tusa could respect. After passing through an armored hatch, he finally stepped inside one of Master Benedict Cortez's private workshops. The Dark Zephyr had already been placed in the center of the chamber. Master Benedict had not yet finalized the design of the Ace Mech iteration of the powerful living mech, but that did not stop him from applying numerous iterative improvements in advance. This showed the difference between Master Benedict and the mech designers of the Larkinson clan. Whereas Vase and Gloriana preferred to work on their big projects and move on after delivering their mechs, Master Benedict never left his most important works alone. For example, the Mars received frequent incremental upgrades over time that steadily improved its performance over time. Its parts received updated tech while weaker materials also got swapped with superior ones. It was not easy to keep the high-ranking mechs of the Cross clan up to date. Master Benedict frequently had to set aside his research projects and original mech design projects in order to revisit his old works. However, the advantage of an incremental upgrade approach was that the Mars never needed to undergo a massive refit like the mechs fielded by the Larkinson clan. Master Benedict also tried to make the best out of his situation by constantly conducting small experiments with the Mars and other powerful machines. This allowed him to improve and optimize his index system at a rapid rate. In any case, now that the Larkinson clan entrusted the upgrade of the Dark Zephyr to the second leader of the Cross clan, Master Benedict did not delay too long before he started to tinker with the powerful machine. As Tusa stopped in front of his dormant mech, He looked up as Master Benedict personally worked on components located beneath a disassembled abdomen plate. The ace pilot did not have the faintest clue what the master mech designer was working upon. Master Benedict, the young ace pilot greeted. How goes your work? The older man grumbled as he continued to struggle with the complicated alien tech around him. Slow, difficult, interesting. This architect that Gloriana Woden has adapted to your mech is endlessly fascinating, but it is also hindering my work. My proficiency in this alien tech is far behind. It does not help that your machine has become a masterwork either. I cannot be careless when applying any change. I have to collaborate with Gloriana every time I wish to modify your mech. Does that mean it will take longer before I can pilot a true ace mech? Tusa frowned. There is no need for you to feel too concerned. This is a problem of logistics, not competence. I will be able to fully upgrade your Dark Zephyr in a reasonable timeframe. Perhaps you may be forced to fight the first 2 or 3 opening battles of the upcoming alien offensive with a mere high-tier expert mech, but you will soon be able to fight at your best. That mollified Tusa a little. What can I do to help? I need you to spend as many war merits as you can tolerate on a set of ace mech grade resonating exotics. It is best if you spend all of it at once. Master Benedict explained. Do not take this decision lightly. The current set of resonating exotics are not bad, but they can no longer keep up with your growth. It is better to replace them with stronger materials that can amplify the power of your upcoming ace mech much more drastically. I understand, Master. I am willing to invest my war merits, but why so much? I need you to spend as many war merits as you can tolerate on a set of ace mech grade resonating exotics. It is best if you spend all of it at once. Master Benedict explained. Do not take this decision lightly. The current set of resonating exotics are not bad, but they can no longer keep up with your growth. It is better to replace them with stronger materials that can amplify the power of your upcoming ace mech much more drastically. I understand, Master. I am willing to invest my war merits, but why so much? I would be happy to explain why you do not want to rein in your spending this time. Chapter 6167 The Availability of Resonating Materials Chapter 6167 The Availability of Resonating Materials Master Benedict Cortez did not keep tinkering with the partially disassembled Dark Zephyr while he talked. That would be disrespectful towards an ace pilot. While a master mech designer did not have to bow and scrape in front of a saint, it was best not to cause needless offense to a powerhouse that could literally bend reality. A few minutes after Saint Tusa arrived, he and Master Benedict moved to a rest corner and sat down on the couches. A bot delivered a drink to Master Benedict, which he sipped with visible pleasure. Do you know what resonating exotics are or where they come from? No. Tusa shook his head. I have used them for years, but I never saw any reason to dive deeper into these questions. I am a pilot, not a mech designer. Well, have you heard of the theory that all exotics in the universe are originally the decayed remains of powerful life forms that have died many ages ago? I have heard of it, Master. Good. That saves us time. What you may not know is that there are supplemental theories that attempt to explain where resonating exotics come from. Where the more normal varieties of exotics can come from any body part of deceased beings, resonating exotics may be derived from their core organs. Whether it is the brain, the heart or some other alien organ that has no equivalency in human physiology, the theories claim that as they degenerate into exotics, they still retain the strongest and most persistent qualities of their once mighty sources. Saint Tusa looked thoughtful as he leaned back on the couch. He wondered why Master Benedict bothered to explain these theories to him. What difference did it make? That sounds interesting, but whether exotics are the remains of dead aliens and beasts or not, it is not as if we need to pay attention to their feelings. We live in completely different eras. You are correct, Saint Tusa, but not entirely. It is true that the origins of all of those exotics that we use today have died many years ago, but what if I say that resonating exotics can still develop feelings towards high-ranking pilots such as yourselves? We do not have enough information to be certain about this, but one popular theory why resonating exotics behave as they do is because they carry a lingering intelligence or semblance of it that are based on those long-dead organisms. Much has been worn away over time, but what is left are the most fundamental qualities and strengths of those past life forms. If that is the case, then does that mean I resonate with certain exotics a lot better than others because I share something in common with the former? Master Benedict nodded. That is what the most convincing theories state. Many mech designers, including Vase and Gloriana, believe it to be true. I am also leaning towards it, but I am not entirely convinced. We have never witnessed the lengthy process of death, decay and transformation of a resonating exotic from beginning to end. Scientists have only been able to make inferences based on a large amount of clues and calculations. So all if this may be false. Do not think too hard about this issue, Tusa. This is a problem that scientists and mech designers such as myself are fighting over. The reason why I wanted to bring this possible theory to your attention is the importance of choosing the right ace mech grade exotics for your Dark Zephyr. That caused Tusa's mood to sharpen. Please explain. There are two main reasons why I urge you to spend all of your war merits on procuring the best possible resonating exotics that are compatible with your willpower. The first is efficiency. What do you think is better? Do you want to buy a single set of quality resonating exotics that are strong enough to remain relevant during your entire run as a saint? Or do you want to procure a set of affordable resonating exotics at the start of your career as an ace pilot, then subsequently replacing them with more powerful resonating exotics when you have grown stronger and require more powerful combat solutions? Is there any benefit to the latter approach? Tusa asked with a doubtful expression. The upfront cost and commitment is lower. Benedict replied, you can make use of the cheaper resonating exotics with an attitude of conducting a trial. Once you have fought many battles and grown into a senior ace pilot, you can choose to replace the old set with more powerful resonating exotics that can perform similar functions at a much higher power level. You can also discard your old methods and acquire a new set of resonating exotics that can bestow your Dark Zephyr with new and much more promising resonating abilities. There were pros and cons to both approaches. Tusa could not make up his mind which one he should embrace. The second reason why you should make a heavy commitment is the issue of scarcity. Think about it, Tusa. If resonating exotics come from the most important organs of dead organisms, then it is not unreasonable to assume that more powerful resonating exotics come from stronger beings. There are many resonating materials that are suitable for use in expert mech, but there are much less that are suitable for ace mechs, especially the more powerful ones. Do you know why this may be the case? The Larkinson ace pilot did not have to think too much to come up with a possible answer. Just like mech pilots, the hierarchy of powerful beings in the past must be shaped like a pyramid. There used to be many aliens that managed to become as strong as expert pilots, but there are very few that can match the strength of ace pilots, and even fewer of them can give a peak ace pilot a challenge. Master Benedict nodded. This is a universal pattern. The circumstances of the distant past are not all that different from the circumstances of the present. There are very mech pilots today that can grow and survive long enough to reach the rank of ace pilot. In the distant past, the aliens who occupied the Red Ocean must have been distributed in a similar fashion. Yes, Red humanity is constantly prospecting for more resonating exotics, but they are not as common as normal exotics. The more powerful materials that are highly suitable for ace mechs are even scarcer. They are so rare in fact that ace mech grade resonating materials are increasingly more artificial in nature. Material scientists such as the renowned Resonance Smith are highly celebrated because their work allows our civilization to expand the availability as well as the variety of high-end and top-end resonating alloys. However, the time, effort and funding needed to develop these premium resonating materials are prohibitive. Does that mean that the most powerful resonating exotics are limited and difficult to find? Yes, Red humanity is constantly prospecting for more resonating exotics, but they are not as common as normal exotics. The more powerful materials that are highly suitable for ace mechs are even scarcer. They are so rare in fact that ace mech grade resonating materials are increasingly more artificial in nature. Material scientists such as the renowned Resonance Smith are highly celebrated because their work allows our civilization to expand the availability as well as the variety of high-end and top-end resonating alloys. However, the time, effort and funding needed to develop these premium resonating materials are prohibitive. Saint Tusa understood a little bit more what Master Benedict wanted to convey. Good resonating materials that were effective for ace mechs were exponentially more difficult to acquire than the ones suitable for expert mechs. Even an ace pilot like Tusa needed to be aware of the factors that limited their availability in order to plan out their futures. Without suitable resonating materials that could support them in their struggles to break past their limits, their growth would ultimately stagnate. All of the better ace mech grade exotics are not ones that can be mined from ore deposits, but are instead created in high-end labs. Correct. To be honest, the War Exchange currently lists many different ace mech grade resonating materials that are fairly powerful and useful, but it does not contain any of the top products. The Mechers, the Terrans and the Rubarthans all prefer to keep them exclusive to their own ace pilots. Saint Tusa grew disappointed when he heard that. This meant that the Larkinson clan likely wouldn't be able to obtain the truly powerful resonating materials. The quality and other properties of resonating materials is not the sole factor that determines your strength and growth limit. Master Benedict taught the ace pilot. This is why I advise you to invest heavily in a set of the most expensive resonating materials that you can attain. As long as you choose well, you will be able to use their associated resonating abilities many times over many years. The more you employ them, the more you are able to master them. You can also start to improve upon them. A resonating ability can produce drastically different outcomes depending on the growth of your resonance strength and the development of your Saint Kingdom. Saint Tusa already received a few lessons about that during his last pilgrimage to the Red Association. Are you saying that I should rely on decades worth of growth and exploration to improve the performance of good resonating materials so that it can match the performance of top resonating materials? Yes. That is the strategy that I am recommending to you. Do not forget about willpower baptism. Resonating materials are less susceptible to it, but it is still possible to grind them over a long period of time so that they become slightly more compatible and receptive to your willpower. The benefits sounded rather uncertain. Tusa knew that it was a lot easier to work with weaker resonating exotics in the beginning, and switch to more powerful ones when he became a senior ace pilot. Won't it be possible for our clan to gain access to those top resonating materials one day? Maybe Vase will become a Tier 1 galactic citizen and be able to ask favors from the resonance smith. We could also become so friendly with the Terrans or the Rubarthans that they are willing to open up their secret stash to our clan. Are you willing to bet your future on that? Benedict asked with a smile. Are you absolutely certain that your Larkinson clan will never stop growing, and that Vase will fully realize his potential and become a renowned master mech designer or even a star designer? Saint Tusa possessed a strong sense of confidence in Vase. However, no one could say for certain what the future might hold. Time was also a big variable. Very few mech designers managed to realize their design philosophies within the first century of their lives. As for becoming a star designer, hardly any mech designer could match the pace of the polymath. Tusa eventually sighed. Let us settle for your strategy, then. It fits the style of the Larkinson much more. As long as the foundation of my Dark Zephyr is good enough, I am confident I can expand his potential over time. This was the spirit of a true ace pilot. High-ranking pilots never abided by the limits of reality. Master Benedict smiled in satisfaction. Good. Then let us proceed with making a preliminary selection. Based on the compatibility test conducted by the Red Association, I have singled out multiple key resonating materials that can replace the function of perfidious steel and bisonate. You can either select new materials that can bestow your ace mech with similar resonating abilities, or you can decide to change your combat approach and gain access to brand new options. Tusa thought for a moment. He was quite fond of both resonating exotics. Perfidious steel allowed the Dark Zephyr to distort the perception of observers, causing them to miss their shots much more frequently than they should. Tusa relied on this resonating material to keep his then fragile expert light skirmisher undamaged in many battles. Bisonate was a fairly boring but effective resonating exotic that amplified the resilience and cutting power of the Dark Zephyr's weapons. It was this unassuming resonating exotic that enabled his battle partner to cut through lots of thick and sturdy hull plating of giant alien warships without ruining their edges. Chapter 6168b30 Shattersteel Chapter 6168b30 Shattersteel Before Saint Tusa wanted to take a look at the list of resonating materials, he first needed to decide what he wanted out of this selection. Should he stick with what he was already familiar with and find superior substitutes for perfidious steel and bisonate? He decided to solicit Master Benedict's opinion. When the master mech designer of the Cross clan heard Tusa's request, the older man immediately voiced his own opinion. The effects of both perfidious steel and bisonate are dispensable at your current rank. Master Benedict said, I was not involved in the development of the original Dark Zephyr, but I can infer that the original motivation of choosing these two resonating exotics was to compensate for the weaknesses of your first expert mech. One is meant to increase your ability to cope with attacks. The other is meant to compensate for the weak offensive capabilities of your mech. They are chosen because the designers of the Dark Zephyr are afraid that you would falter at a critical moment. Vase and Gloriana did not want you to lose your mech as well as your life because of any shortcomings in their work. Tusa's eyes flashed as he took in this explanation. He knew the two mech designers quite well and could clearly agree that they had this intention in mind. A part of him felt warm. He appreciated the care and attention from the Larkinson clan. He knew he was lucky for joining a prosperous clan that was able to provide better and better mechs over time. Another part of him felt insulted. Even if he was a lot weaker back then, he was still an expert pilot at the time. There was no need to coddle him when he faced much greater risks before he ever managed to trigger his apotheosis. Tusa crossed his arms. I understand. I admit that my ability to defend myself was a lot worse in the past. That is over now. I think I have outgrown the need for these functions. My Saint Kingdom is able to compensate for all of my greatest vulnerabilities. It can reduce the lethality of incoming attacks, thereby making perfidious steel redundant. It can also help me strengthen and sharpen the blades of my knives, which means that Bisonot is only icing on the cake. I am more interested in exploring new options. Now that my responsibilities have grown, I need to expand my range of options so that I can solve more crises. That is a good mindset to take, but are you certain you want to replace the old resonance abilities entirely? I have found a pair of substitutes in the War Exchange that can make you change your mind. Oh, do tell. Master Benedict activated a projection that displayed a strange purple faceted crystal. It looked incredibly weird. It was not only highly reflective, but also seemed to change its shape depending on the angle of view. It was a highly disturbing effect that could make anyone doubt whether their eyes still worked correctly. This is a rare naturally occurring resonating exotic from the old galaxy that the Red Association has in stock. It is called Turbulenta, and it has gained its name because it can disturb the observation of an ace mech under the influence of true resonance. What makes Turbulenta especially useful is that its effects can differ depending on how you apply your true resonance. If not for the fact that very few ace pilots are compatible with it, the mechers would have long exhausted their limited supply. The projection changed to show a first-class ace mech that happened to incorporate Turbulenta. The ace pilot cleverly combined his Saint Kingdom with Turbulenta to produce a range of optical illusions, ranging from creating a dozen visual clones to completely hiding the actual coordinates of the ace mech inside the large domain field. The ace mech that utilized Turbulenta was even able to turn its entire exterior into a fractured mirror, making it impossible to track its weapons. These were familiar tricks to Tusa, but when they were applied at the level of an ace mech, the results were drastically better. For example, the ace mech was able to employ effective misdirection to outmaneuver and eventually defeat another ace mech. Saint Tusa developed a much greater appreciation of Turbulenta due to this example. The powerful ace mech grade resonating exotic could truly turn him into a trickster that could torment and confound all kinds of powerful opponents. However, the ace pilot did not really like the fact that it did nothing to increase the direct combat power of his machine. It only gave him more coping mechanisms in case he was met with much greater resistance than he could ordinarily handle. This was what the other resonating material was for. Master Benedict soon introduced his hand-picked replacement for Bisonot. There are many resonating materials that can increase the damage inflicted by a bladed weapon. Instead of searching for a more powerful material with an identical effect, I have sought out a modern resonating alloy called B30 Shattersteel. It is designed to give ace mechs a means to overcome strong defenses by repeatedly striking them in the same areas. The projection changed to display another ace mech, this one belonging to the Terrans. The Terran first-class ace mech confronted a very powerful Orvan battleship that was considerably larger and more powerful than the tortured Scream. Due to her superior size and tech, the giant Orvan battleship was protected by powerful segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields. Even the more powerful ace mechs would have a headache in trying to breach those defensive layers. However, the Terran ace mech approached boldly and without any fear. It did not even employ its suite of ranged weapons in order to soften up the energy shields. Instead, as soon as it came close, it began to unfold 8 pairs of arms, each of which held 8 different long but slender knives. The ace mech began to attack. Tusa straightened his back as he witnessed the Terran mech's arms repeatedly strike at the segmented energy shield in front at an absurdly high rate. The arms did not strike with a lot of power, but their swinging speeds were so fast that the ace mech was able to attack dozens of times in just a handful of seconds. It soon became clear why the ace mech emphasized attack speed over strike power. Each contact with a knife caused the transphasic energy shield to show minor cracks. This phenomenon was almost unnoticeable at the start, but as the rapid knife attacks continued to hit the energy shield, the cracks became more and more noticeable. Due to the ridiculous fact that the ace mech possessed 8 arms, it only took a couple of seconds to breach the segmented transphasic energy shield. The ace mech did not stop here. It immediately advanced and breached the second layer, before moving to the third. The crew of the Orvan battleship clearly panicked. They tried to repel or slow down the progress of the human ace mech by resorting to a lot of means, but their countermeasures took so much time to deploy that their enemy already managed to make it through. Surprisingly enough, the hull plating of the Orvan battleship was quite thick and resilient. The vessel had been built recently after the native aliens mastered a lot of stolen human technologies. Despite facing stiffer resistance than usual, the Terran ace mech was able to drill through all of the thick metals by continuously creating more and more extraordinary cracks with every rapid knife strike. Interesting, Saint Tusa commented. So this is the effect of weapons made with B30 Shattersteel. Yes, it is an artificial resonating alloy that is designed to break the unbreakable and undermine any form of hard defense by overriding reality. B30 Shatterpoint is not meant to breach defenses with single overwhelming attacks. It is meant to give ace mechs the ability to steadily weaken the integrity of anything it strikes. If 10 attacks cannot break a barrier, then 100 attacks should do it. If 100 attacks is not sufficient, then maybe 1,000 attacks will do the job. As long as your willpower is abundant enough to support the consumption of this resonating alloy, you can theoretically break through any barrier. That was a bold claim. As Tusa studied the Terran ace mech that had been expressly designed to take advantage of this interesting new material, he soon began to frown. B30 Shatterpoint is clearly a resonating alloy that is meant to be used in rapid attacks. As far as I know, the Dark Zephyr only possesses a single pair of arms. My battle partner will never be able to breach defenses as quickly as this Terran ace mech. It doesn't have to stay that way. Master Benedict said, we can install additional limbs to your ace mech. They do not even need to be that big and cumbersome. You can fold them into the back of the Dark Zephyr when they are not needed, and unveil them when you are about to attack powerful enemies. The master mech designer activated another projection and quickly used his cranial implant to produce a visual mock-up of such an alteration. The Dark Zephyr with additional arms did not look as monstrous as Tusa feared. The additional limbs were very thin and slender. That caused them to become a lot more fragile and less capable of exerting power, but that was not important. Tusa couldn't help but develop greater interest in B-30 Shattersteel. He liked the fact that this resonating alloy did not force the Dark Zephyr to rely on hard power in order to break enemy defenses. The current pair of knives wielded by the Dark Zephyr may be able to become a lot sharper and tougher under the effect of true resonance, but the light skirmisher still had to exert a lot of power in order to breach anything that was annoyingly tough. In other words, Bisonot still demanded the Dark Zephyr rely on one of his weaknesses, while B-30 Shattersteel was a lot more dependent on one of the living mech's strengths. Master Benedict truly managed to find an excellent choice for Tusa. It fit the Dark Zephyr's inclinations very well. I am not impressed by Turbulenta, but I am impressed with B-30 Shattersteel. I will keep the latter into consideration. The ace pilot said, good choice. Do keep in mind that ace mech grade resonating materials have a tendency to produce greater conflicts with each other. Their effects are too strong, so any form of incompatibility will become magnified at higher energy levels. What does that mean? It means that for many cases, you may only have the luxury of integrating a single key resonating material into your Dark Zephyr. This may force you to choose between B-30 Shattersteel and another material that has earned your appreciation. The master mech designer answered. Tusa managed to pick up a hidden clue. Is the compatibility issue the reason why you presented Turbulenta despite the fact that its benefits are rather underwhelming? Benedict smirked. That is a clever deduction. That is indeed a part of my considerations. Turbulenta is not as overwhelming as many other resonating materials, but it is because of this reason that it produces fewer conflicts. You can rest assured that we can safely implement both Turbulenta and B-30 Shattersteel in the same ace mech. Doing so will leave no room for other powerful resonating exotics. If that is the case, then I would like to study my other options. I do not want to make a premature decision without knowing what I may be missing out on. I doubt that the rest of your selection is weak. You are correct. There are truly amazing resonating materials available in the more expensive section of the War Exchange. For example, have you ever heard of an ace mech that can banish an enemy into another dimension? Chapter 6169 or Lemon Chapter 6169 or Lemon, a way to banish my enemies by sending them into a different dimension. Isn't that what FTL drives are supposed to do? How can you weaponize something like that? Saint Tusa skeptically asked. With strong enough willpower and a resonating alloy that possesses strong spatial characteristics. Master Benedict grinned. Let me introduce you to one of the Resonance Smith's more recent products. Erlemen is one of the few known ACE Mech-grade resonating alloys that has integrated phase water. This enables the alloy to effectively displace any material object to another dimension upon physical contact. The projection in front of the master mech designer changed to play a few pieces of footage of Erlemen in action. In one instance, a first-class ACE mech holding a hammer struck a thick and extremely solid block of metal. The mech-sized object disappeared in an instant, making it seem as if it was literally erased from reality. Saint Tusa never imagined that an ACE mech was capable of producing such a feat. Is this banishment permanent? No, Master Benedict said. Objects that belong in the material dimension will try their best to get back. This happens to starships as well when their FTL drives suddenly malfunction. There are many reasons why this happens, but the explanation is too technical for you to understand. Just know that the more massive the object, the shorter their stay in another dimension. The ACE mech responsible for banishing the object can extend the period by investing much more true resonance when executing this resonating ability, but it can become extremely draining. If the target actively resists the banishment, then the duration will shorten even further. The footage showed examples where this occurred. When the hammer-wielding ACE mech banished an opposing ACE mech, the latter only stayed absent for a few seconds. The reason why it lasted so short was because the powerful enemy ACE pilot leveraged his Saint Kingdom to forcibly drag his machine back to the material realm. Tusa grew a little disappointed when he saw this. A trick like this was unlikely to work too well against other high-ranking mech pilots. How well does Erlemen perform against larger targets such as alien warships? Is it powerful enough to banish capital ships and phase lords? Much of the opposition that Red Humanity fought these days reached stupendous sizes. The native aliens had a huge amount of warships in reserve. Plenty of them boasted a length that was longer than a kilometer. This was the arbitrary standard that humans used to categorize capital ships. Then there were the phase whales and phase lords. These powerful beings with phase water running through their veins could reach ridiculous proportions. The most powerful among them had grown so big that they surpassed the size of many moons. When Tusa thought about whether his Dark Zephyr would be capable of banishing these biological titans in another dimension, he did not harbor much confidence. While an ace pilot was expected to break through all obstacles and turn the impossible into a reality, the cold hard truth was that there were still limits. The projection played a few other clips. In one instance, the ace mech fought its way through the transphasic energy shields of an enemy warship and managed to strike the hull with a weapon integrated with Erlemen. What surprised Tusa was that the ship indeed managed to get banished to another dimension. The next clip showed the same mech confronting a battleship that was over 4 kilometers long. This was a true beast that was both modern and equipped with lots of powerful systems. This is only a sub-capital ship, the ace pilot said. My Dark Zephyr can easily destroy a smaller alien warship like this without resorting to any fancy measures. Erlemen is only truly useful if it can help me banish larger targets. Is it possible to do the same to a real battleship? The mechers have tried. You can see the results yourself. The next clip showed the same mech confronting a battleship that was over 4 kilometers long. This was a true beast that was both modern and equipped with lots of powerful systems. Such a vessel posed a true challenge to humans. One of the details that caused Saint Tusa to frown was the fact that Erlemen did nothing special against transphasic energy shields. The ace mech was unable to banish the large alien battleship as quickly as it wished because it had to break past the segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields first. Fortunately, the ace mech received support from over 100 first-class multi-purpose mechs. Their combined firepower allowed the ace mech get past the annoying defensive layers and strike the side of the battleship's hull with an Erlemen hammer that was glowing with true resonance. This time, it was as if a miniature black hole appeared for a brief instant of time. The entire side of the battleship went missing. It was as if an invisible predator chomped a perfect sphere of ship matter from the massive hull. The efficacy of every resonating material scales with true resonance, domain expression and other factors. Master Benedict reminded Tusa, the same resonating material can produce a weak effect when used by a weaker pilot, but can also produce a much more exaggerated effect if the pilot is stronger. The pilot of the ace mech in the projection does not possess the resonance strength to banish the entire ship, so he can only make do with partial banishment. Half a minute later, the missing chunk of battleship hull returned to the material realm, but by then it was already too late for the vessel. The constant motion of objects in space meant that the missing hull section appeared much further behind on the battlefield from the rest of the alien ship. There was no possible way to merge them back together in the middle of an ongoing battle. Tusa's eyes lit up. Wait, I do not need to use lemon to banish an entire warship. It is much more useful if I use it as a weapon and bite off large chunks from the hull. That was the intention of the ace pilot in the projection, Benedict said with a smile. However, lemon will not let you employ this tactic too easily. It takes a large amount of energy to separate so much matter from a larger object. The denser and tougher the material, the harder it is for lemon to cut through. The larger the volume, the more energy is needed to fuel this operation. That can be costly. This is why lemon is better reserved for senior ace pilots. Their resonance strengths have grown extensively enough to employ this tactic on large targets several times during a battle without falling into exhaustion. I see. If I get this straight, lemon has 3 clear downsides. First, it doesn't do anything to energy defenses, which makes overcoming them a huge chore. Second, trying to banish anything that is too strong or too big can quickly drain the energy of an ace pilot. Third, trying to use it as a cutting weapon is also costly. I will not be able to maintain my fighting condition for long if the Dark Zephyr is built around the use of lemon. Tusa became impressed by the effect of lemon, but he would have to be careful about using its associated resonating ability in combat. He did not like it when he had to restrict his actions due to fears about exhausting himself too quickly. However, Master Benedict did not highlight lemon without thought. He had good reasons to present this option to the ace pilot. Lemon is a demanding resonating alloy to use. That is not in doubt. However, every ace pilot is unique. You possess several advantages that allow you to utilize this material much more effectively than other ace pilots. For example, your domain allows you to bypass energy defenses entirely. Your signature Leap of True Freedom ability enables you to circumvent segmented multi-layered transphasic energy shields instantly and with much greater ease. Your ace mech can banish a target without too much hindrance in those cases. Tusa nodded. He already recognized this synergy between himself and this material. However, that did not mean that he was convinced it was the best choice. The Leap of True Freedom is my most useful ability so far, but it takes a lot of effort to pull it off. If I have to resonate with lemon to either banish or cripple an enemy starship, that will force me to expend a lot of energy a second time. I do not think I can keep up with activating these demanding abilities multiple times. Besides, the Dark Zephyr also possesses an ultimate module that can help me cope with larger enemies. I have already tried out the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability during the Battle of Torment and it worked great. Master Benedict nodded in concession. It is true that the effect of lemon partially overlaps with the outcome of using the Dark Wind module. I do not agree that the former is redundant. Resonating alloys work on different principles than ultimate modules. The Dark Wind module is purely offensive in nature. Lemon is more versatile as it allows you to displace extremely powerful enemies that you cannot defeat. Why would I do that? As long as you are willing to pay the price, you can temporarily displace any enemy champion that is powerful enough to demolish our entire expeditionary fleet. The temporary absence of such a strong opponent can buy us enough time to eliminate the rabble before concentrating our firepower on the sole enemy that is left. You can also banish a terrible opponent to buy enough time for our entire expeditionary fleet to turn around and flee the battlefield. It is unlikely the rest of us can be saved if you are only able to rely on your Dark Wind Passage to inflict penetrating but ultimately non-fatal wounds on powerful enemies. Tusa understood now that lemon allowed the Dark Zephyr to contain enemies that were too powerful to defeat, but too dangerous to remain present on the battlefield. He and his battle partner could play the role of saboteur. By specifically targeting these alien powerhouses or other major threats, he could contain them long enough until the other alien warships crumbled with greater use due to losing the support of their champion. While Tusa started to develop a greater appreciation for this resonating alloy, he still hesitated on whether he should pick this material over other viable choices. If I choose to integrate lemon into the Dark Zephyr, is it still possible to make use of Turbulenta or B-30 Shattersteel? I am afraid not, Saint. The inclusion of phase water has caused lemon to become especially energetic and volatile. It does not go along well with Turbulenta. In addition, since lemon has to be integrated into a weapon or a limb, it cannot be used at the same time as a weapon integrated with B-30 Shattersteel. Wait, Tusa managed to catch an important detail. Weapons such as knives and hammers aren't built into mechs. They are handheld pieces of equipment that can be picked up or put down. Doesn't that mean you can build a weapon based on both Lemon and B30 Shattersteel? As long as I have access to both weapons, I can simply pick the most suitable one to use in a deployment based on the enemy that I am facing. This means that I won't have to choose. Master Benedict chuckled. That is an excellent deduction, Tusa. However, have you considered the issue of cost? Lemon is among the most expensive resonating alloys on the war exchange because it is new and laced with phase water. At your current budget, you cannot acquire useful quantities of both Lemon and B30 Shattersteel. Oh, I should be able to earn more war merits during the upcoming offensive. Shouldn't it be possible for me to wait until I have enough to exchange for the other resonating material? That is a common strategy among ace pilots, but, is this how you wish to shape your post-expert pilot combat system, Tusa? The decisions you make this time can literally define your role, your image and your value to your clan. It is not necessarily the best decision to branch out and acquire too many weapons. If your training and your combat style do not match your ace mech configuration, then you will experience problems in your subsequent growth. Tusa looked troubled when he heard that. You will have to clarify that, Master. Chapter 6172's Future Role. Chapter 6172's Future Role. The transformation of the Dark Zephyr from a quasi-first-class expert mech to a first-class ace mech represented a huge and profound opportunity. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson had become more powerful than ever before. How he fought as an ace pilot was already radically different because he was no longer afraid of getting overturned if his enemies targeted his weaknesses. The existence of a Saint Kingdom was the most profound gain of becoming an ace pilot. As long as Tusa paired up with a good enough mech, he could resonate with the machine so well to the point where his domain field could be amplified by several orders of magnitude, turning it into one of his strongest weapons and armor at the same time. Master Benedict could not stress the importance of these changes often enough. Expert pilots and ace pilots are two completely different species. The former is weaker and possesses more vulnerabilities that can instantly spell their defeat. The latter is stronger but also more rounded. So long as your Saint Kingdom remains strong and intact, it can already make up for the relatively weak defenses of your Dark Zephyr. This means that your mech is not limited to his old configuration anymore. Your machine has already transcended the definition of a light skirmisher. This is especially the case when your battle partner will also gain the benefits of becoming a first-class mech. What you need to decide is the direction of the evolution of your future ace mech. Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson fell into thought. Any significant decisions related to his Dark Zephyr had massive implications. Each choice produced a lot of ripple effects. Ace pilots were usually regarded as decisive people, but Tusa did not dare to make any impulsive choices on this matter. Master Benedict observed the ace pilot carefully. He liked what he saw. Patriarch Reginald Cross often gave him headaches because of his lack of inhibitions. Saint Tusa was much younger and less experienced than the ace pilot of the Cross clan, but he was much more willing to remain patient and adopt a rational perspective to his problems. That made Tusa far easier to deal with than other ace pilots. Of course, Benedict believed that Patriarch Reginald also had his good points. His passion and his desire to earn glory allowed him to make faster progress on the battlefield than many of his peers. Even though Reginald was no longer a part of the expeditionary fleet, he was making so much progress over the past few years that it was not impossible for him to catch up to Saint Calasandra Bouget within a few decades. The only reason why Saint Calandra was the strongest ace pilot of the Golden Skull Alliance was because she was twice as old as Reginald. Her steady personality allowed her to make slow but steady progress. She was unlikely to falter, but Master Benedict believed that her development speed was too slow to keep up with the rapidly changing era. This was why the former Skull Architect still had great hopes that Patriarch Reginald would be the first to attempt a breakthrough to God Pilot. The leader of the Cross clan was not afraid of taking risks. Whenever Master Benedict gained the opportunity to apply new upgrades to the Mars, Patriarch Reginald never bothered to think too much before he made his choices. Saint Tusa possessed a different and more cautious personality. He could be decisive when he wanted to be, but he understood the value of being patient. This was because he cared about his responsibilities. Master Benedict could respect this attitude. The decisions I make about the Dark Zephyr will not only affect my future, but also the future of the Larkinson clan, am I right? That is correct, Tusa. As the first ace pilot of the Larkinson clan, you bear a heavy responsibility to the people you serve. You have your own wants and needs, but you need to think strategically as well. How can you best defeat your enemies? How can you best protect the clan against catastrophic losses? A solution cannot always fulfill multiple goals at once. By choosing the configuration of the Ace Mech version of the Dark Zephyr, you are defining your role in the Larkinson clan. With Saint Isabel Coden indisposed for at least half a decade, you are expected to bear the burden of protecting your clansmen by yourself. This means that you must make sure you can fulfill your most essential duties by yourself. All of these considerations put greater pressure on Tusa's shoulders. He was not exactly ecstatic about assuming much of the burden of protecting the Larkinson clan, but that was the price of becoming an ace pilot. From the moment he broke past the limits of an expert pilot so early, Tusa already understood that he needed to set an example and become a leader. It was impossible for him to ignore the repercussions of his decisions. He had become so powerful that each change related to him or his living mech could directly affect the lives of over 1 million Larkinsons. Saint Tusa continued to look at the projection of the Ace Mech banishing different targets with the help of Ermelin. He could imagine how the Dark Zephyr would become a more useful mech to the Larkinson clan with the help of this resonating alloy. However, was this truly how he wanted to fight? How do you think I should make my decisions? Tusa asked. Master Benedict paused for a moment. Instead of making your selection by focusing on the properties of specific resonating materials, it may be better if you take a step back and decide your future role and combat system first. Once you have fixated on a specific approach towards combat, I can give you a selection of several key resonating materials that fits your chosen style. Tusa liked that plan much better. Please offer me your guidance. The master mech designer reset the projection and began to display several different variations of the Ace Mech version of the Dark Zephyr. Each of them were draft designs that Benedict hastily put together in order to visualize the different ways he could upgrade the Dark Zephyr. I have drafted several possible development routes for your living mech. Each of them possess their own strengths and weaknesses. I do not consider any of them to be superior to the others. They can all shine in the right circumstances. Let us start with the most familiar variant. The base edition of the Dark Zephyr is a straightforward evolution by substituting Perfidious Steel and Bisonate with Turbulenta and B30 Shattersteel. You do not need to make too many changes to your combat approach, and there is no need for you to learn entirely different skills either. However, your ranged options are limited, and you will lack the versatility to deal with many different complex combat scenarios. In other words, this was the version of the Dark Zephyr that stayed true to Vess's original mech concept. Tusa knew if he committed to this option, he would fully embrace the light skirmisher archetype and maximize its advantages at the cost of remaining shackled to many of its weaknesses. This is not a bad mech, Tusa said. This configuration has always worked in the past. I see no reason why it would become less effective at the Ace Mech level. Turbulenta will not only make my Dark Zephyr virtually untouchable, but I can also distract powerful enemies without needing to confront them directly. B-30 Shattersteel synergizes well with it as it allows me to defeat any opponent over time as long as I never get hit in return. With the addition of my Saint Kingdom, I no longer have to fear the risk of getting hit by weapons of mass destruction or huge saturation attacks. The base edition can fulfill the roles of a duelist and a saboteur quite well. The master mech designer shared his own opinion. Your Dark Zephyr in this case is best employed against powerful individual threats. Neither Turbulenta nor B30 Shattersteel are hungry resonating materials, so you can entangle enemies for an extended period of time. However, the base edition does not have the ability to stop a truly powerful enemy from targeting other friendlies. Aside from the obvious inability to launch strong ranged attacks, the base edition was quite rounded. The combination between the resonating abilities associated with Turbulenta and B30 Shattersteel, the Leap of True Freedom ability, the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability, and a couple of old Prime abilities allowed the Dark Zephyr to fight or distract a lot of possible enemies at close range. It should not be impossible for Tusa to deal with a much more powerful Phase Lord than the Eminence of Torment without any outside help. However, Tusa did not entirely favor this option. It was so simple that it seemed as if he was too afraid to ascend from his third-class roots. He did not forget that the Larkinson clan had gained the qualifications to field first-class mechs now. A huge range of high technologies became available. The vastly stronger first-class power reactor alone was a game-changer to the Dark Zephyr. If I don't think much about the other options, then I have no qualms about choosing the base edition. Tusa said. Master Benedict smiled. There are many more exciting options available. The second variant here is the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr. As you can already guess, it is based on the integration of Erleman. Combined with other adaptations such as outfitting your ace mech with a much faster flight system, this is a configuration that fulfills the role of a saboteur much better. There are many ways you can use the resonating ability associated with Erlemen to disrupt the plans of your enemies and produce large gaps in their defenses. It is still possible for the Banisher Edition to fight directly against powerful opponents, but it is best to leave this job for other ace mechs. Tusa pressed his lips. He was not attracted by the Banisher Edition, as it pushed his Dark Zephyr into a support role. This reminded him of the recent past when he was still an expert pilot. The Dark Zephyr had become severely outdated, preventing Tusa from accomplishing too much on the battlefield. He could only helplessly target weaker alien warships because his expert mech took too long to take out stronger vessels. It was only when he managed to develop the leap of true freedom that his performance on the battlefield improved to a more satisfactory level. Tusa did not want to go back to the days where his pitiful Dark Zephyr would get outshined by other and more impressive living mechs. The Banisher Edition sounds like it could be really useful if our clan has grown up to the point where it can field multiple ace mechs. The ace pilot guessed. Correct. If the other high-tier expert pilots of your clan have broken through, then it will gain at least one powerful offensive melee duelist in the form of an upgraded riot or first sword. The Dark Zephyr may have become an ace mech earlier, but if you ask most people who they prefer to send out in a single duel against a phase lord, they will overwhelmingly favor the other two ace mechs over yours. Since that is the case, you may as well give way to Orphan or Dice and specialize in a role that they cannot fulfill. An ugly expression appeared on Tusa's face. He did not like the thought of giving way to others. He had never considered himself to be a weak duelist. Yet, both Orphan and Dice lived for duels. They specialized in them, the latter more than the former. Tusa could not deny that an ace mech based on the light skirmisher archetype was not the ideal machine for dueling. Ace mechs based on the medium spearman mech and medium swordsman mech archetypes excelled at single combat. Chapter 6171 Different Editions of the Dark Zephyr. Chapter 6171 Different Editions of the Dark Zephyr. St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson felt torn as he struggled to make up his mind on how he wanted to fight in the future. The base edition and the Banisher Edition of the Dark Zephyr both presented him with very different options. The former was more familiar to him. Tusa did not think he would make a wrong choice if he stuck to what worked in the past. The circumstances may have changed now that he and his enemies became stronger, but the ace pilot was confident he could become a powerful duelist while also gaining the ability to support his clan by disturbing powerful enemies. The latter was different from what he was accustomed to. Giving up other key resonating materials for Erlemen represented a big turn in the Dark Zephyr's evolution. It would make it harder for Tusa to defeat powerful opponents upright, and it would also make it harder for his machine to evade incoming attacks. What the Banisher Edition delivered, in return, was a much better ability to mess with his enemies. As long as Tusa grew powerful enough to support the consumption of the resonating ability tied to Erlemen, he could temporarily banish any troublesome presence, ranging from deadly warships to other ace mechs. This was not a version of the Dark Zephyr that was suited for solo combat. It was a full teamwork-oriented configuration that explicitly relegated the light ace skirmisher to a support role. By embracing the Banisher Edition, Tusa would have to accept the reality that he would likely never be as good as other ace pilots in dueling. Yet by letting the Dark Zephyr fulfill a function that few other ace mechs could perform, his presence would provide a strong guarantee that the forces of the Larkinson clan would be able to cope against exceptionally powerful enemies. Besides, the Banisher Edition was not necessarily weak in terms of offense. By making Erlemen take a bite out of enemies, the Dark Zephyr could instantly cripple a phase lord or blow a huge hole in an enemy fortification. Since Saint Tusa was able to make his Dark Zephyr jump past any energy barrier, utilizing the resonating ability associated with Erlemen right afterwards was the fastest and most effective way to cripple or kill a high-priority threat. Inadequate offensive power had always been a source of pain to Tusa. Even now, when he finally became an ace pilot, he still retained his sensitivity towards this problem. That was not to say that B-30 Shattersteel was weak, but Tusa found it to be a little underwhelming. It was not that effective against giant enemies, which meant that the base edition of the Dark Zephyr had no other option than to utilize the Dark Wind module. However, ultimate modules were called this way because they were designed to serve as explosive trump cards that could turn a desperate situation around. The power of the Dark Wind Passage ultimate ability was without doubt, but the energy needed to execute it was not small. Using Erlemen was also demanding, but only if Tusa used it at its fullest on enormous targets. It was much more versatile and could be employed in all kinds of ways as long as he took the time to master its capabilities. The Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr was genuinely a good development route. Master Benedict Cortez had comprehensively taken every variable into account. One of the differences between the base edition and the Banisher edition is their potential, and how much time it takes to realize it to the fullest. Master Benedict explained to Tusa. The base edition's advantage is that you can reuse many of your old skills, so you will hit the ground running. It should only take a few months before you can comfortably use the resonating abilities associated with Turbulenta and B30 Shattersteel. This does not apply to the Banisher edition. You will have to learn how to use the resonating ability associated with Erlemon from scratch, and figure out how to combine it with your new combat system. How big is the learning curve of using Erlemon? It is a fairly powerful resonating alloy, so a fresh ace pilot such as yourself will struggle to leverage it to the fullest for a long time. According to the available data, it may take 5 to 10 years for you to gain enough resonance strength and proficiency to utilize Erlemon as fluently as the ace pilot in the previous footage. That is too long. Tusa sputtered. November LBJNN, it is not as bad as it sounds. You should barely be able to activate the resonating ability after a few months of exercise. It will only get better from there. Erlemon is originally designed for senior ace mechs, so its ceiling is extremely high. Once your resonance strength has developed up to a certain point, you no longer need to worry as much about consumption as before. By that time, you can turn any space battle into a guaranteed victory by racing to an enemy fleet before banishing half a dozen of their most powerful and damaging warships. Once you become a senior ace pilot, you can potentially banish an entire space fortress, thereby opening up a critical gap in the defensive sphere of a highly fortified planet. Saint Tusa felt a bit better about the Banisher edition after hearing that. This version of the Dark Zephyr should be difficult to master at first, but promised to deliver very powerful capabilities at the later stages of his growth as an ace pilot. While the strongest uses for Erlemon was still supportive in nature, Tusa did not feel bad about playing a key role in a titanic battle where the fate of an entire contested region was at stake. Now that Master Benedict provided additional clarification on ace mechs integrated with Erlemon, Tusa actually began to appreciate the charm of this resonating alloy. Created by the resonance smith himself, Erlemon was a modern phase water-infused material that gave Red humanity hope of coping against overwhelmingly powerful alien forces. The only question was whether Saint Tusa was willing to give up the advantages of other variants of the Dark Zephyr in order to go all in on the Banisher edition. What else is possible? Tusa asked. Master Benedict highlighted the third draft design. It displayed a version of the Dark Zephyr that appeared noticeably thicker and bulkier. The extra mass was needed to add enough capacity to incorporate a lot of miniaturized modules. This is the multi-purpose edition of the Dark Zephyr. It is one of my more radical design concepts. It is an attempt to convert the Dark Zephyr from a light skirmisher to a first-class multi-purpose mech. The latter is still fairly light and fast, but it sacrifices mobility in favor of a sizable expansion in weapon systems, defensive systems and utility systems. Due to capacity limitations, none of these modules are particularly large or powerful, but as long as your resonance strength is powerful enough, you can turn any toothpick into a shipkiller. Saint Tusa had the illusion that he had entered into an alternate reality where he tread the path of godhood as a first-class mech pilot. If he was born a Terran instead of a Brighter, perhaps Tusa would not question the fact that his ace mech would come in this form. The multi-purpose edition of the Dark Zephyr truly looked similar to all of the other slender first-class ace mechs. Master Benedict briefly elaborated on what sort of high technologies the multi-purpose edition could carry into battle. From energy weapons to a stealth field generator, the Dark Zephyr would gain an insane degree of versatility. Can these high-tech systems be swapped out for other ones? Yes. They wouldn't be called modules if it was difficult and time-consuming to swap them out. First-class multi-purpose mechs with high modularity can be loaded with a broad set of systems that can perform adequately well in any situation. The mechs can also be equipped with specialized modules that all excel at fulfilling specific missions. For example, your Dark Zephyr can be loaded with a full set of energy weapons if a battle is about to ensue where closing the distance is absolutely not an option. The other variants cannot beat the versatility of the multi-purpose edition. What about the key resonating exotics? There are multiple good choices available for this edition. I have chosen the classic combination of Charge Mate and Heat Mate. Charge Mate, Heat Mate, they don't sound like serious resonating materials. You would be surprised. Master Benedict smirked. They are old but timeless classics because their functions have always remained useful to many first-class multipurpose ace mechs. Charge Mate can generate a large amount of electrical current when affected by true resonance. The greater the resonance strength, the more absurd the power generation. Heatmate is especially designed to work alongside Charge Mate, so there is no compatibility problem. As its name suggests, Heatmate can quickly drain excessive heat build-up due to generating and expending a large amount of power. Together, Charge Mate and Heatmate have become a popular if somewhat generic combination for ace mechs that are heavily reliant on energy-hungry systems. Although the effects of Charge Mate and Heatmate sounded awfully dull to Tusa, he could definitely see how they would be able to complement first-class multipurpose ace mechs. The two resonating alloys were perfect for ace pilots who wanted to rely much more heavily on the conventional technologies of an ace mech as opposed to its more metaphysical qualities. Saint Tusa had heard and read enough about first-class multipurpose mechs to understand many of their pros and cons. He could see the merits in the multipurpose edition, but it was too much. He eventually shook his head. If the Larkinson clan needs a versatile ace mech, then it should look towards other ace pilots. Joshua, for example, is pretty versatile already, and I am sure that others will be able to fulfill this role much better than a light skirmisher specialist like myself. A light mech frame doesn't have enough space to fit all the impressive tech that a multipurpose mech is supposed to carry. His rejection towards the notion of the multipurpose edition was so strong and unambiguous that Master Benjamin eliminated this option right away with a single swipe of his finger. That narrows down your selection somewhat. Let me introduce the next variant to you. This is the Demolisher edition of the Dark Zephyr. It is all about enhancing your mech's offensive melee combat capabilities to the highest possible extent. The speed and maneuverability of your machine will not be as good, but he will gain a much more impressive capacity to inflict damage, especially on large targets. How? With the help of Resoblast alloy. This is a resonating alloy that has a very simple but powerful effect. It can convert strong kinetic energy as well as true resonance into shaped explosive force. The more energy you exert in the resonating ability, the more powerful and the greater the area of effect of the explosion. This resonating material will give your deceptively small light skirmisher the ability to punch far above his own weight class. The projection played another footage where an ace mech approached a large alien battleship. The ace mech first had to go through the transphasic energy shields, but it managed to get past them very quickly. A rapid series of powerful explosions collapsed the energy barriers when the ace mech struck with a pair of hammers. Once the ace mech reached the side of the enemy ship, the machine gained to strike the hull with its hammer. A succession of large explosions wrecked the interior of the battleship as the resonance-empowered strikes released energies that could rival that of tactical weapons of mass destruction. Though Tusa was not a fan of wielding hammers, he deeply became impressed by how this relatively small ace mech turned into the equivalent of a mighty siege engine with the help of Resoblast alloy. Chapter 6172 Official Titles Chapter 6172 Official Titles The Demolisher edition of the Dark Zephyr sought to turn the living mech into a highly mobile but also highly destructive wrecking ball. Although this development route lacked the grace and elusiveness of the base edition, the hammer-wielding light skirmisher possessed a destructive capacity that could easily crush any large warship. It was an ace mech that was entirely geared towards inflicting mass destruction at close range. The destructive features of Resoblast alloy neatly compensated for the Dark Zephyr's prior inability to inflict mass damage. However, the capacity to inflict destruction at a large scale was not the only criteria that Tusa cared about. How good is the effect of Resoblast alloy when used against powerful but compact enemies such as other ace mechs? The ace pilot asked. The hammers can channel a large amount of force in any direction of your choosing upon impact. Master Benedict said, as long as your willpower is strong enough, you can narrow the blast cone so that it resembles a rod. This approach will concentrate the kinetic forces of your resonance-empowered attacks and can overwhelm or penetrate many strong defenses. The most notable shortcoming is that it is impossible to concentrate the blast force any further. This will make it difficult for the Demolisher edition to penetrate through particularly strong armor. If the enemy also possesses excellent shock-absorbing capabilities, then the explosive forces produced with the help of Resoblast alloy will not be able to inflict effective damage against enemies with particularly powerful defenses. That was a concern to Tusa. The Demolisher edition excelled at damaging large-sized targets, but its ability to defeat smaller but much more powerful enemies was questionable. This was especially the case when the configuration of this version sacrificed a bit of mobility in order to enhance its offensive power. Resoblast alloy is powerful, but it doesn't fit my style," Saint Tusa eventually declared as he crossed his arms. "Don't get me wrong, I like the hammers, but using them changes my combat approach so much that I won't be able to recognize myself anymore. Besides, with the breakthrough of Isabel Coden, my clan doesn't have to worry about inflicting mass destruction once she has recovered from her heavy injuries." The problem with that last statement was that Isabel required at least several years in order for the Larkinson clan to regrow an entirely new body around her brain and spine. A lot could happen during this time. The Larkinson clan was bound to confront a lot of native aliens, whose massive resource and home ground advantages allowed them to accumulate a lot of big warships and defensive fortifications. The base edition of the Dark Zephyr was not efficient at eliminating large quantities of massive enemy units. This meant that foregoing a very convenient solution like the Demolisher edition would impair Saint Tusa's ability to dominate the battles in the coming years. Most of the other versions of the Dark Zephyr were much more suited for targeted strikes against high-value targets. There was still value in taking out the flagship of a fleet, but such an act hardly affected the morale of the more disciplined and hardened aliens serving in the real warfleets of the major races of the Red Ocean. "Very well," Master Benedict nodded. "I merely drafted the Demolisher edition to present you with an alternative choice as well as a means to expand your horizons. Even if you reject the concept that I have presented, I hope that you will at least become more aware of the greater possibilities at your disposal. First-class ace mechs are exceptionally powerful. In the past, it was impossible to design a light skirmisher that can easily destroy entire battleships, but now that the Dark Zephyr is about to reach this new standard, you can break any rule you want." Tusa had to admit that the Demolisher edition truly broadened his horizons. He appreciated Master Benedict's effort, but he also wanted to stay true to himself. "Are there any other variations of the Dark Zephyr?" "There is one more. The Duelist edition of the Dark Zephyr seeks to satisfy your craving for achieving supremacy in single combat. This configuration boasts slightly thicker armor while still retaining high mobility. On the premise of possessing a trump card in the form of the Dark Wind module, I have sought out a resonating material that can bestow your ace mech with another means of inflicting strong attacks without draining too much energy." "Can't we use B30 Shattersteel?" Tusa questioned. B30 Shattersteel has the potential to break through all defenses, but it has several major shortcomings. Its effectiveness against massive enemies is inconsistent, and it is entirely useless against smart metal and certain types of biological matter. This is why the Duelist edition should ideally be paired with a resonating material that does not rely on repeated attacks in the same areas in order to breach particularly resilient defenses. "I have also tried to find a better match with your E-energy attributes." The ace pilot grew intrigued when he heard that. The previous variations all sounded nice, but theft did not quite match with his domain. "So what material did you find?" "It is another recently developed phase water-infused resonating alloy. Different from Erlemon, Sunder Metal is a resonating material that does what its name suggests. When integrated into a bladed weapon, any contact with solid matter can produce a molecular dissociation effect. The effect is not too strong at low power, but when affected by much greater true resonance, it can easily split highly resistant materials in half. Channeling more true resonance into the weapon can also enlarge the molecular dissociation effect, allowing your ace mech to cut targets that are much larger than the blade itself. However, unless you have grown into a senior pilot, it is not advisable to make too many demands on Sunder Metal. You are not even close to utilizing it to its true potential." The projection changed to show an ace swordsman mech with this resonating alloy in action. The machine wielded a sword and confronted a variety of alien warships. The sword infused with Sunder Metal was quite effective against transphasic energy shields due to the fact that it was also a transphasic product. The mech easily overcame the transphasic energy shields of the enemy vessels before beginning to cut apart the hulls with surprising effectiveness. The ace mech fought as if it wielded a blade that was at least 5 times longer. That was not all. When the ace mech in the projection sparred against another ace mech, the one that wielded the Sunder Metal blade continuously wore down the defenses of its opponent until it finally delivered its crippling blow. The Sunder Metal sword glowed with concentrated power as it neatly managed to sever the enemy machine's left arm. "Impressive," Saint Tusa uttered. Sunder Metal was a powerful offensive resonating exotic. It was not bad when used against massive opponents, but it was even better when employed against particularly tough and damage-resistant enemies. Tusa did not have to worry too much about lack of offensive power if he piloted the Duelist edition. He vastly preferred the effects of Sunder Metal over B30 Shattersteel and Resoblast alloy. However, It was clear that the Duelist edition was less versatile than the base edition. So much of the former hinged on the effectiveness of Sunder Metal that the Dark Zephyr would get in trouble if it was not effective. The Duelist edition is designed to excel in attacking powerful individual combatants, but not much else. Master Benedict confirmed Tusa's thoughts. Due to the infusion of phase water, Sunder Metal is particularly domineering. It cannot be combined with Turbulenta that can increase the invasive capabilities of your living mech. That was a disappointment. Turbulenta did not sound impressive, but Tusa was confident his Dark Zephyr would suffer much less attacks with the help of this resonating exotic. So these are the variants that you came up with, Master. I am not limited to drafting 5 different development routes of the Dark Zephyr. There are many other resonating materials that I have left out of consideration. I do not believe it is necessary to overwhelm you with too many choices. These are the strongest and most compatible mech configurations that I can produce with the information that I have on hand. If you are dissatisfied with all 5 of them, then I can take your feedback and use it to develop a more fitting mech configuration. That won't be necessary, Master. I am already pleased with these options. I do not see much point in exploring other options. Saint Tusa furrowed his brows as he continued to contemplate the different variations. He knew that as long as he did not change his mind later on, the development route he chose today would define his career for the rest of his life. The powerful resonating materials integrated into the Dark Zephyr would allow it to excel in specific areas. Tusa may become famous for banishing powerful opponents or cutting through the toughest armor with a single strike. As long as he performed well enough to make an unforgettable impression, the people around him would eventually bestow him with a title related to his greatest strength or feat. Obtaining a title that was recognized by the public was an important turning point to the career of any mech pilot. It was not too unusual for mech pilots to gain a variety of titles, handles, call signs and other pseudonyms from various different sources. Mech pilots or other people that possessed officially recognized titles could use them as their primary legal names, thereby reducing their former human names to relics of their mortal past. However, as long as the public acceptance and recognition of these messy titles remained low, they didn't count according to the official institutions of human civilization. Only a big institution such as the Red Association had the power to officially approve and register a title. Once that happened, the mech pilot completed a life-changing transformation from mortal to transcendent. Mech pilots or other people that possessed officially recognized titles could use them as their primary legal names, thereby reducing their former human names to relics of their mortal past. This was why people always referred to the Destroyer of Worlds by her imposing title rather than her distinctly less impressive human name or Irene Mox. In any case, it was a bit of a stretch for Tusa to obtain an officially recognized title when he was a mere expert pilot. There were just so many demigods that it was difficult for any of them to earn widespread fame. The story was different for ace pilots. They were much more powerful and much less numerous. Their combat feats were also so much more impressive that they could easily capture the imagination of billions if not trillions of people. Saint Tusa did not consider himself to be as vain as Vincent Riccolin, but he was still human enough to crave validation. Who didn't want to become a hero? Therefore, earning an official title was one of his most desired goals after becoming an ace pilot. He was still aiming to become a god pilot, but this was such an enormous goal that it was impossible for him to succeed in the foreseeable future. It was much easier for Tusa to settle on a more attainable goal. The upcoming alien offensive granted him the perfect opportunity to climb up to the galactic stage. Many heroes would rise in the coming years. A lot of ace pilots that previously went under the radar were bound to become famous and inspire red humanity to resist the native aliens. Saint Tusa was the first ace pilot among his clansmen, but that was not the extent of his ambitions. He wanted to become the first true war hero of the Larkinson clan. Now that more dazzling clansmen such as General Ark Larkinson had yet to trigger their second apotheosis, Tusa felt an obligation to stand up and prove that his clan was not weak in terms of martial might. With this goal in mind, Tusa quickly narrowed down his selection to just 2 options. Chapter 6173 Solo or Team Player Chapter 6173 Solo or Team Player. As much as Saint Tusa wanted to have it all, it was impossible for his Dark Zephyr to excel in every area. The closest the living mech could come to performing like a mythical Omnimech was the distinctly boring multipurpose edition. Compared to a theoretical Omnimech that possessed all of the advantages of every mech archetype with none of the associated weaknesses, the multipurpose edition was too lacking in hard power. Tusa hated the indecisive nature of a multipurpose mech. Every machine that carried 20 different miniaturized modules could seemingly do everything, but never managed to excel in anything. This was why he rejected the multi-purpose edition despite how tempting it sounded to possess very little weaknesses. He believed he could do more for his clan if he became overwhelmingly strong in a single function. He already ruled out the Demolisher edition as well because it tried too hard in forcing him to become a different ace pilot. As much as he didn't like it, Tusa already accepted the fact that his piloting style would never be good at inflicting mass destruction. The more concentrated and surgical nature of the Duelist edition appealed to him a lot more, but the over-reliance on Sunder Metal made him hesitate. November LBJNN. It was a powerful resonating alloy for certain. He preferred it over B30 Shattersteel as Sunder Metal could breach enemy defenses in an instant. However, he also recognized that the effectiveness of Sunder Metal was heavily reliant on his resonance strength. As a material designed for use by senior ace pilots, Saint Tusa would struggle to use it to its full effect for many years. Activating the associated resonating ability to the fullest extent several times in quick succession would quickly drive him to exhaustion. While Tusa was still attracted by the powerful long-term prospects of Sunder Metal, he did not consider it appropriate to sacrifice so much immediate combat power to fully make use of its power. Certainly, Tusa fully believed that as long as he continued to practice and familiarize himself with Sunder Metal over the span over decades, he could one day become so powerful at freeing parts and limbs from his most formidable enemies that even phase whales would run away in terror after encountering his Dark Zephyr on the battlefield. However, Tusa couldn't wait that long. The Larkinson clan's position in society was still too precarious. If his Dark Zephyr remained underpowered in the coming years, he wouldn't be able to protect his fellow clansmen during a period where they were lacking in high-end combat power. "What will happen if I pick the Duelist edition?" the ace pilot asked. "The premier branch of your clan will depend heavily on your mech to protect its forces against phase leaders and particularly powerful warships in the coming years." Master Benedict answered, "So I need to be ready to fight as hard as I must, is that what you are saying? First-class mechs are expected to take part in a higher level of warfare than you are accustomed to. The premier branch will not be fighting against the rabble that our expeditionary fleet is accustomed to thrashing. The warfleets of the 13 major alien races of the Red Ocean are truly formidable to the point where they can give the Red 2 a run for their money. These are the enemies that the first-class mech pilots of your clan are expected to fight. Aside from your Dark Zephyr, the most your clansmen can count upon are the handful of warships your clan is permitted to field." Tusa frowned. Once his Dark Zephyr got upgraded to a first-class ace mech, he would no longer be allowed to fight alongside the soldiers of the expeditionary fleet. He didn't like it. These were his brothers and sisters in arms. They could never enjoy enough protection, especially now that the Red War was about to escalate. Then again, Tusa understood the Larkinson clan's desire to build up a first-class mech force. There were too many powerful threats that could destroy the clan if it lost the protection of the Red Association. The Larkinsons suffered betrayal too many times to let others become responsible for their safety. Only a true first-class mech force was powerful enough to allow the Larkinson clan to maintain a true foothold in the new frontier. In addition, Saint Tusa recognized that a powerful ace pilot like himself also served as an additional form of deterrent against the enemies of the clan. The thing about deterrence was that it should never be based on falsehoods. Tusa needed to possess a degree of combat effectiveness that was high enough to truly make the enemies of the clan back off. If his ace mech struggled to launch powerful attacks, then that would obviously not be enough to scare away the most powerful of adversaries. "I originally wanted to pick the Duelist edition, but, if I can't keep up with the likes of the Mars in the following decade, then forget it." Tusa sighed. Benedict actually looked a bit surprised after he heard this resolute rejection. "I calculated that there is a high probability that you would have settled for the Duelist edition. I specifically designed it to address several of your greatest grievances at once. It not only possesses high offensive power, but its growth ceiling is very high. It may take an extended amount of time for your Dark Zephyr to come to power, but your utilization of Sunder Metal will never reach a hard limit until you have become a peak ace pilot. Even if your living mech has not been updated for several decades, you can still rely on your growing resonance strength and your increasing mastery of Sunder Metal to keep up with newer and much more updated ace mechs." Tusa would be lying if he said he was not interested in this benefit. The Larkinson clan did not adopt an incremental update strategy like the Cross clan. Who knew how long it would take for the busy Vase and Gloriana to finally turn their attention to the Dark Zephyr once again? The ace pilot understood that barring special circumstances, the upcoming upgrade would be the only one that the Dark Zephyr would enjoy for at least a decade if not longer. This meant that Tusa had to make sure he would remain satisfied for an extended period of time with this upgrade. He still shook his head. Be that as it may, I don't think that is enough of a reason to pick the Duelist Edition. It is not as if the other variants are much less useful in the long run. That is true. Which one do you prefer, then? I have narrowed down my choices to the Base Edition and the Banisher Edition. The ace pilot answered, I understand their pros and cons well enough, but I cannot make up my mind on the combat system that I should specialize in. The Base Edition is familiar ground to me, but the Banisher Edition allows me to make a greater impact in large battles. The Base Edition's combination of Turbulenta and B-30 Shattersteel promised guaranteed performance, yet did not introduce anything drastically new or powerful. The Banisher Edition's reliance on the new and powerful Erleman would allow the Dark Zephyr to become a fearsome saboteur and disruptor, but also became a less powerful duelist due to a reduction in offensive and evasion capabilities. Tusa closed his eyes as he struggled to make a choice that would define his entire career. It was too difficult to commit to a single development route. Seeing that the ace pilot could not make up his mind, Master Benedict made a suggestion. Tusa looked relieved. That is a good suggestion. I will spend a few days exploring my options. Do not be in a hurry to decide right away. Time is of the essence, but it would be terrible if you make a decision that you will eventually come to regret. Perhaps it would help you clarify your opinions if you listen to your friends and family. Ask your fellow Larkinsons what they think. Whether you agree with their standpoints or not, you should eventually gain a clearer idea on which version of the Dark Zephyr fits you best. Tusa looked relieved. That is a good suggestion. I will spend a few days exploring my options. He truly needed the break. Once he left the cyclical engine, he began to contact numerous Larkinsons in person or by remote order to hear what they had to say. There are merits to both the Base Edition and the Banisher Edition. Venerable Janzi Larkinson thoughtfully said, from the perspective of our clan, the Banisher Edition is much more useful to us. It is not necessarily a configuration that will earn you a lot of personal glory, but it is easier to tip the balance in our favor during pitched battles. We have other high-tier expert pilots that can do frontal combat much better as long as they break through. Saint Tusa should have known that he would hear this kind of answer from Janzi. What if I go for the Base Edition instead? I would respect your choice, Tusa. You should always choose what is best for you. I am simply telling you what is best for our clan if you care about that. If you want to manipulate the battlefield and ruin the plans of our enemies, then pick the Banisher Edition. If you want to become a versatile high-mobility troubleshooter, then go for the Base Edition. I know what I want, but my goals do not necessarily align with yours. Janzi gave Tusa a more measured response than he expected. He felt glad that she would not condemn him if he ended up picking the Base Edition. Tusa decided he needed to hear an opinion from the opposite side of the spectrum. He knew exactly who to approach. Venerable Vincent Rickelin scratched his head in confusion. I didn't expect that a big-shot ace pilot like yourself can be so indecisive. If you want my honest opinion, I think you are overthinking this issue way too much. Why don't you listen to your heart? Neither the Base Edition nor the Banisher Edition appeals to me, but if I had to make a choice, I would pick the former. You can't go wrong by sticking to the classics. Besides, I know you well enough that you love to duel against powerhouses. The Banisher Edition is much more useful to a team player. You think I am unable to be a team player? Tusa doubtfully asked. Vincent chuckled. Tusa, I am not saying you don't care about the rest of us, but you're a man. It is in your nature to pursue glory and defeat powerful enemies. Picking the Banisher Edition will only make you suppress your aggression and turn you into a meek pilot that thinks about retreat at the first sign of serious resistance. A real ace pilot shouldn't be like that. A real ace pilot needs to possess the unflinching confidence that they can defeat any enemy no matter how much the odds are stacked against them. Don't be a coward, be a hero, make the right choice. Despite the fact that Vincent was still a mere expert pilot, he had an uncanny ability to inspire Tusa's sense of manhood. The ace pilot couldn't help but become affected by Vincent's emotional appeal. What was Tusa's true nature? Was he a trickster, or was he a saboteur? Did he prefer to dance on the edge of the knife by dancing around powerful opponents, or would he rather spoil their plans by banishing them or their key war assets into another dimension? The more Tusa thought about it, the more he came closer to an answer. He only wanted to seek out one more opinion before he locked in his choice. Vase, I need your advice. The physical projection of the mech designer smiled. I have heard about your little inquiry. You are indeed facing a big decision. Let's explore what is holding you back. Chapter 6174 No Turning Back. Chapter 6174 No Turning Back. Ask away, Tusa. What do you want to hear from me? I haven't studied the draft designs too closely, but I can share my own views on the technical and conceptual traits of the two variants of your Dark Zephyr. As the creator and one of the lead developers of the Dark Zephyr, Vase knew a lot about the powerful light skirmisher. The current iteration of the living mech was one of his best works. Although Vase had little involvement in Master Benedict's plans to upgrade the Dark Zephyr into a first-class ace mech, he still had access to all of the reports that Gloriana received. Even if Vase was busy with other matters, he always made sure to devote enough time to stay up to date on the developments of the first ace mech of the Larkinson clan. He had a strong personal stake in this matter. The strengths and weaknesses of the future version of the Dark Zephyr had a very large impact on the first-class mech force that he was planning to form in the near future. Vase did not have a personal preference on which version of the Dark Zephyr that Tusa should choose. He only cared about whether the ace pilot would be able to fight at his best when he obtained his desired ace mech. Saint Tusa spent a few minutes sharing his thoughts on the subject. He then proceeded to ask a question. How easy would it be for the design department to upgrade or modify either versions of my battle partner? The reason why I am asking this is because the Red War is developing quickly. New technologies are coming out every year. If possible, I would like my mech to be kept up to date more frequently than before. That was a reasonable request. Ace mechs deserved better treatment than expert mechs due to their much greater strategic value. Vase thought for a moment. Gloriana should be able to give you a better answer on this. From what I know, the technical demands of the Banisher edition are not as high. This variant is primarily designed to move faster on the battlefield so that you can quickly exile high-priority threats into other dimensions with as little delay as possible. It only relies on a single key resonating material to perform its primary role, so it is much easier to augment the more basic capabilities of your mech with lesser resonating materials. Master Benedict has already taken the initiative to augment the mobility of the Banisher edition through this method, but we can also change that to boosting the Dark Zephyr's defenses or attack power. That was an informative answer. Tusa nodded in gratitude. What about the base edition? Well, I am not an authority in high-level materials science, but putting two powerful ace mech grade resonating materials in a single ace mech is bound to create a lot of strain, shall we say. When your resonance strength is still on the low end of an ace pilot, it will be more difficult to keep the base edition stable when your living mech is operating at high intensity. It is like piloting a volatile explosive. There should be enough safeguards to prevent your mech from exploding, but there is very little leeway to push the limits further when you are still a rookie ace pilot. The situation will improve once you have grown stronger and subjected your Dark Zephyr to a lot of willpower baptism. The metaphysical strengthening of the mech frame will give Gloriana greater leeway in applying additional resonating materials. These were technical considerations that Tusa was not previously aware of. It was interesting to learn about these differences. I have another question, Vase. Are you working on new tech now or in the future that could make the base edition or the Banisher edition a lot more powerful? Which one has the best chance to become a lot more effective when our society has managed to make a lot more progress in advancing new technologies? That was a rather difficult question, but Tusa happened to present it to the right person. I cannot say too much about other fields of technology, but I know a thing or two when it comes to phase water technology, hyper-technology and e-technology. In my opinion, it is harder to apply innovations to the base edition. There is not much room for improvement to weapons that have integrated B-30 Shattersteel because its effect is so simple and direct. Turbulenta presents more possibilities, but they won't be game changers. Are you saying that it will be different for the Banisher edition? The physical projection of Vase nodded. The Banisher edition is like a soft reset of your Dark Zephyr. It is a new configuration that has yet to undergo years of refinement and optimization. Its signature resonating ability is also very new and flexible, which means that there are many ways to improve its performance by making targeted modifications to your living mech. That was an interesting difference. The Banisher edition should receive more dramatic upgrades in the medium and long term. Which of the two variants plays better with phase water? The base edition is not too dependent on phase water. Vase answered, sure, It can be used to strengthen and speed up the relatively thin mech frame, but these are standard applications. The use of B30 shattersteel makes it less important for the knives of this variant to possess strong penetrating capabilities. I see. I suppose it is very different for the Banisher edition. Correct, Tusa. I suspect that your recent exposure to phase water may allow you to unlock the hidden potential of Erlemen, if it even exists. It is one of the few phase water-infused resonating alloys available so far. The mech industry knows too little about how this extra detail affects the performance of resonating materials in real-world scenarios. I won't lie to you, Tusa. I think that part of the reason why the Red Association has put Erlemen on the war exchange is so that people like you can field test this new material. That caused the ace pilot to frown. He did not exactly wish to turn himself into a test subject, especially without making it clear from the start. Then again, the Resonance Smith personally invented Erlemen. He would never deign to release anything too unstable that could pose a real danger against ace pilots. His reputation for excellence made it impossible to consider Erlemen an unstable experimental material. It is an honor to help the Resonance Smith collect more data. Tusa said in a neutral tone. I haven't thought about my connection to phase water. I myself don't really know what exactly I gained out of completing that stupid challenge of yours. All I've noticed is that I am getting along a little better with phase water technology. Maybe this is one of the reasons why I have become drawn to the Banisher edition. Don't let this single factor dictate your choice. There is more to the Banisher edition than phase water. There are also the design spirits to consider. I have been meaning to ask about that, Vase. From what I can see, the base edition plays well with both Trisk and Arnold. The Banisher edition on the other hand doesn't have a strong connection to Arnold anymore. I am also not very certain whether this variant is compatible with Trisk. Vase chuckled. Your thinking is too limited. It is true that Trisk embodies the concept of freedom, but the act of banishing an enemy does not necessarily contradict it. Instead, you can treat it as an opportunity to liberate your enemies from the prison that is called the material realm and send them to one of the many other dimensions that exist. With the power that the Banisher edition commands, you practically gain a key that may lead you to a lot of different dimensions. Saint Tusa was sharp enough to hear the elevated interest in the Patriarch's tone. You sound like you favor the Banisher edition over the base edition. Sort of, Vase answered. Let me be honest. From the perspective of the Larkinson clan, you are more useful as an asset if you pick the Banisher edition. It is also in my own best interest that you pick this development route. However, I do not want to force you to take on a role that you are truly not interested in. Any short to medium-term benefits pale in comparison to our ultimate long-term goal, which is to help you transcend into a god pilot. If the base edition makes you more comfortable and grants you greater confidence in overcoming your challenges, then by all means go for it. What is best for you is also best for our clan. Tusa's expression softened a bit after he heard that. He was grateful for Vase for not trying to pressure him into selecting one variant over another. The base edition represented a continuation of his existing fighting style and allowed him to pilot what may ultimately become the strongest light skirmisher to ever exist. It was important for him to make the final decision himself. There was a lot of promise in either development route. The base edition represented a continuation of his existing fighting style and allowed him to pilot what may ultimately become the strongest light skirmisher to ever exist. The Banisher edition took a very different turn by granting his Dark Zephyr a powerful new gimmick that could become his defining ability due to how great of an impact it could have. Tusa truly felt torn between choosing a configuration that allowed him to earn more personal glory and a configuration that enabled him to become a more useful helper to the Larkinson clan. Of course, making progress until he successfully became a god pilot was the best possible way for him to do well in both areas. Tusa, what is it, Vase? Let me guess. The reason why you are struggling so much is due to a conflict between your selfish desires and your sense of duty to the clan. Tusa plainly admitted it by nodding. That is one of the reasons why I have been postponing my decision so far. I think my domain is pushing me to choose the base edition, but I don't know if I will be able to forgive myself if that makes me unable to save our clan from a catastrophic defeat. Vase shook his head. I think you are approaching this the wrong way. You are the master of your domain, not the other way around. The reason why your domain is tied to the concept of freedom is because you yearn to be free and unrestrained. However, you are still a human. You still have the freedom to choose, to act illogically and to contradict yourself. Don't make a decision just because it is what your domain prefers. Settle on a variant that you look forward to piloting the most, even if you cannot list out all of the reasons why. Even if your choice conflicts with your domain, then impose your will onto it until it conforms to you again. This final piece of advice cut through all of the fog and confusion that filled Tusa's mind ever since Master Benedict presented him with so many options. The ace pilot once again radiated clarity and certainty as he decided on his future course as an ace pilot. If that is the case, then I want to take a chance on the Banisher edition. I think I am ready to try something new and different. Vase grinned. Good choice. Our clan will support your decision all the way. I will pass on your preference to Gloriana and Master Benedict so that they can quickly get to work. Make sure to get ready to redeem the necessary quantity of lemon from the war exchange. It is really expensive and has limited availability, so it is better to acquire it sooner rather than later. Saint Tusa did not know whether he made the wrong choice at this junction, but once he spent almost all of his accumulated war merits on lemon, there was no turning back anymore. Chapter 6175 Tusa's Value Chapter 6175 Tusa's Value After Vase ended his call with Saint Tusa, he tried his best not to grin like an unhinged madman. He felt ecstatic. Out of all of the draft designs that Master Benedict Cortez whipped up as possible evolutions of the Dark Zephyr, Tusa picked the one that provided the greatest benefit to Vase and the Larkinson clan. Hehehehe. Although Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was the first member of the clan to advance to the rank of ace pilot, he would soon be joined by others. Isabel Coden had already broken through, and there were many high-tier expert pilots that just needed to take one step further in order to reach the same rank. Although not even Ilvain could predict the timing of pilot breakthroughs, the Larkinson clan nurtured enough peak ace candidates to be able to win the jackpot, at least once or twice in the upcoming campaign. This was not a certain bet, but Vase did not think that Tusa and Isabel were the only pilots in the Larkinson clan that could undergo apotheosis for a second time. The other high-tier expert pilots possessed their own strengths. They just needed a single powerful opportunity to push themselves past the threshold. Whether that was receiving an updated high-tier expert mech or fighting an extremely intensive battle during the imminent alien offensive, Vase had already formulated a few plans based on the assumption of specific individual breakthroughs. If the future matched his predictions, Saint Tusa's role in the Larkinson clan would automatically change from a frontline leader to a flanking supporter. This was what fit Tusa best. His Dark Zephyr functioned best when the light skirmisher was not the most ostentatious presence on the battlefield. It would have been great if Ark broke through and came back to the clan. Vase sighed. Ark was by far the best candidate to take a leading position in any large mech force. His domain and his combat system all hinged on becoming the brightest star in the field. Still, Vase could work with others if necessary. Janzi Larkinson, Joshua Larkinson and Casella Ingvar all possessed good leadership or inspirational qualities. Each of them had the potential to elevate the Larkinson clan's premier fighting forces in different ways. As harsh as it sounded, Vase did not include Tusa on that very short list. It was not that Vase had no faith in Tusa's leadership abilities. He could certainly step up if there was no better alternative. He was just not suitable for this prominent role, if not for the fact that Saint Isabel Coden's distorted breakthrough and traumatic injuries caused her mental stability to drop off a cliff. Vase would have already prepared a plan to turn her into the standard bearer of the Larkinson clan. In any case, Tusa's decision to adopt the Banisher edition was fantastic news to Vase. The Dark Zephyr with the power to exile troublesome enemies to another dimension had many useful applications, but Vase mainly prized one use in particular. Loss mitigation. Yes, Vase did not naively assume that his forces would be able to win every battle in the future. The Larkinson clan became stronger, but the enemies his forces were expected to confront were growing stronger as well. Part of that is due to the technological and organizational improvements made by his opponents. The rabble that the Larkinsons previously looked down on in the past was slowly getting better and better. All of the trash had already been wiped out, but that meant that the second echelon forces that remained were much better. The expeditionary fleet should no longer have it as easy as before. Another part of the increasing difficulties was that the first-class mech force that Vase intended to raise in the near future had to fight against the real enemies of red humanity. The Torment fleet only gave the Larkinsons a small preview of what it was like to fight the main warfleets of the major alien races. Against a real Orvan, Nunzer or Puelmer warfleet, the Larkinsons were bound to suffer a lot of casualties in battle. After all, if not even the well-equipped Ra and RF warfleets could win their own battles without losing valuable soldiers and assets, how could the Larkinson clan possibly do any better? Even if the first-class mech force of the Larkinson clan actively tried to avoid any alien warfleets that posed too great of a threat, there was no guarantee that a confrontation could be avoided forever. The price of losing was far too great to Vase. This was why before he thought about the benefits of winning a battle against such powerful opposition, he needed to think about what must be done if his forces lost a battle. This was where the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr came into play. If the living mech truly incorporated lemon as a key resonating material, then the machine should be able to buy the Larkinson forces enough time to retreat. Saint Tusa did not even need to kill the winning enemies. As long as he used his ace mech to banish a handful of extremely powerful warships or units that possessed the greatest lethality, the remaining alien enemies had a much smaller chance of wiping out the fleeing Larkinson troops. Perhaps the pursuers may even decide to interrupt their chase for fear of getting defeated in detail. This was a role that only Saint Tusa and the Dark Zephyr could perform. Theoretically, any other ace pilot that was compatible with lemon could fulfill the same purpose, but the situation was not so simple. Out of all of the high-ranking mech pilots in the Larkinson clan, a light mech specialist such as Tusa possessed the highest agency on the battlefield. His Dark Zephyr was the fastest and most evasive mech of the Larkinson clan. The light skirmisher could visit any corner of the battlefield and get away without suffering any significant consequences. Only Saint Tusa was able to execute a mission as dangerous as flying in the middle of the formation of an enemy warfleet and banishing the well-protected flagship before slipping away. There is absolutely no way that Janzi and her Bastion can pull off the same feat. The Bastion possessed the lowest mobility out of all of the Larkinson expert mechs, and that was fine. She was fully geared towards functions that did not require her to maneuver around a lot. There were still many medium expert mechs that possessed decently high mobility, such as the First Sword and the Everchanger, but it would be a waste to integrate lemon into them. It was better to play to their strengths and let them excel in different areas. In any case, once Gloriana and Master Benedict are done with upgrading the Dark Zephyr, I have much greater confidence in the success of our upcoming deep strike expeditions. It was only when the Larkinsons finally jumped deep behind enemy lines and fought against the native aliens in their home turf that the threat of annihilation was the greatest. The addition of a mech like the Banisher edition of the Dark Zephyr served as a powerful guarantee against any unexpected surprises that the aliens may spring. After all, as competent as the Red 2's intelligence-gathering efforts may be, it was impossible for their spies to discover every phase whale enclave. Any manner of threats could hide inside those secretive pocket spaces. What happened in Davut back then was just the mildest form of ambush, as the ones inside merely consisted of a minuscule defeated remnant of the original race that occupied the planet. Other planets might be hiding much more terrible enemies, from adult phase whales to secret armadas. Well, the Dark Zephyr can't take care of any enemy. Vase briefly frowned. There was not much he could do about that. The only way to increase the chances of survival was to team up with other powerful deep strike fleets. Perhaps he should think about fighting alongside a friendly Terran or Rubarthan mech force. In any case, there was an entirely different reason why Vase was happy about the Banisher edition, and it did not have anything to do with combat. Vase saw a potential synergy between the Banisher edition and the latest upgrade of the mech designer system. One of the issues that troubled him when he chose the upgrade track corresponding to Dimension Breach creation was the insanely high AP cost to get the Dimension Observatory up and running. While Vase expected to make a bit of progress on that in the near future, he was still on the lookout for cheaper alternatives. The Banisher edition may be able to serve as that cheaper alternative. What he did not mention to Tusa was that the Dark Zephyr did not necessarily have to use the resonating ability associated with lemon on enemy units. What if the Banisher edition of the Ace Mech exiled a friendly probe into a random dimension? That probe would enter into a completely different facet of reality, record a lot of useful data before subsequently coming back to the material realm. As long as the probe survived the abnormal environment of another dimension, it might be able to provide enough data to skip the need to employ the Dimension Telescope. In fact, as long as the Banisher edition gained more power and control over the banishing process, Vase could even render the Dimension Telescope redundant. Forget about investing thousands of AP into this expensive device. As long as the Dark Zephyr was able to produce the same results without spending a single ascension point, only a fool would commit to the more expensive option. As Vase continued to daydream about how the Banisher edition might be able to facilitate his dream of plundering lots of unique and valuable resources from other dimensions, he soon reminded himself that this was not the time to think about expansion. Instead, He needed to spend more time on making sure his clan was able to weather the incoming storm. What is taking the aliens so long? Vase briefly frowned. The big offensive that everyone was afraid of had yet to kick off. This should be good news to Red humanity as it gave everyone more time to prepare. However, the Red Cabal was not stupid. The phase whales may possess alien thinking that caused them to make decisions that did not make immediate sense to humans, but they had all proven to be rational and self-interested enough when their core interests came under threat. This suggested that the native aliens needed to wait until they completed their own preparations. Whatever schemes they had in mind were bound to deal a nasty blow to Red humanity. There's nothing I can do. Vase sighed. He had grown faster and more powerful than any mech designer of his generation in the Red Ocean. He was the model of a successful pioneer that had managed to rise up by taking advantage of the opportunities of the new frontier. He even became the catalyst to the formation of a new hegemonic organization that had the potential to stand equal with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. However, Vase did not let these accomplishments go over his head. He knew quite well that he firmly remained in the palm of the hands of the true big shots of Red humanity. Vase was quite sober in his realization that he was still a chess piece as opposed to a chess player. He only managed to promote himself from a pawn into a bishop or something. Regardless, a chess piece remained a chess piece. Vase had little actual agency in his ability to influence the strategic direction of human civilization. At most, he could use his most radical inventions to slightly nudge Red humanity in one direction or another. This was why he quickly put the matter of the Red Cabal's schemes aside. It was not his responsibility to foil the plans of the native aliens. He had better ways to spend his time. One of them was to contact Kedis to discuss the withdrawal of some of the combat forces in the reticulocorine system. Chapter 6176 The Weight of Responsibility Chapter 6176 The Weight of Responsibility When Vase finally made contact with Kedis by remote, the latter looked a little glum. This was a rather uncharacteristic appearance from the young journeyman. Kedis had always been positive, upbeat and confident about herself and her future. Yet now, Ketiz's mood and posture made no attempts to hide her disappointment. Meow. Lucky, who had previously been resting on Ves's desk, noticed the swordmaster's depression. The gem cat jumped from his perch and flew over to the physical projection of the swordmaiden mech designer. The arrival of the cat succeeded in lifting her mood, if only by a small extent. Oh, hey, Lucky. It has been a long time since we met each other, Kedis said as she held the gem cat in her arms. How are you doing as of late? Are Vase and Gloriana's children keeping you company? Meow meow meow. Kedis spent a little time indulging herself in cat therapy before she shifted her attention back to Vase. I suppose you did not call me because you wanted me to reconnect with Lucky. Vase nodded. We need to discuss the follow-up arrangements of Task Force Solus. Now that the Emperor Tree is out of the way, how much progress has been made to take control over the major Solus gas deposit? It is taking a long time for the Larkinson Biotech Institute to examine and clear out the massive root system underground. Kedis reported to Vase. That doesn't stop us from disassembling Chimera Base back into modular construction parts before bringing them over to the Emperor Tree clearing in a much more strategically important location. Emperor Base is still under construction, so it will take time before we can begin to harvest large volumes of Solus gas. The harvesting and export of Solus gas was a key part of Ves's future plans. The exotic gas had already demonstrated many amazing capabilities that could make any Larkinson mech a lot more powerful. Chimera Base previously hosted a small gas harvesting operation, but so little Solus gas sputtered out from that minor deposit that it could never satisfy the demand of the Larkinson clan. This time was different. Once Emperor Base got up and running, the Larkinsons could finally harvest and make use of as much Solus gas that the Emperor Tree previously monopolized. This was the greatest benefit of eliminating that tall and incredibly resilient calamity plant. There were many possible uses of Solus gas. Vase already intended to build a huge stockpile of it in reserve for the purpose of producing or upgrading every Larkinson mech with alloys laced with this special material. What excited Vase the most was that Task Force Solus already managed to harvest enough Solus gas to upgrade the Dark Zephyr with this material. Unfortunately, upgrading the Masterwork Archimech with altered alloys that included Solus gas was incredibly tedious and troublesome. It would have been much more convenient if the Dark Zephyr Mark III incorporated these highly anticipated materials, but Task Force Solus hadn't made as much progress at the time. Oh well, At least the process of upgrading the Dark Zephyr to a first-class ace mech gave the Larkinsons a chance to incorporate this overdue upgrade. Vase was glad that he did not have to address this headache in person. He already delegated this problem to Gloriana and Master Benedict. So how are the risk factors on the surface of Reticula Corine V? Have the other Calamity Beasts shown any signs of movement? Not for the time being. Kedis shook her head. Our ships in orbit and the probes that we have sent to their gas-filled locations have not detected any indication that they are preparing to attack Emperor Base. This can change at any second, so true safety can never be guaranteed unless our clan takes full control over every corner of the globe. That is not possible for the time being. The Red War takes precedence. This is also why it is about time to transfer Venerable Dice, Venerable Joshua, their expert mechs and a large proportion of Task Force Solus back to the expeditionary fleet. If they begin to move out in time, they can catch up to the first battles that will soon break out across the border regions. The Swordmaster sighed. I understand the need to reinforce the expeditionary fleet, but the situation on the ground is not yet stable. If a Calamity Beast decides to attack Emperor Base one day, there is no way the garrison forces over there can defeat this opponent. It's okay, Kedis. Whoever is left can evacuate the base. It's just a bunch of construction material and so on. We can always come back later and try to gain a foothold on the planet again. It is more important to end your mission and get back to what is important. Don't you want to return to the expeditionary fleet and fight against our real enemies? The woman looked glum again. I do. But, Vase narrowed his eyes. He already guessed why she was in this mood. What is wrong? I feel like a failure. His former student frankly admitted. I tried my best to exercise operational command over Task Force Solus. I set up the missions that allowed us to fulfill several goals, but also cause our clan to suffer severe losses in return. We had no choice but to exile Town and Laney. Isabel also came very close to dying, and needs to undergo heavy treatments for several years in order to regain her health. I could have prevented all of these losses from happening. Meow meow. Lucky tried to console the Swordmaster by acting cute, but it was a pity that Kedis was too obsessed with her perceived failures to pay attention. Vase stepped closer and slowly reached out to place a hand on her shoulder. Failure is a part of commanding troops in battle. No fight can proceed without losses. Haven't you forgotten that every time a mech pilot steps onto a battlefield, they already considered the faint but realistic possibility that they may never return alive? When Town and Laney agreed to take part in that ill-fated mission, they accepted the risks, knowing that they can never stay safe if they want to push themselves beyond their limits. Neither of them died in the end, so the worst did not happen. That is actually a pretty good outcome. Even if they died, that is no reason for you to beat yourself up. Losses happen. All you can do is to learn from your mistakes and try your best to avoid a repeat. Kedis grimaced and firmed up a little. I am not unused to seeing the people around me die. I am a sword maiden, remember. It is just that this is the first time that it happened under my command, and to people who I care about more than most. I was eager to prove myself, you know. In the end, my decisions were partially responsible for giving Town and Laney lifelong trauma and nightmares. You'll get over it, Vase reassured her. As long as you continue to stay in charge, your troops will suffer more and more losses. This is an inevitability. Once the deaths reach a certain scale, you will no longer take it personally anymore. Trust me, it happened to me as well. Remember all of those big and painful battles we fought back in the old galaxy? I used to take the losses hard as well, but I learned from those ordeals and made my clan stronger so that it is no longer prone to losing half of our troops just to win a Pyrrhic victory. That is progress. For whatever reason, Kedis did not welcome's opinion. November LBJNN. Honestly, Vase, I don't want to become like you. I don't want to see so many people who have put their trust in me die because they misjudged me. I never imagined that the weight of responsibility is so heavy. I could bear the weight during times of peace as mistakes are never fatal, but now that I have led Task Force Solus on this dangerous planet, I am afraid that I do not have what it takes to become a field commander. Vase smiled but shook his head as he gazed into her eyes. You are a journeyman and a swordmaster. That is already impressive enough. There is no reason for you to excel at field command as well. Leave these sorts of operations to professionally trained military officers such as Commander Kusela Ingvar. That does not mean that there is no place for you in the hierarchy. Instead of trying to make so many important decisions yourself, you should delegate more responsibilities to your staff. Your job is to set the goals and other high-level directives of your unit. Let the underlings below you figure out all of the detailed stuff. That put Kedis to thought. Though Task Force Solus definitely had a robust staff that already took care of such matters, she never gave them the credit they deserved. Perhaps it was a mistake to pay too much attention to the frontline combatants, as it caused her to neglect her staff. I suppose you are right, Vase. No, stay. I know you feel bad about yourself, but you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether you are suited for command or not, you cannot escape this responsibility. This is the only way you can effectively grow as a swordmaster. The only other alternative is to completely disregard your safety as well as the cruelty of modern warfare by taking part in every infantry action in person. You can only truly do this by boarding enemy starships that have already been crippled and secured from the outside, and even then there are a lot of risks. Do you still want to exercise command during the upcoming campaigning? Vase inquired. There may be cases where the expeditionary fleet will split up or send small detachments to reinforce the defenses of different locations. There is still room for you to be in charge. I know it is important for you to remain involved in real conflict in order to promote your swordmaster progression. Kedis paused for a moment before lowering her head. It is not the only method. I think I may not be suited to exercise this responsibility. Maybe it is time for me to distance myself from the action and join you over at D&D base so that I can design my mechs in peace for a few years. Vase frowned. He would welcome her arrival, but he did not think that was the best course of action for her. Kedis was an even more extreme mech designer than himself. As a true swordmaster, how could she possibly distance herself from the blood and fire of true warfare? No, stay. I know you feel bad about yourself, but you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Regardless of whether you are suited for command or not, you cannot escape this responsibility. This is the only way you can effectively grow as a swordmaster. The only other alternative is to completely disregard your safety as well as the cruelty of modern warfare by taking part in every infantry action in person. You can only truly do this by boarding enemy starships that have already been crippled and secured from the outside, and even then there are a lot of risks. That is still a better alternative than putting myself in charge of troops and having them die due to my mistakes. Kedis, I won't force you to do something against your will, but please reconsider your decisions. Once you return to the expeditionary fleet, you should go and visit Commander Casella Ingvar and hear what she has to say about your experiences. Promise me that you will have a good talk with her. If you have done that and still decide to relinquish your command responsibilities, then so be it. I hope you will change your mind, though. Why do you care so much about this, Vase? Because there are very few people I trust with my back, Kedis. There are so many new people in my clan that the overwhelming majority are strangers to me. Sure, we have the Golden Cat bringing us together, but this is only partially effective. As my power and influence grows, it becomes more important to build an inner circle consisting of comrades who I can absolutely depend upon in good times as well as bad times. You have stuck with me in both situations. I haven't forgotten about that. This is why you must be capable of assuming greater responsibility in my absence. I don't have many people I can count upon. Chapter 6177 More Swords. Chapter 6177 More Swords. As Vase explained his hopes and explanations to Kedis, the swordmaster appreciated what she heard. It felt good to hear that Vase, the mech designer that she looked up to the most, was willing to trust her with his back. As a swordmaiden who was born and raised in the frontier of the old galaxy, she knew how precious it was to earn such unreserved trust. She only shared this sentiment with the original surviving members of the Swordmaidens such as Venerable Dice. There was no need for Vase or Kedis to say too much about this subject. They understood each other implicitly. The times they spent together in the past still caused them to maintain a bond of trust. I will try, Kedis said as she sounded a little more motivated. I will consult Commander Casella and others to figure out what I should do next. I am not as eager to take charge as before, but I will do it if it is necessary. However, there are many talented and capable officers in the clan. They can do this job a lot better, and don't require a lengthy learning process like myself. I am sure you are clever enough to figure out the answers. Aside from learning how to command troops, which is a useful skill to have for any leader, you will also be able to take charge of an entire wing of our growing clan. It's impossible for me to control every aspect of the Larkinson clan. Instead of trying to do the impossible, I would rather delegate responsibility to trusted people like yourself. Don't underestimate the value of acting as my agent. Once the clan grows big enough, you will have a massive amount of people and assets at your disposal. You can pursue a lot more goals once you are in charge. I don't mind what you do with your power as long as it is not too disruptive. Vase crossed his arms. That is true, but I don't know them in person. Perhaps I can rely on their professionalism and sense of duty towards the Larkinson clan to obey my directives, but I am afraid they choose to reject my orders during a critical time. I don't want to bear this risk. These folks can still issue orders and such, but I want to place people on top of them to make sure my troops remain under my control. You can be one of them, Kedis. What do I get out of this? The swordmaster skeptically asked. I am sure you are clever enough to figure out the answers. Aside from learning how to command troops, which is a useful skill to have for any leader, you will also be able to take charge of an entire wing of our growing clan. It's impossible for me to control every aspect of the Larkinson clan. Instead of trying to do the impossible, I would rather delegate responsibility to trusted people like yourself. Don't underestimate the value of acting as my agent. Once the clan grows big enough, you will have a massive amount of people and assets at your disposal. You can pursue a lot more goals once you are in charge. I don't mind what you do with your power as long as it is not too disruptive. That sounded like an invitation for Kedis to become in fact noble within the clan. Did Vase wish to develop her into a prominent leader that could act as his loyal vassal in the future? If this was the case, Kedis did not have a strong reason to reject this invitation. She learned enough from Vase that if she truly wanted to gain control over her life, she needed to be in charge of a group that was powerful enough to fight for her interests. When she thought about her ambitions, she became more determined to give wartime leadership another shot. As a swordmaster, she was able to read the trends of the Red Ocean well enough that conflict would only grow more severe in the future. The times of relative peace that humans enjoyed before the Great Severing was already a thing of the past. If Kedis was not able to make the most out of the turbulent times to come, she would not be able to take advantage of all of the opportunities that could help her grow into a star designer as well as a sword god. Seeing that Kedis already started to pull herself out of her depression, Vase changed the subject. By the way, Kedis, the expert pilots and most of the troops should travel straight back to the Bortle system to reunite with the expeditionary fleet, but you should take a detour to the new Constantinople system. I already informed you in the past that I need to talk to you in person. The subject is a little sensitive, so it is best to avoid any mention of it over insecure channels. The female mech designer did not look pleased. Can it wait? Just because I am not eager to take responsibility does not mean I want to stay away from our soldiers. I want to support them, even if I can do little more than to raise their morale like an expert pilot. Visit New Constantinople 8 first. This truly cannot wait. You will understand once you get here. There are several important matters that we should talk about. As my confidant, you can't go around acting as my agent if you don't have a good idea of what you need to do. It is not a waste of time for you to come to my location. Though Kedis felt frustrated by his refusal to share anything specific, she eventually nodded. Fine, I will pay a visit to you. I truly hope that you make this diversion worthwhile, she said in half resignation. Vase grinned. He was absolutely confident that Kedis would not regret this decision. This was because he finally intended to expose the mech designer system and invite her to become its second user. The two mech designers proceeded to chat about a few other subjects. One of them was the next iteration of the first sword. The design department is not ready yet to start the upgrade project for the first sword. Once we have upgraded the Amaranto and the Riot and observed their subsequent performance, we can finally turn our attention to the first sword. Have you already formed ideas on what Venerable Dice's expert mech should obtain aside from all of the standard upgrade package? The standard upgrade package consisted of all of the expected improvements. This included quasi-first class, phase water technology, hyper technology, architect, second generation god body method, ultimate module, soulless gas integration and more. It had been a long time since the first sword came to life. Her last update had also taken place several years ago. Technology advanced so much during this interval of time that the standard upgrade package actually translated into a gigantic leap in performance. And this was just the mandatory improvement that Vase imposed onto every old expert mech. Kedis did not look like it, but she was actually really excited about most of these upgrades. She understood the benefits of phase water technology and hyper technology quite well. The fact that the first sword never enjoyed their full benefits for so long was a mistake. She also learned the value of soulless gas, even if she hated what it wrought onto her forces. It was a terrible material when utilized by the enemies of the Larkinson clan. This was why she felt it was all the more important that the first sword as well as other Larkinson mechs firmly utilized this advantage. November LBJNN. As much as she heard about the benefits of the other improvements, Ketty still found it difficult to understand and accept the weirder stuff such as Architect and Ultimate modules. Still, the Dark Zephyr Mark III served as physical proof that the latest innovations of Vase and Gloriana delivered on their promises. Venerable Dice would definitely benefit from piloting a mech that incorporated both advanced technologies. I have come up with a few ideas I want to implement in the next version of the first sword. Ketty's answered. I have been working on additional improvements for a while now. My design philosophy can do a lot for swordsman mechs, but previously I was only able to provide a handful of benefits. I couldn't do much aside from making their blades sharper and imparting their weapons with one of my sword styles. Not all of my research has produced good results, but I think I can apply at least one major improvement to the first sword. Oh, Vase immediately grew more interested. Would you like to share more about what you have been working on, or are you still working on the details? The swordmaster and journeyman mech designer hesitated for a few seconds. She was not as innovative as Vase, and had yet to develop as many design applications as him. She was afraid her own work might not meet his standards. For the sake of the first sword, she decided to share her thoughts. If it turned out to be bad, then she would at least hear about it sooner rather than later. Very well, I will share my ideas with you. Please do not be too harsh on me. One of them is based on your most recent work. It is more speculative than anything. I intended to discuss with you on whether it is feasible when we are finally ready to design the upgrade project for the first sword, but I may as well bring it up now. Oh, you have my curiosity. Kutiz's physical projection sat down and began to pet Lucky, who was lying comfortably on her lap. The enormous distance between their locations didn't matter with the help of physical projection technology. The simulation was not entirely perfect, but it was good enough to get the job done. My first proposal is to add Living Fae to the first sword. Living Fae. Out of all of the possible suggestions that Ketty's could make, Vase never expected her to develop an interest in the characteristic living spurs that turned the Fae Fianna line into one of the best-selling mechs of the LMC. What? You don't think Dice is capable of controlling Fae in combat? No, that is not it. If a high-tier expert pilot is unable to employ a set of 4 or more living Fae in combat, then how are ordinary pilots supposed to do any better? I responded like that because I never peggy Venerable Dice as an expert pilot that bothers to use other weapons aside from her decapitator. Ketty's gave him an understanding expression. I can see why you would think this way, but I can assure you that Dice is not as rigid as you think. She is disappointed at how she failed herself during the last 2 missions. She has taken a good look at herself and concluded that she needs to fight like an expert pilot as opposed to a swordmaster or something else. She did not elaborate on the latter, but that was not important. How do you expect this to work, Ketty's? Is Dice willing to let go of her no ranged weapons rule that you sword maidens insist on following? Not quite. For now, I think it would be useful if the first sword could be accompanied by a set of defensive and auxiliary Fae. Think about additional Azure energy shield generators and space suppressors. If that is too uncomfortable for Dice, then we can pair her with sword Fae instead. Vase adopted a dubious expression. Drones mounted with sword blades don't exactly have a good reputation. You are not wrong. They indeed perform terribly compared to their ranged weapon equivalents. I think I can do better. Much better. The other mech designers do not understand swordsmanship as much as I do, so they are still blind to the greater possibilities. Give me a chance. I will flesh out this proposal and give you a more detailed explanation at a later date. This is really exciting, but it is admittedly difficult to realize. Her aura grew stronger and brighter when she brought up this topic. That meant her full proposal was bound to be amazing. Ordinary Fae would never be able to make her so eager. Vase looked forward to meeting her in person even more. He already anticipated that their confidential talk at that time would change both of their lives forever. Once he opened up the system to Ketty's, there was no turning back. He really hoped that he did not misjudge her loyalty. Chapter 6178 Frontier Warlords. Chapter 6178 Frontier Warlords. Ketty's shared a few more ideas on future upgrade directions for the first sword. Many of them did not sound as dramatic as pairing up the first sword with living Fae, but Vase did not mind. He was glad that his former student possessed an adventurous spirit and kept trying to think up ways to give her mechs an edge over the competition. If Kedis did not possess a strong enough enterprising spirit, then she would never be able to excel in this industry. A mech designer who only sought to keep up with the competition had already lost from the beginning, because such a loser only needed to suffer a single setback to fall behind. In contrast, a much more innovative mech designer like Vase, who managed to gain market dominance in several product categories, managed to build up a lot of strategic depth. If he ever fell into a disadvantage, he could continually cede market share in order to buy enough time to make a comeback. Products like the most recent xianxia and Ultimatum lines still managed to preserve an invincible lead in their respective niches. The competition was not letting the LMC get away with completely dominating those markets, though. At the very least, most rivals who hadn't given up on the markets for second-class drone mechs or heavy artillery mechs managed to readjust their positioning and appeal to more budget-conscious customers. This was not a market segment to be underestimated. The demand for cheap mechs had skyrocketed as many of the colonies situated in or just behind the border regions invested massively in their defensive forces. The expansion of so many planetary garrison units happened on an enormous scale. This meant that it cost a huge amount of money to fund these expenditures. The cheaper the product, the more mechs a customer was able to buy. Aside from outfitting elite forces, it made little to no sense to invest in the infamously expensive products of the LMC. The Ultimatum, though undeniably powerful and incredibly accurate, was extravagantly priced at 30 MTA credits. Typical heavy artillery mechs could already be bought at around 4 to 8 MTA credits. Sure, the customer would get an objectively worse performing mech in return, but when space and logistics were of no concern, it was better to field 6 generic heavy artillery mechs in a defensive stronghold than a single Ultimatum. This was not a long-term solution to undermine the Ultimatum's absolute dominance in the upper end of the heavy artillery mech market, but it gave the rival mech companies hope of regaining much of their market share. They did not necessarily have to design a mech that performed better than the Ultimatum. The competitors just had to design a more attractive product. There was a difference between the two. Vase already read reports that the dominant mech companies were already in the process of designing low to mid-end hyper-heavy artillery mechs that performed well enough and were much more affordable to buy and maintain in bulk. The Red War was not just a war between high-end elite forces. The rabble that did not appear as heroic and barely managed to reach the top of the news portals also played an important role in territorial struggles. In any case, in order for Vase to achieve success and maintain his market leadership, he had to be competent enough to navigate these market dynamics. Kedis already made a good start by releasing her early Monster Slayer model, but she needed to do more in order to become a serious force onto the market. The good news was that she was making progress. The innovations that Kedis sought to apply to the next iteration of the first sword may very well serve as a prototype to innovative new commercial mech models. Whether she would succeed in the end or not was never certain, but Vase did not think she would fail. She had access to excellent support and infrastructure within the Larkinson clan. The advantages of working as a mech designer in the design department continued to grow over time. "I can feel it." The physical projection of Kedis spoke in a serious tone as she hugged the black gem cat tighter against her chest. A dark cloud is about to engulf the Red Ocean. The coming war will not end soon. It will encroach upon our society and slowly drive everyone to desperation. I do not want my children and your children to grow up in this period, but there is little we can do about it. I don't expect my work to save red humanity, but I will do whatever it takes to make my children's childhood a little brighter. As a father himself, Vase agreed with Ketiz's sentiment. He was no longer working for his own interests anymore. He also wanted his children to live well, and the best way to do that was to ensure that human civilization maintained cohesion. It's not going to be easy. Vase sighed. We can never win the Red War by relying on quantity. We can only do our best to increase the quality of our products and hope that our pace of innovation exceeds the speed in which the native aliens steal and adapt our technology. The aliens may be able to apply many of our stolen tech with the help of the cosmopolitans, but they cannot replicate our mechs. So long as we focus on that, we can always preserve our greatest technological lead. Technology was Red humanity's few remaining hopes of winning the Red War. That was the common consensus of the higher-ups. Vase agreed with it as well, but he put greater stock in another advantage: the unlimited potential of the human race. That was not to say that other races such as the Orvans and the Phase whales possessed any less potential. However, Their rigid societies and long-term stagnation made it difficult for Vase to believe that they would be able to keep up with humanity. As Vase finally ended his long but informative discussion with Kedis, he wrapped up his work and returned to his private villa in the evening. Vase, his wife and children enjoyed dinner before settling down to enjoy quality time in the evening. Of course, he had never stopped his work. He had left his cyborg leg behind in his design lab in order to work on the Amaranto Mark III project, and his other incarnations were also helping in different ways. Vase still felt the need to cherish the remaining time of relative peace by letting his main self stay away from work and devote much of his attention to his family. This time, he decided to play a virtual board game that reminded him of Pirate Empires. Frontier Warlords adopted a similar style of strategic gameplay, but it took place around the much more current setting of the Red Ocean immediately after the Great Severing. The game developer frequently updated the game and also released many interesting expansions themed around different alien races or specialized gameplay. Admittedly, the base game was rather barebones, but it truly came to life after customers like Vase bought all of the pricey expansions. Vase didn't care about the cost. He only cared about playing a game that truly encompassed the vastness of the Red Ocean. "Your turn, Vase," Gloriana stated. Oh, right, this turn, I intend to expand the fleet of my Puelmer raiding fleet by investing my funds in the construction of 2 high-end heavy cruisers. They should have all of the latest stolen human tech that the Puelmers managed to reverse engineer and adapt to their own tech base. They should be ready in 3 turns, though it will take longer to merge with my fleet. A section of the projected board screen. Somewhere inside the large stretch of alien-occupied space, a series of shipyards began to show that they were in the process of completing this order. Vase spent his remaining actions on making his fleet of Puelmer warships raid a highly developed colony on a human-occupied star system. The rich resources and advanced human tech on the planet should make up for the heavy investment that he previously made. "I'm done," Aurelia smirked when she finally got her turn. "It's too late, Papa. I choose to trade all of the favors I have earned from the Red Association to request a rushed portal jump to the E3 system. My mech force should arrive just in time to catch the Puelmer raiding fleet at a disadvantage, thereby preventing it from disengaging early." "What, is that what you are spending your favors on, Aurelia? It is better to eliminate your Puelmer raiding fleet earlier rather than later. The strategy guides taught me that Puelmer fleets are notoriously difficult to defeat at the later stages of the game." November LBJNN Vase groaned. Since Aurelia's single action was such a big deal, there was nothing else she could do in her turn. "Sister, it's my turn now, hee. Andraste exclaimed. "Papa, I want to make a trade." "What is it that you want, Pumpkin?" "I will try to save your fleet in exchange for becoming my vassal. You will transfer half of the profits you make to my account and do whatever I say." Vess's expression looked ugly. "Are you blackmailing your own father?" "I am not Tilda, I am merely asking for fair compensation." "Isn't this what you taught me, Papa?" Hee Tilda, "I also taught you that everyone has a bottom line. I will take my chances with Aurelia's mech force if you stick to your excessive demands." "Let's do this. My Puelmer force will relinquish 30% of the profits to your phase whale, and it will also obey 3 reasonable requests, but no more. Once my Puelmers have completed their last request, you will free them from their vassalage. Is that agreeable to you?" "I will not accept anything worse." His second daughter struggled to make up her mind. In the end, she did not want to risk this deal. "Fine, Papa, I will take action now. I am letting my phase whale Jenny initiate a cross-system teleport to the E3 system and team up with the Puelmer raiding fleet to beat back Aurelia's human mech force." "Sister, no fair. Your phase whale is too strong. I only have one, and her actions are so expensive that I hardly managed to do anything in the previous turns. Did you know how long I waited for someone like Papa to get into trouble?" "Quiet down, children. No arguing, please," Gloriana sternly admonished her girls. "Lucky, you are next." Meow. Lucky yawned as he woke up from his shallow nap. The gem cat raised his paw and began to press a series of projected buttons and levers. Lucky's secretive cosmopolitan cell that had remained dormant in the past few turns suddenly exploded into action. Icons that previously remained hidden from view to every participant aside from Lucky became visible. That was not everything they did. The cosmopolitans were blowing up space stations, sabotaging starships and detonating bombs inside various settlements in the star systems surrounding E3. It became clear that Lucky's wanted to generate enough disruption to slow down and hinder any additional human reinforcements to the star system in the center of his action range. What? Aurelia looked shocked. How many sleeper agents have you trained, Lucky, and how come you managed to predict that a fight would erupt in E3? The gem cat arrogantly lifted his head. Meow. Another cat began to make her turn. The elegant-looking Clixie used her paw to manipulate the interface of the digital board game according to her own plan. Clixie has invested her resources into furthering the development of her human colony yet again. She has completed the construction of an industrial spaceport and has begun the construction of 3 light industry and 1 heavy industry factories. The Rubarthan Sentinel cat completely chose to avoid any form of conflict by setting up a colony in a relatively resource-poor star system in the rear of human-occupied space. This extremely steady development strategy was incredibly safe, but also incredibly boring and slow, which was why most players rejected this approach. Clixie was different. She unflinching kept reinvesting her resources into colony development, not even bothering to raise a token mech force for defense. Meow. The cat declared once she was done with her turn. Chapter 6179 Tricky Plays. Chapter 6179 Tricky Plays. It's your turn, Marvane. The young boy furrowed his brows in a cute manner. He looked as if he was struggling to make a big decision. His choice of player group had a lot to do with his problems. Frontier Warlords had only been out for a few years, but it had released so many expansions that players could practically pursue any development strategy. Unlike Pirate Empires, the newer game tried to keep every game session short and fresh by imposing unique winning conditions for every group or faction. Total annihilation of all other players could definitely lead to victory, but the digital game board was so large and intricate that it was unrealistic to eliminate everyone. This was why players needed to race against time to complete their unique victory conditions as fast as possible. For example, Vase needed to make his Puelmer force plunder resources and acquire advanced human tech to complete the development of the first alien mech. Andraste's goal was to evolve her soul leader unit from a lesser to a greater phase whale. Lucky needed to tip the scales so that red humanity entered into an unstoppable decline. Everyone knew what the other players needed to accomplish, so they could choose to take calculated risks to hinder each other's progress. This time, Marvane did not have the desire or the assets to intervene in the struggle between his father and his sisters. The youngest member of the family only had one goal in mind. I bet half of my resources and all of my actions into developing the ultimatum. Marvane declared. Yes, the Larkinson clan was one of the more recent additions to Frontier Warlords. Frontier Warlords already included a lot of states such as the Terran Alliance and the Colonial Federation of Davut. However, the game also added in expansions based on the more notable and successful organizations in the Red Ocean. The game developer joined the Larkinson clan right after Vase managed to attain civilization-wide recognition during the infamous public inquiry on living mechs. Naturally, the company first approached the Larkinson clan in order to negotiate a licensing agreement. Vase never received any reports related to this minor transaction, so one of his underlings must have taken care of this matter at the time. It didn't matter. Vase felt flattered that he and his clan not only became a part of this popular digital board game, but also became a popular player choice, especially among other mech designers. Unfortunately, Frontier Warlords focused so much on publishing new and pricey expansions that the game developers neglected to work on balancing the damn game. This led to the unfortunate fact that the playable groups were highly unbalanced. Many players developed a loathing for the Larkinson clan in Frontier Warlords due to a unique and exaggerated gameplay gimmick. The Vase in the game had some of the highest potential for innovation among any of the other named mech designers. He also happened to be the most unstable one. The exaggerated reliance on luck led to highly variable game sessions. In some of them, the Larkinsons managed to climb their way up to first-class standards much sooner, allowing them to demolish every player by relying on superior capital and tech. In other game sessions, the Larkinson clan remained stuck in second-class society and lacked too much funds and troops to do anything meaningful. In short, playing the Larkinson clan was bound to be exciting, as people would either obtain extreme satisfaction or deep despair as Vase either succeeded or failed to develop a groundbreaking product. The randomness of the Larkinson clan reflected in the fact that 3 projected dice appeared in front of Marvane. One of his small hands reached out and tossed them out again. 1, 3, 5, haha. Andraste laughed. You failed again. Marvane made a frustrated noise. Why are you so bad in this game, Papa? Vase chuckled and leaned over to kiss his frustrated son in the head. This is just a game. It is never meant to be an accurate reflection of reality. Frontier Warlords has done a good job at representing how much of the success of our clan Larkinson clan is dependent on making a lot of calculated gambles. In reality, I have a lot of different ways to stack the odds in my favor. It is regrettable that this game doesn't include those options in order to maintain a semblance of fairness. So the game has to nerf you in order to keep it balanced. Pretty much. Vase smirked. Marvain's failure to make the Larkinson clan release a guaranteed bestseller in the form of the ultimatum was a major setback. The loss of time and funding meant that the boy had to scale back his ambitions and focus on recovery. Mama, it's your turn now. I am aware. I choose to dispatch my Hexer Mech force to the E3 system. I want to intervene in the battle over there even if I know that I may be coming too late to defend Aurelia's troops. The daughter in question perked up. I will do my best to hold out. You don't want to save her. Vase accused his wife. You just want to pick up the scraps for cheap and sell them for a lot of money. That caused Aurelia to deflate again. Vase, stop telling nonsense. I am doing my best to keep Aurelia in the game. The game session continued as every player encountered both successes and failures. Due to the accelerated time progression of Frontier Warlords, a lot of years quickly went by. The Red War progressed way into the future, causing massive changes throughout the galaxy. One of the ways that made Frontier Warlords so interesting was that all sorts of random factors determined the course of the Red War. In some cases, Red humanity successfully defended the border regions and disrupted the native alien offenses by conducting relentless deep strike operations. In other cases, the native aliens managed to gain superiority and smash through one zone after another, thereby driving Red humanity to an increasingly smaller corner. Other weird scenarios could also take place. For example, there was one where the Terrans and the Rubarthans successfully overthrew the hegemony of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Of course, many specific scenarios could be triggered through player intervention. A cosmopolitan player was able to negotiate a permanent peace deal between Red humanity and the Red Cabal if he managed to make all of the right choices. This outcome was virtually impossible to attain because other players had too many ways to sabotage such an extreme outcome. The only player standing in her way was xianxia, whose colony in the rear of human space had been left alone for so long that it had finally grown into a formidable high-tech research and industrial hub. All in all, Vase and his family experienced a mix of satisfaction, disappointment and anger as the game session rapidly reached the end stage. Only 2 players remained in contention by this time. Andraste's leader unit had managed to weather a lot of different crises and was close to evolving into a greater phase whale. The only player standing in her way was xianxia, whose colony in the rear of human space had been left alone for so long that it had finally grown into a formidable high-tech research and industrial hub. The cat cleverly compensated for the lack of resource endowments by investing heavily in education and research to raise a lot of high-quality scientists and engineers. With so many brilliant people growing up in the colony, most of them went on to emigrate to other star systems in order to work for big enterprises. However, a small group of locals agreed to stay on their home planet and contribute to its prosperity. There were enough entrepreneurs among them that they managed to found numerous successful research institutions and production companies, many of which had become regional giants. Now, xianxia desperately sought to buy time for her colony to grow large enough to satisfy her winning condition by delaying Andraste's progress. You scaredy cat, you did nothing but hide away from everyone. How dare you mess with Jenny? Meow meow meow. Ha, your mercenaries are worthless. A phase whale can't be defeated by these mechs. There's not even a single ace mech in their lineups. Meow, only 2 more turns to go before Jenny becomes a powerful greater phase whale. Meow, what? How come you managed to find my hidden phase whale enclave? Wait, is that an RF strike fleet? It takes a huge amount of money and favors to mobilize the fleeters. You despicable cat. You deceived me. You gave up on trying to win the game by making your colony reach its growth target. You diverted the funds that were supposed to develop your colony further in order to get the Red Fleet to move. Meow. xianxia responded with a toothed grin. Her tail was swishing confidently behind her back. No, Jenny, get away. How did you manage to track my pocket space? I was sure I took enough precautions to keep it hidden. Meow meow meow. The cat arrogantly explained. Andraste looked at her father in pain. How could you, Papa? How could you sell me out to the humans? I needed funds in order to make a comeback after my fleet almost got smashed by your mother's crazy hexer forces. Vase admitted his guilt. I managed to eliminate her from the game, but it was a Pyrrhic victory in the end. I managed to scrape a couple of extra Quelmer warships with the secret deal that I have made. Not that it helped, since Marvane of all players managed to ambush my fleet and crush it utterly. Saint Tusa is such a ridiculously overpowered ace pilot when fighting against Quelmer warships. His ultimate ability is too effective against the small alien hulls. Marvane had already gotten drowsy as he rested on Gloriana's lap. His only response was a slight curl of his lips. In the end, Jenny failed to escape the hunt of the Red Fleet. The phase whale got speared to the point where the fleeters managed to capture her alive. No, meow. The ultimate winner of this session was Clixie. The cat preened with pride as she had proved her mettle as the strongest warlord among the gathered players. Okay, let's get ready for bedtime. It's time to sleep so that you can get ready for another day in school. Ah, I wanna stay up and watch the new Tolston Confidential drama. Where did you hear about that? Tolston Confidential is not a show that you should be watching, young lady. As Vase and Gloriana were about to lead their children to their bedrooms, they abruptly paused as they received a silent alert. Soon enough, flashing red lights briefly engulfed the entirety of D&D base as not just the Larkinsons, but all of human civilization received a dreadful piece of news. It's happening, Vase whispered in shock. He already expected something like this to happen, but now that the time had finally come, he still couldn't maintain his composure. Contact with Bridgehead 1 is temporarily lost. Assumed under attack by Red Cabal Deep Strike Fleet and multiple cosmopolitan cells. Attempting to restore contact as soon as possible, but likelihood is low as special sensors have detected that the star system is entirely walled off by a new and unprecedented spatial anomaly. 261 star systems across all border systems have come under assault at the same time. Overwhelming native alien assault fleets and raiding fleets are putting immense pressure on the strategic and peripheral star systems of the first, second and third defensive bands at the same time. Many assault fleets comprise of modern alien warships and lightly armored carriers that can transport large contingents of PHASEFIGHTERS. There are sporadic sightings of phase whales. If large-scale reinforcements are not forthcoming, the first defensive band will fall in less than a week. The alien offensive has begun. This is the hour where red humanity must prove its courage. Every human has a duty to fight or contribute to our collective cause. Martial law will soon be effect in the border regions. Other wartime laws and policies shall come into effect in every state. Prepare yourself. For humanity. Chapter 6180 The start of the Red Tide. Chapter 6180 The start of the Red Tide. Red humanity was at war. In fact, humans had been at war with the native alien races of the Red Ocean since they secretly arrived decades earlier. Yet even after the opening of the new frontier, humans never really took the local opposition seriously. Humanity was the giant of the Milky Way. The race had managed to conquer far more territories than the alien hillbillies of the Red Ocean had ever traversed in their lives. How could a war against the phase whales and the other quaint aliens of this tiny galaxy make the humans feel concerned about the outcome of the so-called war? The only uncertainty that people held during the age of mechs was how many years it would take before the superior humans managed to conquer every corner of the Red Ocean. Everything changed when the Red Cabal pulled off the Great Severing, yet this statement was not quite true. People's perception of the conflict between humans and the native aliens had most definitely shifted, but the change in mentality did not go far enough. A lot of humans may have begun to refer to it as the Red War, as if this conflict had become serious enough to be referred to by a more formal name, but far too many people did not feel threatened enough to take the alien menace seriously enough. Many people's false illusions about the danger of the Red War finally began to crumble today. On the 37th day of the third year of the Age of Dawn, the native aliens finally kicked off the dreaded Red Tide. The big offensive shook red humanity awake. Though many people who were already asleep would probably learn about the explosive events later, it was undeniable that the entirety of human society in the Red Ocean paused in shock for a collective moment. Then, pandemonium erupted as everyone tried their best to figure out how the alien offensive affected their lives. As more news erupted, the public became informed about the huge amount of alien warships and phase fighters bearing down on the fortified star systems that firmly kept the zones at the border in the hands of human civilization. Despite all of the time, effort and resources spent on bolstering the defenses of the star systems that would inevitably attract alien aggression, many people had little confidence that the defenders would be able to hold out for long. The quantity of alien opposition was too great. As Vase continued to read through a lot of news reports from many different sources, it became clear that the initial wave of the alien offensive could not be dismissed as easily as other alien incursions. Different from the ramshackle alien raiding fleets, the assault fleets were much better equipped and crewed. Every assault fleet was clearly comprised of more standardized and uniform modern alien vessels. Each of them incorporated at least some degree of stolen and adapted human technologies. While every alien warship was at least as tough and threatening as the Orvan vessels of the late Torment fleet, the good news was that a lot of hulls were dispersed throughout many fleets. The Red Cabal did not dare to concentrate too many expensive alien warships in a single humongous armada. That would just make it easier for a god mech to intercept the armada and wipe out all of the warships at once. By dispersing the threatening alien warships across so many different fleets before sending off to attack many different star systems, every god pilot stationed at the border could only mop up so many alien warships at a time. The Red Cabal clearly understood that relying on their huge numbers advantage was the best way to gain the upper hand. It worked. The public news reports already started to mention that several god pilots had taken action, but their actions only temporarily saved a few strategic star systems from getting breached and razed by the vengeful aliens. There were hundreds more star systems that were under imminent threat. How could a handful of god pilots possibly reach them all in time to relieve the assaults? This was the downside of relying too much on a very low quantity of super champions to lock down a lot of territories. Fortunately, the Red Fleet's dreadnoughts were picking up the slack, but they were not as overwhelmingly strong. On many battlefields where the defenders had to make do without such powerful backup, the fighting turned intense or desperate at a rapid pace. At this time, Vase had left D&D base hours ago. He left Gloriana behind to soothe their restless children while he allowed himself to get teleported to the Tarask in orbit. The raw heavy cruiser clearly entered into a heightened state of alertness. More armored troops patrolled the corridors and the crew members all looked busier than ever. The atmosphere in the glaringly white and pleasant interior of the warship had clearly taken a turn for the worse. The Mechers, as powerful as they may be, could not repel the red tide by relying on their own forces alone. This caused them to feel frustrated. All of them were long-standing members of the Mech Trade Association before the Great Severing occurred. It was much harder for them to shake off the veneer of absolute superiority that they previously took for granted during the Age of Mechs. It was only now that the native aliens launched an offensive of such a massive scale that even the forces of the Red Association were swamped by the quantity of attackers. Even though several hundred star systems were under siege at the start, there were already plenty of signs that more alien assault and raiding fleets were crossing the border. Perhaps the incredibly numerous fleets did not encompass a large quantity of warships, but that was not the sole problem. As the initial fighting erupted in the orbits of strategically valuable planets and moons, Jovi Armelon pointed out a massive problem shortly after Vase arrived at one of the ship's operations centers. The native aliens have learned more from our race than our tech. He spoke. They have also gained a strong appreciation of our reliance on small craft. He gestured towards a projection that displayed one of the many battles occurring in space. The planet located in the first defensive band was surrounded by a ring of defensive platforms and fortifications. Together with a small garrison of RF warships and lots of different linefighter mechs, the defenders should have been able to keep the native aliens at bay for at least several days if not a week. However, the aliens did not just bring over their warships this time. Accompanying them were massive alien cargo haulers. These massive vessels with enormous cargo spaces did not carry any ordinary goods, though. It turned out that the native aliens converted each of these former transportation hulls into improvised carrier vessels. Regardless of who these kilometers-long cargo haulers and mass conveyors belonged to in the past, they were all included in one of the many alien fleets for the sole purpose of bringing over as many phase fighters as they could fit. The converted alien carriers were clearly terrible compared to modern human carriers. The former's defenses were paper-thin and did not properly secure all of the phase fighters. Any major accident could destroy hundreds if not thousands of small craft. Not only that, but the former cargo vessels did not carry too many supplies and lacked the facilities to service and repair the small craft at a high pace. All of this meant that as long as the human defenders managed to weather the initial assault, the subsequent attacks would probably decrease in severity as the unqualified alien carriers struggled to service and rearm all of the returning phase fighters. Unfortunately for Red humanity, this did not happen very often. The reason for that was that the assault fleets all deployed an overwhelming amount of phase fighters. For example, the battle in the projection showed how over 100,000 phase fighters were blitzing the orbital ring in a single massive attack run. The defending mech forces could only deploy a third as much mechs in comparison. Sure, the human mechs could count on the orbital defenses for support, but the alien phase fighters were also able to rely on the accompanying warships for additional firepower. The warring became intense and the losses mounted at a dizzying pace. Hundreds of mechs and phase fighters blew up by the minute. Due to the huge amount of alien phase fighters, the defending mech forces were unable to launch any serious attacks on the threatening alien warships. This was bad as every alien armed vessel could rely on their powerful transphasic primary and secondary armaments to demolish the relatively immobile orbital defenses with ease. There was so much happening during this fast-paced battle that Vase could not focus everything at once. He decided to direct his focus on the mechs in particular. They're outnumbered. They're badly outnumbered. Vase grimaced. Yes, they are, Jovi said in a serious tone. The native aliens are well aware that their immature phase fighters are unable to win against our mechs in fair fights. This is why they have resorted to their own form of cheating by bringing at least twice as many phase fighters that are stationed on every star system. This is not a coincidence. Every planet under attack is being besieged with phase fighters that outnumber the defending mechs by a very obvious margin. Just the sight of all of those phase fighters is enough to shake the confidence of every human mech pilot. As assaults like these unfolded across many different star systems, Vase noticed that the aliens utilized their phase fighters a lot better than before. The native aliens not only increased their winning chances by bringing a lot more phase fighters, but they also developed or retrained a set of simple but highly effective tactics. For example, when the alien phase fighters enjoyed such an enormous advantage of numbers against the human mechs, the former could employ all kinds of strategies and tactics that fully leveraged their ability to outflank or surround their enemies. This made it so that the quantity of phase fighters mattered more than their quality. Their shortcomings became irrelevant as the aliens continually ganged up on the outnumbered human mechs whenever possible. In the face of all of this overwhelming aggression, the human commanders had little choice but to pull back their mech units. So this is where the native aliens spent so much time and resources on. Vase surmised. They want to crush our mechs by swamping us with phase fighters. I cannot imagine how much the aliens invested their phase water and other previous resources into mass-producing so many small craft. I don't think it is worth it if their quantity is only on par with our mechs, but now that they have fully leaned on throwing as many of these phase fighters into our lines as possible, the individual strengths of our brilliant mech models don't matter as much anymore. Jovi looked troubled. The situation at the border regions is not optimistic, I admit. However, the native aliens have yet to attack or pass through the 4th and 5th defensive bands, so the front lines are unlikely to get breached entirely. I am more concerned about the complete isolation of Bridgehead 1. That is clever of the aliens. Their main assault on the border regions will force us to commit most of our available forces in this war theater. It will be a lot more difficult to divert forces to Bridgehead 1. Do you know what sort of enemies are attacking it? They are definitely targeting the Greater Beander Gate. I hope you guys have taken our warning seriously. I can assure you that your unconventional assistance has resulted in changes. Jovi replied, I cannot say whether we have made enough preparations. Early signs indicate that multiple ancient phase whales have arrived in Bridgehead 1 before completely isolating the entire star system from the rest of the dwarf galaxy. How many god pilots are assigned to defend the Greater Beander Gate? 1. Just 1. Chapter 6181 Doomed Soldiers Chapter 6181 Doomed Soldiers Across Red Humanity's borders, a hurricane crashed against all of the fortified positions at once. The Red Tide offensive had begun. The native aliens spent so much time on building up their assault fleets and equipping them with more modern tech for the singular purpose of overwhelming the barriers that stood in the way of human extinction. Pretty much every alien soldier yearned to do their part into driving the hateful humans back to the edge of the dwarf galaxy before wiping them out entirely. This was pretty remarkable. The forces that had answered the call of the Red Cabal were composed of a lot of different races, cultures and other subgroups. The full answer why this was the case would take too long to explain, but the essence of it was that the native aliens built up far too many grievances towards the humans over the past decade. Since their explosive expansion across the new frontier, the extragalactic invaders had mercilessly wiped out every native alien that occupied the precious planets that had already been earmarked as future colonies. The humans did not play by the rules and conventions that had been responsible for establishing a relatively stable galactic community. The deification of phase whales had long kept the 13 major races connected in a loose galactic community that transcended the barriers of race and cultures. Few of the local races liked each other, but they deliberately controlled the intensity of every scuffle below a certain level to avoid any disastrous escalation. Most of the alien leaders were rational enough to understand that if two civilizations went to war against each other, others would just sit back for a time before swooping in to mop up both sides at once. When such conditions remained stable for a long time, the native races were unlikely to engage in all-out slaughter. Despite fielding massive home ships that were capable of unleashing the same scale of destruction as human warships, the natives of the Red Ocean implicitly or explicitly agreed to withhold their most destructive arms in any violent conflict. This was not actually all that remarkable. A similar status quo existed in the Milky Way before the Age of Conquest. It was not until the rise and explosive expansion of human civilization that this uneasy but fairly stable balance shattered all at once. In the old galaxy, the greedy but insecure humans saw no choice but resort to lying, stealing, cheating and other underhanded means to disrupt the regional status quo and supercharge their growth. In the new galaxy, the much more arrogant and uncaring humans disregarded the rights of the native life forms to an extremely callous degree. Humans only saw everything in the Red Ocean as resources that were just waiting to be harvested. Unfortunately for the greedy pioneers and colonists, the Red Cabal completely turned the situation around when they teleported the Red Ocean far away from the Milky Way. Now that the Red humans could no longer obtain any form of support from their much more powerful cousins in the old galaxy, the native aliens that previously got beat up more times than they could count finally gained a chance to exact their revenge. Regardless of the alien language they used to express their feelings, the crew members of all of the alien fleets unanimously cried out for blood and vengeance. The sheer collective fury and bloodlust among all of the aliens taking part in the first wave of the offensive boiled over to the point where it looked as if they dyed the space around them in red. The red nebula background that suffused the dwarf galaxy seemed to become a little richer and darker. It was as if the Red Ocean itself heralded the true beginning of the Red War and all of the bloodshed that was about to ensue. In the face of this momentous tide of red, the soldiers assigned to guard the strategically valuable border systems were all the first to face the brunt of this aggression. The pressure among the star systems located in the most forward and vulnerable first defense band was especially high. It went without saying that practically no sane human would want to reside in a star system located so close to angry aliens that wished to do nothing more than to genocide every human population center. This made it difficult for the Red 2 and the other major powers to assign enough troops in these crucial star systems. The leaders of human civilization briefly considered the option of automating the defenses at the most vulnerable and doomed border systems. However, they quickly dismissed this idiotic notion. Automated defenses could always be hacked. Even if the polymath herself programmed the cybersecurity defenses of the automated defensive platforms and armies of battle bots, there was always a way to circumvent them, either internally or externally. It didn't matter that the native aliens were much less capable of hacking state-of-the-art human ICE and algorithms. The damned cosmopolitan movement were just as proficient in hacking, if not more. These degenerate human traitors had proven many times that they were superior hackers, as they relied on their ability to subvert electronic systems to engage in untold amounts of data theft and sabotage. November LBJNN. The hidden presence of an unknown amount of cosmopolitan cells throughout human society was one of the real reasons white people developed such an unreasonable degree of fear towards extensive automation. No matter how convenient ICE may be, as long as one competent bad actor came around and completely messed them up, a disaster would occur. Human intervention and control therefore remained an essential component of Red humanity's defensive layout. This forced the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance and the Rubarthan Pact to come together and hammer out a necessary addendum to the new elites program. Only after offering additional incentives were the three colonial alliances able to attract enough soldiers to the most dangerous star systems in the new frontier. Right now, hundreds of mech pilots assigned to an elite mech unit had gathered in one of the briefing rooms of an orbital space fortress. A gloomy atmosphere pervaded in the compartment. All of the uplifting and motivational banners displaying thrilling scenes of human victories or blood-pumping slogans failed to lift the mood. A relatively old 55-year-old mech pilot called Josh Ketter stood in the middle of a crowd of fellow soldiers. Each of them adopted grim expressions as they listened to the speech of the raw liaison. "Your hour has come," the well-dressed and impeccably handsome man said. After months of waiting, the native aliens have unleashed their red tide upon us all, seeking to flood the defenses that we have painstakingly built in the border regions. As one of the many nails that our race and civilization has hammered into this star system, we must stand up and hold our ground no matter the cost. None of the mech pilots showed any cowardice or hesitation. Sure, they might harbor a lot of fears inside their minds, but they possessed enough discipline to avoid exposing their insecurities. Each of you have chosen to do their most sacred duty to uphold the first defensive band. I shall not lie to you. Our forces are stretched too thin. The entire first defensive band is projected to fall within a week if not less. This means that most of us may end up dead by the time 7 days have passed. The gathered mech pilots did not show any strong reactions towards this news. They already expected as much. They knew what they signed up for. It would be stupid for them to change their stance on the matter now that so much time had passed. The Mecher liaison continued to address the honored soldiers. Our preliminary analysis on the alien fleets that are on their way to break our planet's orbital defenses and bombard our strongholds on the surface has revealed several lethal threats. The more updated warships are not only armed with greater quantities of tertiary gun batteries, but also feature many more missile launchers. Do not get close to them, and do not group up too much. These anti-mech warships can shred entire mech companies in a matter of seconds under the right conditions. A projection of several different alien ship models appeared. Josh Ketter already recognized the distinctly broad hulls as warships belonging to the Orvan race. Just as the liaison had said, the Orvans had chosen to install less primary gun batteries in favor of installing a lot more tertiary gun batteries. The largest Orvan hulls boasted over 1,000 tertiary gun batteries, thereby allowing them to vastly exceed the firepower of a typical ranged mech regiment. Aside from that, the native aliens have also prepared another specific counter to our mechs in the form of phase fighters. The projection changed to display several civilian cargo haulers that had hastily been converted into dinky carriers. Although the conversions had been completed in haste, the terrible qualities of these former cargo haulers did not affect the immediate combat power of the state-of-the-art alien phase fighters. Not only did they look fairly new and modern by human standard, their quantity was absolutely dazzling. These cheap capital carriers have shown up on every star system under siege. The Raw liaison said, "They may look fragile, but don't think they can be blown up with ease. They are equipped with strong enough transphasic energy shields to resist sustained attacks. What truly matters is the fact that they can all transport at least 2,000 phase fighters each. Since there are so many converted carriers within the alien fleets, we have already estimated that our mech forces will be outnumbered 3 to 1. That caused the mech pilots to finally express more emotion. Many looked dismayed at the prospect of trying to fend off 3 times as many phase fighters. Do not be intimidated, the speaker shouted. The alien phase fighters are difficult to eliminate, but you can still do it. The more you are able to eliminate, the more time you buy for us all. No matter how hopeless the battle may seem, remember what you are fighting for. As the most selfless line fighters to exist, each of your names will be remembered in our greatest halls of honor for as long as our civilization persists." A lot of mech pilots puffed up their chests after they heard this. It was a dream to many of them to matter in some way. So many humans lived and died that it was too difficult for any of them to leave a notable legacy behind. If these elite mech pilots were able to receive one of the highest honors by sacrificing their otherwise mediocre lives, then they would gladly make this trade. While Josh Ketter desired this honor as well, it did not excite him as much as his other goal. His thoughts strayed to his teenage daughter who resided in a much safer star system far away from the dangerous border region. Many of you are not just fighting for yourself, but also for your families. The Red Association has already guaranteed that all of your offspring will be awarded with the title of war children, thereby officially recognizing them as the immediate descendants of war heroes. The better your performance, the more generous the pensions, subsidies and other privileges we bestow on your spouses and children. Our association will further grant all of your war children a chance to pass a low-barrier test to join its ranks. The greater your contribution, the more bonuses your offspring will receive. The eyes of many mech pilots lit up as they heard this. Many of the veteran soldiers signed up for this duty for this express purpose. They fought not for themselves, but for their precious children. In a galaxy where many humans were about to experience a deterioration in quality of life and life opportunities, it would be great if their children could become a part of one of the most powerful human organizations in the Red Ocean. The novel will be updated first on this website. Come back and continue reading tomorrow, everyone.